Chapter 460. The morning passed by quietly. As noon approached, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Lan were almost always Xiao Lan asking questions and Duan Lingtian answering. Xiao Lan. In the end, Duan Lingtian secretly gritted his teeth and prepared to go straight to the point. When Xiao Lan heard Duan Lingtian call her, her beautiful face was dyed with a crimson red, and her autumn eyes flowed with light and were as gentle as water. I can't deny that you're very outstanding. But Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Lan and hesitated to speak. Xiao Lan's delicate body trembled slightly as she asked softly, "Is it because of Ker and Li Fei?" Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. "If it wasn't for them, you." Speaking up to hear, Xiao Lan's breathing became slightly hurried. "I'll pursue you." Duan Lingtian didn't hide it and said directly. "That's enough." Xiao Lan's face revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. "This way, at least it proves that I still have a certain amount of weight in your eyes. It's just that we met a little later." Speaking up to hear, Xiao Lan stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian and said softly, "It was Aunt Ro who asked you to find me to cut the Gordian knot, right? I know Aunt Ro is doing it for my own good. But sometimes, once a woman has set her mind on a man, she won't easily change it, no matter how long it takes. No matter what, since I, Xiao Lan, have set my mind on you in this life, then I'll never change my mind until death. Even if we don't have a result in this life, I'm willing to silently accompany Aunt Ro, just for the chance to see you a few more times. I'll let you know that what I can do for you is no less than Ker and Li Fei." After speaking, Xiao Lan turned around and left. Her graceful back seemed lonely and desolate. Only when Xiao Lan's back disappeared before his eyes did Duan Lingtian come back to his senses, and he had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that Xiao Lan actually had the thought of not marrying for the rest of her life for him. Moreover, she was determined to do so. This made him feel guilty and helpless. What did I, Duan Lingtian, do to deserve this? He. Big brother Lingtian. That big sister was very nice to you. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained slight teasing mixed within. What do kids know? Go play somewhere else. Duan Lingtian grabbed the little gold mouse and casually tossed it out. Then he left the rear courtyard and returned to his room to cultivate. The little gold mouse stood in midair as her jade-green eyes gazed at Duan Lingtian's back, and her gaze was filled with craftiness and ridicule. Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he couldn't get into the right state. Xiao Lan's words today affected him greatly, causing him to be unable to calm down for a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian simply stopped cultivating and lay down to sleep. After waking up, he ate, and after eating, he slept. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and Mou as he walked out of his house and headed to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Not long after, Duan Lingtian, Mou, and the Divine Might Marquis father and son boarded a carriage that headed towards the Imperial Palace. "Little Tian, what exactly do you plan to do?" Niefan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked slightly anxiously. "If you don't make a move, how will we win?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He looked at Mou who was by his side and said slowly, "Big brother Nya, I won't make a move today, but it doesn't mean that Mou won't make a move. Don't worry. Leave that first-level nascent soul stage young genius to Mou." When they heard Duan Lingtian, it wasn't only Niefan, Nye Yuan looked at Mou as well. Even though Duan Lingtian had introduced Mou earlier, when they saw Mou being reverent and respectful to Duan Lingtian, they only thought that Mou was only a junior brother that Duan Lingtian had brought back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to play, and ought to not have any strength. After all, Mou's age looked to be similar to Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if it was a person that came from a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would probably not be strong at such an age. After all, not everyone was Duan Lingtian. However, Nye Yuan and Niefan still chose to believe Duan Lingtian in the end. Duan Lingtian had never let them down. When he arrived at the Imperial Palace once again, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Today, the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom would be carried out in the Imperial Garden behind the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian brought Mou along, and first went to see the Emperor in the throne room with Nye Yuan and Niefan. After not seeing each other for a few years, not only did the Emperor not show any signs of aging, He was even more spirited. Commander Duan. The emperor's eyes squinted when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. I was still talking to Bai Yao last night that if you were able to return at this time, then the ambassador of the Sun Ascent Kingdom would surely return in low spirits this time. I never imagined that you would really return. Your Majesty, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian congratulated the emperor. Earlier, when he saw the emperor for the first time, his acute spiritual force had already detected the emperor's current cultivation. The emperor had obviously already broken through to the void-prying stage. Void-prying stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Nye Yuan and Nye Fan were both shocked. Obviously, they didn't know beforehand that the emperor had broken through to the void-prying stage. After all, they didn't possess a formidable spiritual force like Duan Lingtian that was capable of prying into the cultivation of others. Congratulations, Your Majesty! For a time, Nye Yuan and Nye Fan hurriedly congratulated the emperor. A flowing light flashed within the emperor's eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with surprise. Commander Duan, you've really surprised me. After all, besides me, there isn't a second person that knows that I've broken through to the void-prying stage. You've just returned and discerned my cultivation with a single glance. Looks like Commander Duan's gains during these few years in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are not small. Your Majesty is too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Besides that, I'm not the commander of the embroidered uniform guard anymore. Your Majesty should directly call me by my name in the future. In my eyes, you'll always be that Commander Duan that eliminated the rebels for me and made great contributions. The emperor spoke with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't persist. Your Majesty, it ought to be about time now. Let's go over first. All right. The emperor nodded, and under the escort of the crowd of imperial palace guards, he headed towards the imperial garden with Duan Lingtian and the others. Within the imperial garden, besides the large empty space in the middle, it was divided into a total of 6 large seating areas. Within each of the seating areas was a luxurious carpet and exquisite tables and chairs, and many fine wine and delicacies were placed on the tables. Amongst these luxurious carpets, the one on the east was the largest, and it was obviously the seat of the host. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived with the emperor, there were already many people seated at 4 of the seating areas. His Majesty has arrived! Along with a shocked shout, the people at the 4 seating areas stood up one after another and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty! Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Take your seats. Divine Might Marquis, you and the Junior Marquis take your seats as well. Commander Duan, you'll sit by my side today. After the emperor sat at the seat of the host, he slowly spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and sat at the right side of the emperor. MOU, you go over with my uncle Nye and big brother Nye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian asked MOU and Nye Yuan to sit at a seat below his current seat. That was precisely the seat reserved for the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out from the other 3 seating areas. The people at the 3 seating areas were respectively the members of the 3 great clans of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans and the young geniuses they brought along. The 2 young men at the Shao clan seating area looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with excited expressions. Xiao Yu, long time no see. Xiao Yu, I never imagined that you've actually broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 2 of them via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, when did you return? Xiao Yu asked via voice transmission. As for Xiao Sun, his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and was unable to condense voice transmission, so he could only sit by Xiao Yu's side and be anxious. I just returned the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and he was rather happy in his heart when he saw his 2 good friends of the past once again. Xiao Sun, let's have a good get-together after the martial competition ends. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Sun who sat by Xiao Yu's side and was glaring at him as he spoke via voice transmission. Xiao Sun hurriedly nodded when he heard this, and his face finally revealed a smile. Looks like I have to quickly break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage as well. Being unable to condense voice transmission at this critical moment is truly worrying. Xiao Sun silently thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the gazes of the patriarchs of the Duan clan, Su clan, and Xiao clan descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were both surprised and delighted by Duan Lingtian's appearance. Princess Bai Yao has arrived. A voice abruptly sounded out, breaking the silence of the scene. Right at this moment, a graceful and beautiful figure walked over with graceful steps. The young woman wore luxurious clothes, had a peerless appearance, and a natural bearing. She was like a beauty that walked out from a painting, causing others to be unable to arouse the thought of profaning her. Princess Bai Yao. Instantly, besides the seat of the host, the people at the other 5 seats all stood up and bowed to the young woman. However, these people that stood up weren't able to obtain a reply from the young woman for a long time. Only because, at this moment, the young woman's gaze had completely descended onto one person. Duan Lingtian. Princess, long time no see. Duan Lingtian slowly stood up and looked at Princess Bai Yao with a light smile on his face. Princess Bai Yao's clear eyes that were like water were slightly moist, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. At this moment, it was as if only Duan Lingtian remained in her world. Was she dreaming? The person that she yearned for in her dreams had returned? Everyone, please have a seat. The emperor didn't have any intention of blaming Princess Bai Yao for her lack of manners, and he lightly smiled as he looked at the numerous people that still stood there. My daughter has been lacking in manners. I hope everyone doesn't take offense. Your Majesty, Crimson Sky Kingdom's Princess Bai Yao is really, as the rumors say, devastatingly beautiful. Princess Bai Yao fully deserves the title of the #1 beauty in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. A middle-aged man with a robust figure sighed as he sat on the other side of the seat of the host where Duan Lingtian and the emperor sat. Envoy, you're too kind. Chapter 461. Finally, Princess Bai Yao withdrew her gaze and sat at the left side of the emperor. But her beautiful eyes that were like water still couldn't refrain from occasionally sneaking glances at Duan Lingtian. That handsome face that had haunted her dreams had appeared countless times in the middle of the night. Now, it had truly appeared in front of her eyes. It caused her feelings to rise and fall, and she was unable to calm down for a long time. Presently, Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao sat at the 2 sides of the emperor, and when looked at from afar, they were simply like a pair of golden boy and jade girl made in heaven. At this moment, everything in the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by them. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his gaze calmly descended onto the middle-aged man, and he thought in his heart, he's that Sun-Ascent Kingdom's envoy? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at the other 3 people beside the Sun-Ascent Kingdom's envoy. These were 3 young men, and the oldest was around the age of 35. The youngest was around the age of 30. Presently, the burning gazes of these 3 people descended onto Princess Bai Yao, and it was as if their gazes had grown roots. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when he saw this. These are the 3 great young geniuses of the Sun-Ascent Kingdom? Not to mention anything else, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it would be difficult for these 3 people to have great accomplishments in their entire lifetimes. Respected Crimson Sky Emperor, now that everyone has arrived, can the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our Sun-Ascent Kingdom and your Crimson Sky Kingdom begin? I already can't wait to experience the graceful bearing of the young geniuses of your noble kingdom. The youngest young man beside the Sun-Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at the emperor as he spoke with slight urgency. The emperor hadn't spoken when another young man around the age of 32 or 33 beside the young man couldn't help but laugh. I think you're wanting to experience the graceful bearing of the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom is fake, and your real intention is to show off before the beautiful princess, right? Humph. Could it be that you don't want to? The former grunted coldly and wasn't courteous in the slightest to his companion. Amongst the 3 of us, your strength is the weakest. Let me see how you embarrass yourself before the beautiful princess. The latter's words were full of mockery. Since the geniuses of the Sun-Ascent Kingdom are already impatient, then I announce that the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of my Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun-Ascent Kingdom officially begins today. The emperor's face was calm as he slowly announced. Whoosh! As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the figure of the youngest young man in the Sun-Ascent Kingdom flashed, and he stood on the empty space between the 6 seats. My name is Jianghu. I've long heard that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is filled with young experts. Is anyone willing to come up and give me some pointers? Jianghu's gaze swept past the young geniuses in the various seats of the Crimson Sky Kingdom as he slowly spoke. His words were filled with provocation. I'll take care of you. Beside the Su clan's patriarch, a Su clan disciple around the age of 27 or 28 flew out to stand in confrontation with Jianghu. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Su clan, Su Yi. The Su family's disciple nodded at Jianghu and said slowly, although this is the first time I've come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I've heard of your Su clan during these few days that I've been in the Imperial City. I know that the Su clan is one of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City. Today, let me experience the strength of the Su clan disciples. Excuse me. As Jianghu spoke, his figure flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Whoosh! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed straight towards Su Yi. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the origin core stage. Su Yi's face went grim when he saw this. Obviously, Jianghu's strength had exceeded his expectations. Su Yi's face sank, then he directly withdrew a spirit sword from the sword sheath on his waist with a raise of his hand before flashing out. Instantly, 70 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and then through the amplification of the spirit sword, another 13 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 5th level of the origin core stage, grade 8 spirit sword. Whoosh! The sword tore through the sky as if it had transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Jianghu. This sword strike contained the strength of 83 ancient mammoths. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jianghu had a disdainful expression when he saw this, and he directly moved to intercept it. His figure flashed out to easily dodge Su Yi's sword strike. Bang! Jianghu smashed out with his fist, and in the time it flashed like a bolt of lightning, it instantly descended onto Su Yi's chest like a heavy hammer smashing down, blasting Su Yi flying. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely clear. Su Yi flew out like an arrow that left the bow, then fiercely crashed onto the ground and fainted. You! The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya's face went grim, and he hurriedly went to look at Su Yi's injuries. He never imagined that the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom would actually attack so ruthlessly. A 7th level origin core stage martial artist dealing with a 5th level origin core stage martial artist with such ruthlessness was truly lacking in bearing. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly, and felt that the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom had gone slightly too far. They didn't hold back in the slightest when defeating a person that was 2 levels weaker than them, and it was infuriating. This is called making friends through martial arts? Those that didn't know would think that the scene from before was a battle between enemies. At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian, MOU, the Divine Might Marquis, and the Emperor, the other members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had furious expressions. The Sun Ascent Kingdom had gone too far. Seeming to have noticed the atmosphere at the scene, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy stood up in a timely manner and fiercely glared at Jianghu. Jianghu, today was only a making friends through martial arts between the young geniuses of our Sun Ascent Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. How could you be so ruthless? Quickly apologized to His Majesty the Crimson Sky. But everyone present were discerning people, and how could they be unable to discern that although the envoy was lecturing Jianghu, his eyes contained slight complacency mixed within. Yes, Lord Envoy. Jianghu laughed instead of getting angry when he was lectured. Then he looked at the Emperor and cupped his hands. Your Majesty the Crimson Sky. Jianghu was too ruthless earlier, I'm sorry. It's fine. The Emperor waved his hand with a carefree expression as he slowly said, breaking bones and tendons can't be avoided in a martial arts spar, so long as it doesn't harm one's life. Your Majesty the Crimson Sky is wise. Jianghu grinned, and after his infatuated gaze flashed past Princess Baiyao's face, he turned around once more and said provocatively, next, I wonder which young genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom is willing to give me some guidance? Friends below the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, please don't waste my time. As he finished speaking, a wisp of disdain flashed within Jianghu's eyes. I'll do it. Jianghu's actions had long since aroused the public indignation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At this moment, a young man around the age of 30 walked out from the Duan clan's side, and he looked at Jianghu with an arrogant expression. Remember well, the person that defeated you today is I, Duan Shang. Duan Shang? Humph. After this battle, you'll change your name to Duan Bai. Jianghu grunted coldly. Then his figure flashed out to battle Duan Shang. In the end, Jianghu defeated Duan Shang before Duan Shang utilized his spirit weapon, and broke a few of Duan Shang's ribs. Although Duan Shang was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage as well, he'd obviously just broken through not long ago. Moreover, his actual combat experience was far inferior to Xianxia, and after exchanging over 10 moves with Xianxia, he was defeated by a flaw Xianxia revealed. From today onwards, you'll be called Duan Bai. Xianxia laughed loudly and was incomparably arrogant, seeming as if no one was able to compete with him. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, had just fed Duan Sheng a gold injury pill when he heard what Xianxia said, and his face instantly sank. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian who sat by the emperor's side, and his voice transmission contained slight rage mixed within. Little Tian, take revenge for Duan Sheng. Don't worry, patriarch. He won't be able to jump around for long. Duan Lingtian nodded to Duan Ruhua as he replied via voice transmission. I'll deal with you. A cold shout sounded out, and a person flashed out from the Shao clan's seats. It was precisely Duan Lingtian's acquaintance, Xiao Yu. Who are you? Xianxia looked at Xiao Yu and asked with an arrogant expression. Under the gazes of everyone present, he'd won 2 battles successively and brought honor to the kingdom. Such a battle accomplishment caused him to be extremely complacent. Defeat me and you'll naturally know. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he spoke in a cool manner. This fellow is pretending to be cool again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene, and his gaze was absent-minded as if he'd once again recalled the scene of meeting Xiao Yu for the first time at the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon List's gathering of geniuses a few years ago. At that time, Xiao Yu was just so cold. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse that had been sleeping on Duan Lingtian's shoulder on the way to the Imperial Palace woke up, and when it opened its eyes, it saw the pile of delicacies before it, and its figure flashed out to stand on the table before impolitely nibbling on the various delicacies. What a cute little gold mouse. Because of the existence of Duan Lingtian, Princess Bai Yao wasn't too interested in making friends through martial arts. Now, when she saw the fluffy little gold mouse flashing off Duan Lingtian's shoulder, her clear eyes that were like water emitted a wisp of tender affection. Squeak squeak, when the little gold mouse heard Princess Bai Yao's voice, it winked at her for a moment before continuing to lower its head to nibble on the delicacies on the table. What an intelligent little gold mouse. Princess Bai Yao's eyes glowed when she saw this scene, as it was the first time she'd seen such an intelligent pet mouse. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the flat ground ahead. Presently, when facing Xiao Yu who had a cold expression, Xianxia burst into rage, and his figure flashed out like a cannonball as his iron fist shot out menacingly. When facing Xianxia's attack, Xiao Yu stood on the spot, completely calm and unmoving like a mountain. Universe in the sleeve? Before Xiao Yu had even made a move, Duan Lingtian felt that the scene before him was slightly familiar, and his brows couldn't help but raise. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Universe in the sleeve. Xiao Yu made a move, he flicked his sleeve, causing it to swell up and sweep out to greet Xianxia's iron fist. Bang! Xianxia's fist that flashed out like a cannonball smashed onto Xiao Yu's sleeve, and he felt as if he'd struck a ball of cotton and was utterly powerless. Xianxia, use a spirit weapon. Right at this moment, the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador went grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind Xianxia. Chapter 462. Xianxia's face went grim when he heard the reminder of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning before grabbing towards his waist, wanting to withdraw the sheathed spirit saber from his waist. But, would he be in time? Humph! At practically the instant Xianxia withdrew his hand, Xiao Yu's sleeves bulged up once more and swiftly flashed out. Before Xianxia could withdraw his saber, Xiao Yu followed him like a shadow and blasted onto Xianxia's body, as if he could predict the future. Ah! Xianxia's shrill cry completely suppressed the sound of his ribs breaking, and his entire body was blasted flying before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. After crashing onto the ground, the intense pain caused Xianxia to roll all over the ground as cold sweat flowed. Xiao Yu, victory! Good! Instantly, many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom cheered. Especially the Shao clan's patriarch, a smile appeared on his face. Earlier, no matter if it was the Su clan or Duan clan, all of them had disciples that entered the arena to battle Xianxia, yet all of them ended in miserable defeat. Xiao Yu defeating Xianxia had undoubtedly brought great honor to him and the Shao clan. Haha! Good. The emperor's face revealed a smile as well. Although he'd always maintained his composure earlier and seemed to be indifferent towards the outcome of the battle, but every time a young genius from the Crimson Sky Kingdom was defeated, slight disappointment couldn't help but arise in his heart. Now that Xiao Yu had defeated a young genius from the Sun Ascent Kingdom, it brought honor to him. "What's your name?" The emperor looked at Xiao Yu and asked. "Your Majesty, I'm Xiao Yu." When facing the emperor, Xiao Yu's face didn't have the coldness from before, and he was reverent and respectful. "Your Majesty, Xiao Yu is my good friend." Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor as he spoke via voice transmission. His actions were undoubtedly because he hoped that the emperor would think more highly of Xiao Yu. This was extremely important to Xiao Yu's future. Xiao Yu was his friend, and he hoped that Xiao Yu would be able to make a name for himself in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The emperor's gaze squinted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and he glanced deeply at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, I'll remember this. I'll properly reward you after the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom ends." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Yu hurriedly responded, his face full of flattery. Unlike Duan Lingtian, although Xiao Yu's martial talent was not bad, it was only limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's future wasn't something that could be restricted by the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the other hand, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Yu was bound to spend his entire life in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the eyes of Xiao Yu, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a supreme existence. Now that such an existence wanted to reward him, it caused him to be pleasantly surprised and terrified at the same time. The Xiao clan disciples are indeed extraordinary. Most importantly, they're young and still have a lot of room for development. They're much stronger than the Su clan and Duan clan disciples. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at Xiao Yu as a cold light flashed within the depths of his eyes, and his face was covered in a hypocritical smile as he spoke slowly. These words were obviously sowing discord. "Envoy, you're mistaken." Right when the expressions of the Su clan and Duan clan's patriarchs went grim, Xiao Yu glanced calmly at the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy. "The Su clan and Duan clan are the same as our Xiao clan. They're both the three great clans of the imperial city, and the experts within their clans are numerous like the clouds. No matter if it's the Su clan or Duan clan, they both have a young genius that I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Moreover, the ages of those two young geniuses aren't older than me." Xiao Yu spoke slowly. "Brother Xiao Yu, your words are a bit too much. Your current age is at most around 25 years old. The Su clan and Duan clan actually have young geniuses that are younger than you and possess strengths that surpass you?" The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy obviously didn't believe it. No matter if envoy believes it or not, that person from the Su clan has already left the imperial city a few years ago to wander the world. Before he left, in terms of strength and natural talent, he far surpassed me. As for that person from the Duan clan, I think Lord Envoy will have the chance to meet him very soon. As Xiao Yu spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, and his gaze imperceptibly glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed who the two people Xiao Yu spoke of were. The Su clan, Su Li. The young sword cultivator that he and Xiao Yu got acquainted with in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp when they were young. Later on, he even entered the Imperial City's Paladin Academy with them and became good friends. But unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Su Li was forced to leave in the end, and there was no news of him until now. But one thing could be sure of was that before Su Li left, in terms of strength and natural talent, he indeed far surpassed Xiao Yu. As for the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed that the person Xiao Yu spoke of was him. The unsightly expression of the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, eased up, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Right, the young geniuses of their Duan clan weren't inferior to the disciples of any other clan. He believed that even those large clans of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not have a young genius that could compare with Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. The corners of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, curled into a bitter smile. He naturally guessed that the young genius of the Su clan that Xiao Yu spoke of was Su Li. However, could Su Li still be considered as a disciple of the Su clan? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then I'll look forward to it. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy glanced indifferently at Xiao Yu, then he looked at the other young man by his side. "Hai, you go experience the ability of this brother Xiao Yu. Remember to show mercy, don't be careless and cripple him." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. This Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy emphasized the word cripple, and his intentions could be seen from this. Yes, Lord Envoy. The Ha-yi that was called out by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy was precisely the young man that bickered with Jianghu earlier. He who had a robust figure took large strides forward with a majestic gait, and he gave others a shapeless feeling of oppression. When he saw Xiao Yu revealing an expression of eagerness, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted slightly, and his spiritual force swept out to envelop Ha-yi. 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed Ha-yi's cultivation. Brother Xiao Yu, I'm extremely happy that you've defeated Jianghu. If it was at any other time, I would surely have a few drinks with you. But now that the Lord Envoy has spoken, I have no choice but to fight you. Ha-yi stood in confrontation with Xiao Yu, and he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth that were set against his dark skin, causing it to be especially conspicuous. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Ha-yi. Since you're so straightforward, then I'm not someone that doesn't know what's good for me. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. As soon as Xiao Yu said this, besides Duan Lingtian, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. They obviously never imagined that Xiao Yu would make such a decision. They were extremely bewildered. A moment ago, Xiao Yu still had an appearance of eagerness. Why did he suddenly change so quickly at this moment? Right when most of the people present reacted to what had happened, Xiao Yu had already returned to the side of the Xiao clan's patriarch. When faced with the question of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yu replied via voice transmission. Patriarch, this Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ha-yi is a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. The Xiao clan's patriarch's face went grim when he heard this. Haha. I was wondering how extraordinary the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Qing Lin was, but I never imagined that he's just someone that fled in the face of battle. The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy sank when he saw Xiao Yu admitting defeat, and he couldn't refrain from ridiculing. I know my limits. A 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. I'm not a match for him. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Ha-yi as he spoke slowly. You. How did you know? Ha-yi's face went grim, and he was slightly moved. He felt that since arriving at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd never fought, so logically speaking, there ought to be no one that knew his true cultivation. Now that it was exposed by Xiao Yu, he was unable to wrap his head around it. The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy sank as he glared at Ha-yi. Then he said via voice transmission. Ha-yi, Gu Lu exposed his cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul stage in advance, and you were present when I taught him a lesson? I repeatedly instructed you not to expose your cultivation before today, and this is how you promised me? Obviously, as far as the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy was concerned, Ha-yi had surely exposed his cultivation in advance, otherwise, it would be impossible for the members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to know Ha-yi's cultivation in advance. Lord Envoy, since arriving at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I've never fought, and never exposed my cultivation. Ha-yi replied via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with grievance. 9th level Origin Core Stage. Xiao Yu's words had already caused everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be greatly shocked, and when they noticed the unsightly expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, they completely confirmed it. Looks like the second person from the Sun Ascent Kingdom to enter the arena is really a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Instantly, the expressions of some disciples from the 3 great clans that were eager to give it a try went grim, and they sat down once again and didn't dare move rashly. What a joke! A 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist was utterly not something they were capable of going against. Now, they felt slightly fortunate. Fortunately, Xiao Yu exposed Ha-yi's cultivation, otherwise, they would surely not have a good end. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm expression. The reason Xiao Yu admitted defeat was entirely because he told Xiao Yu about Ha-yi's specific cultivation via voice transmission earlier. Xiao Yu trusted Duan Lingtian incomparably, and didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words in the slightest, and directly admitted defeat, causing the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy's plan to teach Xiao Yu a lesson to fail. 9th level Origin Core Stage. For a time, the gazes of the members of the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom practically descended onto Nye Fan, who sat at the Divine Might Marquis Estate's seating area in unison. Nye Fan, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. As far as they were concerned, amongst the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom present, Probably only Duan Ling Tian and Nye Fan had the strength to compete with the Sun Ascent Kingdom's Ha-Yi. Subconsciously, they'd taken Duan Ling Tian to be their final trump card. After all, the Sun Ascent Kingdom still had a first-level nascent soul stage young genius that hadn't made a move yet. Before today, they even thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would lose for sure. But at the moment they saw Duan Ling Tian earlier, they seemed to have seen the light of dawn, the light of hope, as far as they were concerned. Chapter 463. Swoosh. Nye Fan's figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Ha-Yi, and stood in confrontation with him. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Divine Might Marquis Estate, Nye Fan. Nye Fan glanced indifferently at Ha-Yi as he spoke slowly. Nye Fan. Ha-Yi hadn't reacted when the gaze of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy squinted. So it's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's Divine Might Marquis is the god of war whose might shakes the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although I'm in the distant Sun Ascent Kingdom, it's like a thunderclap that reverberates in my ears. Now that I've seen the junior marquis today, he's awe-inspiring and has an imposing appearance. As expected, like father like son. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy spoke extremely highly of Nye Fan. As for whether it was true or false, everyone present was more or less able to discern. Sometimes, the higher one was praised, the more one couldn't afford to lose. Otherwise, once one fell, one would be smashed into pieces. Divine Might Marquis, Ba-Er greets you. Subsequently, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy looked at Nye Yuan who sat opposite him, and he nodded with a smile. Envoy, you're too kind. Nye Yuan replied indifferently, and he was obviously slightly dispirited. This caused the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba-Er, to sink slightly, but in next to no time, he bloomed into a smile as his expression changed extremely quickly. This Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is really a smiling tiger. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ba-Er as he thought to himself. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba-Er, seemed to be ordinary, but how acute was Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force? He'd long since discerned that Ba-Er was a half-step void stage martial artist with extraordinary strength. Ha-Yi, this Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nye Fan, is a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist just like you. According to my knowledge, his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. No matter if you're able to defeat him or not, we'll win for sure today. Ba looked at Ha and said via voice transmission. But, if you're able to defeat him, Gulu doesn't have to make a move. In this way, our Sun Ascent Kingdom will obtain a complete victory. When we return, I will definitely ask His Majesty to reward you well. Envoy, don't worry, I'll. Ha replied via voice transmission. Young Marquis, please excuse my rudeness. A cold light suffused Ha-Yi's eyes, and at the instant he looked at Nye Fan, the origin energy between his legs suddenly skyrocketed and raged. In the sky above him, 120 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes were accumulating force and waiting to be deployed. The next moment, whoosh, Ha-Yi moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow shot from a powerful bow. His speed was extremely shocking. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind whistling could be heard, mixed with a series of muffled explosions. Whoosh! Right when Ha-Yi flashed near Nye Fan, his right hand flashed past his waist like a bolt of lightning, and he withdrew the sheathed spirit saber, causing the saber light to flash before vanishing. Wang! The exceedingly swift saber light leaped about with raging origin energy, as if it was all-conquering, and it carried an all-powerful might as it swept towards Nye Fan. Above the void, 22 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 9th level of the origin core stage. An 8th grade spirit saber. This slash contained the strength of 142 ancient mammoths, and everywhere it passed, the airflow in the air would split apart, causing its imposing aura to shoot into the sky like a rainbow. Since Ha-Yi attacked until now, everything had only occurred in the blink of an eye. Many young geniuses from the Crimson Sky Kingdom broke out in cold sweat when they saw Ha-Yi's speed being so swift. This Ha-Yi is really at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Fortunately, I didn't enter the arena, otherwise, I would only be asking for humiliation. I'm afraid only Duan Ling Tian and the junior marquis from our Crimson Sky Kingdom are capable of going against this Ha-Yi. Right when the young geniuses from the Crimson Sky Kingdom were perturbed, Niefan moved. Whoosh! Niefan's movements were swift like the wind, and he dodged to the side. But the Grade 8 spirit saber in Ha Yi's hand seemed as if it had eyes, and it turned and swept towards Niefan like a gangrene attached to the bone, following him like a shadow, causing Niefan to have nowhere to dodge. Humph! A cold snort sounded out, and it was Niefan's eyes that squinted as he withdrew a spirit sword with a raise of his hand. Swish! The sword light flashed out and similarly contained the strength of 142 ancient mammoths, and it collided with the Grade 8 spirit saber in Ha Yi's hand. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of iron colliding, origin energies collided together, and the air froze for a moment. In the next moment, Niefan and Ha Yi were both blasted back at the same time. Both of them retreated 7 steps each. Satisfying. Battle intent rose in Niefan's eyes, as if he'd returned to the days when he fought on the battlefield, and the aura of slaughter on his body shot into the sky with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fight! 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 At this moment, it was as if only Ha Yi remained in the world within Niefan's eyes. Whereas Ha Yi was his enemy. Kill! Suddenly, Niefan shouted out explosively with a heroic spirit that shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Niefan seemed as if he was possessed by a god of war, and his body carried a shocking aura of slaughter as he flashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky, and he seemed to have the bearing of sweeping through everything. This Ha Yi is going to lose. Duan Lingtian casually swept Ha Yi with his gaze, and he thought in his heart. In the distance, Ha Yi had caught his breath with great difficulty when he noticed that Niefan had attacked once again. Instantly, he felt as if there was a terrifying aura of slaughter that swept over from Niefan's body, and it caused a trace of terror to arise from the bottom of his heart. No. We're both 9th level origin core stage martial artists. Why would I need to be afraid of him? Ha Yi gritted his teeth, and the Grade 8 spirit saber in his hand bloomed with origin energy as he intended to intercept Niefan's attack. Right at this moment. Kill! Niefan spoke out once more with a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained the aura of slaughter from the battlefield, and it once again enveloped Ha Yi, causing Ha Yi to be distracted. The origin energy on the Grade 8 spirit saber instantly withered slightly. Swish! OM! The sword and saber fiercely collided together once more, and origin energy roared out like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was different from the evenly matched battle from before. This time, Niefan's battle-intent soared as the hot blood in his body burned and seethed, and he seemed as if he'd returned to the days of slaughter on the battlefield. This sword strike contained many things. On the other hand, Ha Yi's distraction earlier caused the origin energy on the Grade 8 spirit saber in his hand to show signs of collapsing. Now they collided. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out once more. This time, the Grade 8 spirit saber in Ha Yi's hand was directly blasted flying, whereas the spirit sword in Niefan's hand was withdrawn when it blasted the spirit saber flying. Whoosh! But Niefan's fist instead carried along vast origin energy as it fiercely descended onto Ha Yi's chest. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking sounded out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Ah! Ha Yi let out a shrill cry in hindsight as his entire body flew out in a sorry state before fiercely falling onto the ground, and after struggling for a while, he directly fainted. Niefan. Victory. Haha. Good. Instantly, many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom cheered for Niefan. Thank you. Niefan looked at the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, Ba-Er, who was inspecting Ha Yi's injuries, and he was refined and courteous, and his calm expression seemed to be harmless. This caused Ba-Er to be angered to the point of almost spitting blood. This Niefan heavily injured Ha Yi to the point he fainted, yet he actually seemed as if nothing had happened. Damn it! Junior Marquis is worthy of being the son of the Divine Might Marquis. You've already developed such a terrifying aura of slaughter on the battlefield at such a young age. I'm afraid there's very few people below the nascent soul stage that are a match for you. Our Sun Ascent Kingdom wholeheartedly accepts our loss in this battle. After Ba-Er gave Ha Yi a healing medicinal pill, he glanced deeply at Niefan. But if Junior Marquis were to encounter a nascent soul stage martial artist, then this aura of slaughter on the battlefield on you would probably only be a type of gorgeous decoration that would be completely useless. Niefan smiled indifferently and declined to comment. This caused Ba-Er to be even more enraged from embarrassment, and he shouted out in a low voice. Gulu! Along with Ba-Er speaking, the robust young man that sat opposite the Divine Might Marquis estate's seat And his gaze never left Princess Bai Yao from the beginning until the end abruptly returned to his senses. This robust young man was precisely the strongest person in the younger generation of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Gulu. His cultivation was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist around the age of 35 could only be considered to be above average. But in a tiny kingdom, he could be considered to be a genius that was hard to come by. Crackle! Crackle! Gulu's figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that instantly arrived at the battlefield and stood in confrontation with Niefan. He lightly twisted his neck and emitted a wave of clear sounds of bones rubbing against each other. You aren't a match for me. Gulu glanced lazily at Niefan and spoke with slightly waning interest. Along with Gulu clenching his fists tightly, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, and they accumulated force while waiting to attack. First-level nascent soul stage. Although most of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had already heard that one of the 3 young geniuses from the Sun Ascent Kingdom was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, they still couldn't help but be slightly shocked when they really saw it with their own 2 eyes. Meanwhile, the gazes of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom practically descended onto Niefan. They were curious whether Niefan would choose to battle Gulu or choose to admit defeat. If he chose to battle Gulu, there was practically no possibility of winning. The gap between the 9th level of the Origin Core stage and the first level of the Nascent Soul stage was too great. If he were to admit defeat, it would undoubtedly increase the prestige of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, and cause the arrogance of the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom to flourish even more. I admit defeat. In next to no time, Niefan made his decision and shrugged before returning to the Divine Might Marquis Estate seats with an indifferent expression. The people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom weren't surprised when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they still had trump cards on their side, so they didn't feel any sense of loss because of Niefan admitting defeat. Ha 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 ha. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba-Er, laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. Junior Marquis, a wise man submits to circumstances as expected. Your Majesty, in this way, our Sun Ascent Kingdom ought to have won the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of our 2 kingdoms, right? As he finished speaking, Ba-Er's eyes narrowed and his face was filled with a delighted smile, as if the 3 years of taxes of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was already close at hand and within easy reach. Truly boring. Could it be that there isn't a slightly decent young genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Gulu spoke lazily before turning around and intending to return to his seat. Wait. Chapter 464. Divine Might Marquis, what advice do you have? Gulu turned around and looked at Nie Yuan as he asked. Nie Yuan didn't answer Gulu, and instead looked at the young man that sat by his side. Although he didn't know much about this young man, and only knew that this young man was the junior brother of his nephew, Duanling Tian. But since his nephew was so confident in this young man, he still chose to believe him. The young man was precisely Mou. Mou nodded when he saw Nie Yuan looking over. Then he stood up and walked into the arena with large strides to stand opposite of Gulu and face each other. Mou was undoubtedly an unfamiliar face to the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This young man's age looks to be around 23 at most. Why would the Divine Might Marquis allow him to come out at this time? Could it be that his strength is even stronger than the Junior Marquis? This was the sudden thought that arose in the hearts of most of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After all, Mou's age was truly too young. The Emperor sat at the host's seat, and his eyes emitted slight surprise and curiosity as they locked tightly onto Mou. Commander Duan, this young man seems to be someone that follows by your side? Under his curiosity, the Emperor sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. He remembered that when he saw this young man for the first time, this young man followed behind Duanling Tian and seemed to be extremely reverent towards Duanling Tian. Moreover, he knew the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, very well. He knew that if it wasn't for Nie Yuan being confident, he would absolutely not allow this young man to fight. He's my junior brother. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Junior brother? The Emperor was shocked. This young man was called junior brother by Duanling Tian, and his identity was obvious. He was a member of a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Mou. Mou looked calmly at Gulu and nodded indifferently. When Mou came out, Gulu's brows were already knit together, and now that he heard Mou introduce himself, his face sank. Kid, you're not a match for me, stand down. As far as he was concerned, No matter how strong the natural talent of a young man around the age of 23 was, how strong could he be? He, a nascent soul-stage martial artist, battling a young man like this, even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable. MOU, it seems that someone has underestimated you. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. It's Duan Lingtian. Immediately, the gazes of the majority of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's people uniformly fell upon Duan Lingtian, who was sitting beside the emperor. Was this young man brought back by Duan Lingtian? Their hearts jumped. They knew exactly where Duan Lingtian had gone in the past few years. Looks like this young man ought to be a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom sect. The group of people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom couldn't help but guess in their hearts. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's special envoy glanced at Duan Lingtian and frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that this young man was sitting before the emperor and obviously had an extraordinary status, he would have long since retorted. A kid that's still wet behind the ears like this dares to underestimate the strongest amongst the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, Gulu? But in the next moment, the scene before his eyes caused the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy to completely change. Along with Duan Lingtian's voice resounding out, MOU abruptly took a step forward. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, and in the end, it transformed into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. At this moment, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped in the sky above MOU, accumulating force while waiting to attack. When looked at from afar, it seemed to be extremely dazzling, and at the same time, it brought great visual shock to the people present. Nascent. First level of the nascent soul stage. How old is he? His natural talent is even more abnormal than the #1 genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ruffing, from over 20 years ago. Too terrifying. This is the genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? On the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the members of the 3 great clans including the patriarchs were all dumbstruck. They only felt indescribable shock in their hearts. The emperor's face revealed a smile when he saw the scene before him, but a trace of shock couldn't avoid flashing within his eyes. You? The face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's bar flushed red as he looked at MOU and the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above MOU, and it was as if someone was choking him tightly, causing him to be unable to speak for a long time. This young man had given him too great of a shock. I've underestimated you. Gulu sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at MOU with a solemn expression. MOU looked at Gulu with a calm expression, and a 1-meter-long blade appeared in his hand. Ha! Gulu shouted out explosively when he saw this, and his figure flashed out like the wind as he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared in Gulu's hand as well, and origin energy bloomed on the spirit saber to bestow upon him formidable strength. In the sky above Gulu, 56 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was the amplification of a spirit weapon. Grade 7 Spirit Saber. Instantly, the expressions of many people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom went grim as they cried out in surprise. Never had they imagined that not only was the Sun Ascent Kingdom's Gulu a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, he even possessed a Grade 7 Spirit Saber to rely on. Although a Grade 7 Spirit Saber was only a grade higher than a Grade 8 Spirit Saber. But its amplification was an entire 10% more. What sort of concept was 10%? Take a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist as an example, without using a spirit weapon. His strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. An amplification of 10% was equivalent to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, if MOU didn't possess a Grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be pulled apart by Gulu with the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. The divine might Marquis Nye Yuan's face went grim. The scene before him had exceeded his expectations. If he knew earlier that Gulu possessed a Grade 7 spirit saber, he would surely lend the Grade 7 spirit sword he carried with him to MOU. But unfortunately, it was already too late now. At this moment, only the 3 people at the host's table had calm expressions. Duan Lingtian was calm because he knew that the spirit sword in MOU's hand was a Grade 7 spirit weapon as well. The emperor was calm because he saw Duan Lingtian was calm, and he trusted Duan Lingtian. As for Princess Bai Yao, she trusted Duan Lingtian even more blindly. A wisp of complacency couldn't help but appear on the face of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba Er, when he saw the expressions of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's people. Humph. All of you would never have imagined that I would lend my spirit saber to Gulu in advance, right? Subsequently, Ba-Er looked towards the host's table. When he noticed that the three people at the table had calm expressions, his heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl swept out, rising and falling in succession, and it was ear-piercing to the point the eardrums of the people present trembled intensely. Some of the young geniuses with comparatively weaker cultivations from the three great clans had ghastly pale expressions, and they revealed terrified gazes as they looked at the young man that struck out with his sword. They clearly saw that when this young man called Mo made a move, there were actually as many ancient mammoth silhouettes as there were above Gulu in the sky. They were extremely clear about what this meant. Grade 7 Spirit Sword. This Mo actually possessed a Grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Break! The Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Gulu, who'd chosen to gain the initiative by striking first, shouted out explosively, and the origin energy on the Grade 7 spirit saber in his hand instantly skyrocketed. Instantly, the Grade 7 spirit saber in Gulu's hand was completely enveloped by the milky white origin energy that raged and suffused the air, and it instantly transformed into a 3-meter-long enormous saber that slashed down directly towards Mou while carrying along the might of splitting a mountain. It seemed as if it wanted to split Mou into two. 7-star sword technique. Mou's expression remained unchanged when facing Gulu's saber strike that approached menacingly, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted. The Grade 7 spirit sword in Mou's hand shook, and it was like a stroke of genius as it tore through the sky and flashed out, causing numerous ear-piercing and muffled explosions to resound out at practically the exact same moment. In the next moment, swish, 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 swish. The Grade 7 spirit sword in Mou's hand that was coiled with origin energy instantly transformed into 7 material swordlights that flashed out to intercept the enormous saber in Gulu's hand that slashed down. The 7 sword lights were extremely like falling meteors, and they descended bit by bit to smash onto the enormous saber. Bang! When the first sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber dimmed slightly, and the enormous saber shrunk slightly as well. Bang! When the second sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber dimmed once more, and the enormous saber shrunk once more. Bang! Bang! The fourth sword light, the fifth sword light, the sixth sword light, and the seventh sword light fell one after another. Sword strike after sword strike. It was like the surging waves of the sea, wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the last. When the sixth sword light descended, the origin energy on the enormous saber in Gulu's hand had already been completely dispersed, and then the Grade 7 spirit saber in Gulu's hand returned to its true appearance, and it was dim and lusterless. When the seventh sword light descended, the Grade 7 spirit saber in Gulu's hand was blasted flying, and it pierced into the distant wall with a clang. The palm of Gulu's hand that held the saber split open and dripped with blood. At the side of his throat, a Grade 7 spirit sword that followed him like a shadow silently pressed against his throat. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present had descended onto the two people present on the scene. Mou, this unknown young man, was in high spirits, and the Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was pressed against the neck of the strongest young genius in Sun Ascent Kingdom, Gulu. So long as he made a slight movement, Gulu would die for sure. I've lost. Gulu had a dazed expression, and he allowed blood to ceaselessly flow out from the palm of his hand, as if he didn't notice in the slightest. He'd lost. He'd been defeated by a young man around the age of 23. Perhaps, at the moment the young man executed that profound and unfathomable sword skill, his defeat was already destined. In his entire life, it was still the first time he'd seen such a profound sword skill. Finally, the spectators returned to their senses, and for a time, the sound of them drawing cold breaths rose and fell. What a formidable sword skill! That young man's sword skill is so solid that it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Moreover, each of the 7 sword lights is stronger than the previous one. Every sword is like a meteor falling from the sky. It's really shocking. Being able to witness such a profound sword skill in my lifetime, my life wasn't lived in vain. Chapter 465. I truly never imagined that Mou has actually cultivated the minor 7-star sword technique to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was able to discern. In terms of stage, The minor 7-star sword technique Mo you executed earlier was already not inferior to the minor 7-star sword technique the traitor Huang Ji executed during the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The martial competition of the 5 great sects. When he recalled the scene of the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Only 3 of the 5 great sects remained. Moreover, the remaining 3 sects had merged together to form a solid block. Then why did the Origin Convergence sect, Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and Snow Moon sect suddenly choose to merge? Now, when he recalled the scene that occurred at the peak of Dubhe Peak that day, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand. Logically speaking, no matter if it was the Origin Convergence sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, or the Snow Moon sect, each of them were sects that had existed for over 1,000 years, and it was impossible for them to easily abandon the name of their respective sects and choose to merge. There's surely something hidden within. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. So long as I have the ability to annihilate the 3 great sects that have merged together in the future, I'll naturally know the reason. Killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Then he withdrew his thoughts and his gaze once again descended onto Mou as he muttered in his heart. Sect leader, don't worry. I'll assist Mou in rebuilding the 7-star sword sect. Mou is very good, very outstanding. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. This Mou. On the Divine Might Marquis Estate seating area, Nie Yuan and Nie Li glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared since long ago. But when they saw Mou really defeat Gulu with their own 2 eyes, they still couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. This is a person from a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Are all the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom so abnormal? The corners of Nie Yuan and Nie Li's mouths simultaneously curled into bitter smiles, and they felt that they'd lived most of their lives in vain. Seeing Black Jade defeat Gru, Duan Lingtian thought that this farce would be over. In his eyes, the so-called friendship through martial arts between the 2 countries could only be considered as a farce. However, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's special envoy seemed to be unconvinced. Your name is Mou? The Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador Ba looked at Mou with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Mou nodded. Are you from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Ba suddenly took a step forward. The aura of a half-step void stage martial artist swept out and enveloped Mou. His pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Mou, as if he wanted to see if Mou was lying from the changes in his expression. Bar's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Instantly, the expressions of the members of the Crimson Sky Kingdom changed. Envoy Barth, what do you mean? Nie Yuan was the first to be unable to restrain himself, and his face sank as he asked in a low voice. Divine Might Marquis, I only want to know the background of this brother Mou. Since brother Mou is able to possess such accomplishments at such an age, I presume he isn't an ordinary person. But I've been in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many days, yet I've never heard of any rumors related to him. Ba-er's gaze didn't leave Mou as he said with a calm tone. This time, it's a friendship through martial arts between the young geniuses of my Sun Ascent Kingdom and your Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom interfering seems to go against the original intention of the agreement between me and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Mou was only around 23 years old, and his cultivation was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he'd mastered a marvelous sword skill that caused others to sigh with admiration. As far as Ba-er was concerned, if Mou was a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he would surely be famous in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom long ago, and not be unknown like he was today. When Mou appeared earlier, he noticed that most of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom didn't know Mou. Since that time, he'd started to be suspicious. It would be fine if Mou lost at Gru's hands. But now, it was Mou who had won. According to the bet between the young geniuses of the 2 kingdoms, if the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were to win, then the Sun Ascent Kingdom would lose 3 years of taxes to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. 3 years of taxes wasn't a small amount, and he was naturally unwilling to give it to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Moreover, he'd come this time precisely for the sake of winning this bet. Now, he had the chance to overturn the fact that the Crimson Sky Kingdom had won, so he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Shameless. Are all of you members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom such sore losers? Humph. Looks like your Sun Ascent Kingdom intends to go back on your word. The disciples of the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation, and they cursed loudly. Ba Er's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "Everyone, I'm only stating a fact. So long as this brother Mou is a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then my Sun Ascent Kingdom is naturally willing to admit defeat." Ba Er stared fixedly at Mou, and his sharp gaze seemed as if it wanted to see through Mou's heart. "Brother Mou, are you a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Ba Er asked once more. "I'm not." Mou shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm only representing my senior brother. If you feel that I'm not a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and this battle doesn't count, then I have no objections. Of course, in this way, the young geniuses of your Sun Ascent Kingdom will have to compete with my senior brother." "Senior brother?" Mou's words caused Ba Er's face to sink. At the first possible moment, Ba Er looked at Duan Lingtian that sat by the emperor's side. This young man is Duan Lingtian's junior brother? The members of the three great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom came to a sudden understanding when they heard Mou. "You are?" At the same time that Ba Er looked at Duan Lingtian, his imposing aura swept out and pressed down onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ba Er. "Is it fun? Is it fun?" Ba Er was stunned. This young man actually said he was playing? But he discerned that this young man's imposing aura wasn't unusual in the slightest when facing him. Obviously, this young man's cultivation wasn't low. Since your junior brother isn't a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then the battle between him and Gulu earlier doesn't count. What do you think? Ba Er glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before speaking slowly. "If you're unconvinced, then feel free to ask him to battle me." Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent as if he was speaking of a matter of no importance. Ba Er frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian being so confident. In the end, he nodded and looked at Gulu. "Gulu, you battle this young genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Ba Er understood that this was his last chance. Moreover, he didn't really dare believe that this young man that Mou addressed as senior brother would have a cultivation that was stronger than Mou. This young man's age was similar to Mou. Even though Mou addressed him as senior brother, but who knew if this was only out of courtesy and not because the young man's strength was stronger than Mou? So, no matter what, he had to give it a try. "Yes." Gulu nodded and returned to the arena once again, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. "Sir, please come down and provide me with your guidance." With the lesson he learned from the battle with Mou, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent because of his opponent's age. Meanwhile, Mou returned to sit by Nie Yuan's side and looked at Gulu with a mocking gaze. The Emperor, Princess Bai Yao, and the members of the three great clans that sat by Duan Lingtian's side now looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. "Fight." Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Gulu and said indifferently, "If you want me to fight, then we'll have to see if you have the qualifications." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire scene went deathly silent. But the next battle still depends on if the opponent has the qualifications? This, arrogant. Too arrogant. Only this thought remained in their hearts. Duan Lingtian has only left for a few years, yet he's actually become so arrogant? The members of the three great clans were dumbstruck. The Emperor and Princess Bai Yao couldn't help but be stunned as well. The Duan Lingtian in their memories didn't seem to be such a person. At this moment, even Nie Yuan, Mou, and Mou were stunned, as they didn't know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly speak such words. Even though they knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was sufficient to crush Gulu. But he still had to leave the arena, right? Now, Duan Lingtian seemed to have no intention of leaving the arena at all. "Kid, you're too arrogant." The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba and Gulu practically spoke out at the same time, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. They'd seen arrogant people, yet they'd really never seen such an arrogant person. "Then I'm curious, how do you think I have the qualifications to make you leave the arena?" Gulu looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and fierce gaze. Right at the instant Gulu spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes had already squinted, and two dim lights that were like two balls of nether flames blazed up. At the instant Gulu finished speaking. "Kneel!" Duan Lingtian's cold shout sounded out. An ear-piercing voice spread throughout the entire imperial garden, and it shook the eardrums of everyone present to the point of trembling intensely. The people present hadn't even recovered from their shock when they saw a scene that was unforgettable in their entire lives. Gulu, who was originally arrogant and haughty, knelt on the ground with a bang, and his body shivered as he muttered, "No, don't. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Gulu's voice was filled with extreme terror, and it caused one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. It was as if he'd encountered something extremely terrifying. This? Besides Duan Lingtian and Gulu, who sat by the side of the emperor with calm expressions, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Why did Gulu kneel when Duan Lingtian asked him to? Moreover, Gulu seemed to be extremely terrified when facing Duan Lingtian. No one knew what had happened. All of this had occurred too suddenly. Gulu, Gulu. The expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, Ba-er, went grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Gulu's ears with the intention of waking Gulu up. Chapter 466. Gulu, Gulu. Ba-er sent a voice transmission into Gulu's ears, and when he noticed Gulu didn't move, he hurriedly shouted out with a grim voice. But no matter how he shouted, Gulu still didn't have the slightest reaction. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of light breeze blew past the imperial garden, and the light breeze that was supposed to make one feel cool instead seemed to have transformed into gusts of cold wind at this moment. In the imperial garden, besides Gulu's muttering begging for mercy, only Ba-er's ceaselessly shouting out in shock could be heard. You! What exactly did you do to him? Ba-er's gaze moved from Gulu to Duan Lingtian as he shouted out. Ba-er's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within. At this moment, if he still didn't know that it was the young man that sat by the emperor's side that was playing tricks, then he'd have lived for so many years in vain. But this young man's ability caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Sitting on the spot without moving in the slightest, and only a grim shout caused Gulu to kneel on the ground as if he'd been possessed, and he shivered as he ceaselessly begged for mercy. What ability is this? Demonic technique. Instantly, this thought appeared in the minds of everyone present at almost the exact same time. Once this thought appeared, it took root and sprouted, and it was difficult to get rid of. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques? The scene before him had similarly exceeded Mou's expectations. Meanwhile, Mou couldn't help but recall the scenes he saw on the life and death arena at the peak of Dubhe Peak a few days ago. The 2-year agreement between senior brother Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master suddenly went mad, and he could only be forced to lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian. At that time, most of the members of the 7-Star Sword sect including Mou thought that Zither Young Master had really gone mad and lost his mind, and that was why he lost to Duan Lingtian. But now, Mou didn't think like this. He recalled the scene from that day. When Zither Young Master left, he repeatedly said that senior brother Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. No, perhaps it's only a method that's difficult for us to understand. Mou's heart trembled as she looked at Duan Lingtian with reverence. Apart from Princess Bai Yao, the remaining people, including the emperor and Nye Yuan and his son, felt their blood run cold when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The scene before his eyes was too bizarre. Now, do you still think I'm crazy? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Ba-er calmly. Now, do you still think I'm crazy? When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of everyone present, they couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to Gru. If you want me to step down, then we'll have to see if you're qualified. At that time, the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they heard those words was, crazy. Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. At that time, no one thought that Duan Lingtian could defeat Gru without entering the arena. However, at that moment, the crowd came to a sudden realization. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian wasn't arrogant, but really had the ability. The facts proved that Gru indeed didn't have the qualifications to make Duan Lingtian step down. Bar couldn't help but be infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian, yet he had no way to refute. Coldness silently arose in his heart. Who exactly are you? Bar took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Are you really from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? What? Do you want to suspect if I'm from the Crimson Sky Kingdom like you suspected my junior brother earlier? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, and his eyes revealed a wisp of disdain. He'd always looked down upon people that couldn't afford to lose. Ambassador of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, you wouldn't be a sore loser, right? You actually dare suspect if he's from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Perhaps you don't have any impression of the name Duan Lingtian, but you ought to have heard of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guards commander Duan a few years ago, right? You ought to have heard of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's genius student who planned strategies and captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier, right? You ought to have heard of the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion in our Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, right? In the Shao clan's seating area, Xiao Sun looked at Bar with a face of disdain as he spoke sarcastically. Early on when Xiao Sun hadn't finished speaking, the expression of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, Bar, had already gone pale. As soon as Xiao Sun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost. You're the monster that was widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, Duan Lingtian? No wonder I felt your name was slightly familiar when I heard them call out to you before the friendly martial competition began today. It's actually you, you've actually returned. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Imperial Garden with the Emperor, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had once called out his name. So, Bar had an impression of him. Presently, Bar's extremely unsightly expression undoubtedly indicated that Bar had once heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew of the matter of Duan Lingtian leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago. I never imagined that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador would know of me. I'm truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Bar with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Bar had a mournful expression. He knew clearly in his heart that he'd failed. The Sun Ascent Kingdom had failed. This plan that could be said to be perfect planned by their Sun Ascent Kingdom's emperor had completely failed because of the appearance of Duan Lingtian, an element outside the plan. A crushing defeat. Your Majesty Crimson Sky, our Sun Ascent Kingdom is willing to admit defeat. I'll return right now and ask my emperor to send over the 3 years of taxes of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Bar took a deep breath and bowed to the emperor before intending to leave. But Gulu knelt there without moving, and it caused him to have a headache. He gritted his teeth and didn't put down his pride to beg Duan Lingtian to stop in the end. He raised his hand and knocked Gulu unconscious, then carried the unconscious Gulu and Ha-yi before leaving in a sorry state with Jianghu. Ha 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 ha. Most of the people on the Crimson Sky Kingdom side, including the Emperor, couldn't help but laugh as they looked at Bar and Jianghu's sorry figures. They laughed wantonly, and they laughed to the point of being elated. After a short moment, the Emperor returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Commander Duan, how did you do it earlier? How did I do it? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard the Emperor, and he recalled the scene from before. Earlier when the Sun Ascent Kingdom's young genius, Gulu, spoke out to provoke him, he'd utilized his spiritual force to fuse with his soul brand and execute the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. Once 1,000 Illusions was executed, not to mention a mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Even a first-level void-prying stage martial artist that wasn't an inscription master was unable to guard against it. Of course, if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, then because of the strength of the soul, even if Duan Lingtian executed the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like Gulu. Gulu was only a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and before Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, his spiritual force was like the difference between a child and an adult. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force crushed his spiritual force in all directions, and Duan Lingtian could wantonly trample on him. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had precisely utilized the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, to construct an extremely terrifying illusory space that enveloped Gulu. Within that illusory space, Gulu wasn't able to persist for a short moment before his mind completely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't only the Emperor. The gazes of everyone present had descended onto him in unison. Obviously, they were extremely curious. I don't know how to explain that ability as well. All of you can just take it as a demonic technique. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke slowly. When they saw that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say any more, the people present didn't ask any further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they got to the bottom of it, it would only cause them to feel disgusted. Alas! Big Brother Lingtian, when will my spiritual force be able to break through to the Void Initiation stage? If my spiritual force is able to break through to the Void Initiation stage, then I'll be able to awaken my soul brand and comprehend soul skills. Hee. At that time, I want to go scare people as well. The little gold mouse's innocent voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Scare people? But when this innocent voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused him to be unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine. This little gold mouse wasn't a good person to begin with. If it was allowed to awaken its spiritual brand and comprehend a soul skill, wouldn't its tail be raised to the heavens? I'm happy today, so I'll set up a banquet at noon to welcome Commander Duan and his junior brother. Divine Might Marquis and everyone else. All of you stay behind and welcome Commander Duan and his junior brother. The Emperor had a brilliant smile on his face as he spoke to everyone. Yes, Your Majesty. No one would refuse the Emperor's invitation. Subsequently, the Emperor ordered the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace to prepare. After the welcome banquet, Duan Lingtian and Mou became the absolute center of attention. Especially the patriarchs of the three great clans, they even beat around the bush and asked Mou if he was married, causing Mou to flush red and be unable to answer. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mou could only seek help from Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to take care of himself, so how could he help Mou? Instead, he pushed Mou into a pit of fire. Mou, I think the three patriarchs are right. You're not young anymore, even if you don't get married, it's good to get married. Right. The patriarchs of the three great clans hurriedly agreed, and the gazes they shot at Mou were simply like wolves that had seen a little lamb. Mou could only say in his heart when he saw this, I made friends carelessly. Commander Duan, accompany Bai Yao for a walk. The Emperor looked at Princess Bai Yao, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. During these past few years, he'd wanted to find a marriage for this daughter of his many times, but this daughter of his only thought of Duan Lingtian every day. This caused him, the imperial father, to feel helpless. Chapter 467. As he walked side by side with Princess Bai Yao in the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian intentionally revealed his thoughts of not wanting Princess Bai Yao to wait for him for her entire life. Unexpectedly, Princess Bai Yao's attitude was actually exactly the same as Xiao Lan's. She had an attitude of not marrying anyone but him, and would rather wait for him for her entire life. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Could it be that I've really brought my charm from my previous life to this life? Duan Lingtian secretly flattered himself. In his previous life, as the king of mercenaries on earth, there was never a lack of outstanding women by his side. There were some that wanted to marry him, some that wanted to bear his children, some that were willing to give up everything for him. Looks like sometimes, having too much charm isn't a good thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and sighed in his heart. Never mind. Leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian sighed rather helplessly when faced with Princess Bai Yao's resoluteness. What ability did he possess to actually make so many outstanding women willingly be bound by him for their entire lives, and not ask for any status or reward? After the welcoming banquet ended, Duan Lingtian and Mou once again sat on the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage and left the imperial palace with Nie Yuan and Nie Fun. Little Tian, the ability you executed today really shocked me. But this is good as well. If you were to display the strength of a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist before the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy, I wonder how terrified he would be. Nie Fun looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that he sighed with emotion, his gaze was extremely complicated. When he first met Duan Lingtian was only an 18-year-old youth. Compared to him, Duan Lingtian was much inferior. Now that 5 years had passed, Duan Lingtian had already surpassed him in all aspects, and had become an existence that he could only look up to. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at the nearby Nie Yuan. Uncle Nie, you're extremely curious about the ability I executed earlier? All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to notice Nie Yuan hesitating to speak, and he vaguely guessed Nie Yuan's thoughts. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Uncle Nie was just scared by you for a moment. Nie Yuan shook his head and smiled. He had no intention of forcing Duan Lingtian to speak. Actually, it's not a secret. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and for a moment, it drew the attention of Mou and Nie Fun. Obviously, Mou and Nie Fun were extremely interested in the ability Duan Lingtian utilized against the young genius from the Sun Ascent Kingdom, Gulu. Especially Mou. At that time, he'd once seen Duan Lingtian use this method to subdue Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, and his cultivation had already stepped into the half-step void stage. However, even so, in the face of Duan Lingtian's unpredictable methods, he still could not escape the fate of a crushing defeat. Uncle Nye, how much do you know about souls? How much do you know about spiritual power? Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan and asked. Nye Yuan pondered for a short moment before continuing. The soul is the foundation of a person, and it's also where one's consciousness resides. As for spiritual power, I only know that it's closely related to inscription masters. Inscription masters precisely use spiritual power to combine with various special materials to inscribe inscriptions. Whereas spiritual power is also called the energy of the soul, and it comes from the soul. Nye Yuan said to Duan Lingtian. I only know this. Uncle Nye, you're right. This is the concept of the soul and spiritual power. But, in Cloud Continent, there are some formidable human martial artists that are able to rely on spiritual power to attack. They stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, and they're called Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Emperor Wu. Nye Yuan was slightly moved when he heard Duan Lingtian, whereas Nye Fan and Mou instead had bewildered expressions. Obviously, they'd never heard of any Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu really exists? Nye Yuan's breathing became hurried. Of course they exist. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a trace of yearning. Although there aren't many Emperor Wu experts in Cloud Continent, there aren't many. Every single one of them is an existence that stands at the peak of Cloud Continent, and they can summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Their martial strength is extraordinary, and it shakes the heavens and shakes the earth. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt his blood boil, and even he was slightly excited. After all, he'd fused with the memories of a formidable Emperor Wu. Samsara Emperor Wu, the Emperor Wu expert that once stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Father, what are you talking about with little Tian? What Emperor Wu? Nye Fan frowned and asked. Mou looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He similarly didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Nye Yuan. Emperor Wu? What's that? Let little Tian tell you. Nye Yuan shook his head. Nye Yuan shook his head and sighed. He suddenly felt that his current knowledge seemed to be far inferior to this nephew of his. Big brother Nye, Emperor Wu is an existence that surpasses martial monarchs. Whereas a martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Under Duan Lingtian's narration, Nye Fan finally had a certain level of understanding towards the peak level of cultivation in Cloud Continent. I've heard of martial monarchs. But it's the first time I've heard of Emperor Wu. I never imagined that there's an existence that surpasses martial monarchs in Cloud Continent. Nye Fan couldn't help but be moved. Mou had a face full of shock as well. Emperor Wu expert. What sort of heaven-defying existence was that? It was difficult to imagine. Little Tian, you said earlier that human martial artists are only able to execute spiritual force attacks after attaining Emperor Wu. Then what was the ability you executed earlier? Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked the crux of the matter. What I executed earlier wasn't a spiritual force attack, and could only be considered to be a type of spiritual force interference technique. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of everything related to the soul brand, including the fact that soul brands usually only appeared on some demon beasts and how he obtained the soul brand that day. He spoke of everything without concealing anything. Your luck is simply heaven-defying. That's a soul brand left behind by an inscription master from the foreign lands. You were actually able to encounter it. Nye Fan had an expression of envy and jealousy. Something left behind by an inscription master from the foreign lands, and an existence at the void interpretation stage at that, was actually obtained by Duan Lingtian. This luck was probably capable of causing anyone to be envious. Nye Yuan and Mou looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated gazes, and they had the same thoughts as Nye Fan, feeling that Duan Lingtian's luck was heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian recalled what happened when he obtained the soul brand left behind by that inscription master, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At that time, I'd already left that abode. Later on, it was because Elder Kong was interested in that abode that I brought him back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have missed it. When he recalled that soul brand that almost brushed past him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If he didn't have that soul brand, then he wouldn't be able to master the soul skill, Thousand Illusions. If he wasn't able to master the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, then it would be impossible for him to obtain victory in the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master. Presently, the Soul Skill 1000 Illusions had already become one of Duan Lingtian's great trump cards, a trump card with shocking might. In next to no time, the carriage returned to the Divine Might Marquis estate. After Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nye Yuan and Nye Fan, he brought Mou along to stroll around the inner city. After strolling around for a while, he returned to the courtyard house. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of the house, and he either cultivated or accompanied his mother. His days were passed comfortably. 1 month later. Within a spacious room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, and the origin energy within his body ceaselessly pulsated, circulating according to the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wyrm form. At this moment, the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body had already risen to a critical point. I hope I'll succeed this time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into tempestuous waves that fiercely collided with the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Bang! The bottleneck loosened, yet it wasn't blasted open, and it was obviously still slightly lacking. I'll charge through it in one go. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that once he charged through this bottleneck, his cultivation would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, obtaining a qualitative leap. Bang! Bang! Over and over again, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't know exhaustion in the slightest, and nascent nurturing pills were stuffed into his mouth one after another as if they were free. Soon! After continuing for an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat, and his spirit was dispirited. But he still tensed his teeth and stubbornly persisted. He knew clearly in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, then his previous efforts would be wasted, and he wasn't willing to let his previous efforts go down the drain. Bang! Finally, hard work paid off. Under Duan Lingtian's tireless hard work, he finally successfully charged through the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and completed his breakthrough. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. I've finally broken through. After completing his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with an incomparably dazzling light that was bright like an array of stars. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists, and origin energy jumped about on his fists. In an instant, 1,0,011 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Whoosh! After a short moment, Duan Lingtian flipped his palm and a ball of condensed flames ignited on his palm. Pill fire. Presently, the pill fire ignited on Duan Lingtian's hand was simply like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the past. In the past, his pill fire was green in color. Now, his pill fire was azure in color. If there were other alchemists here, they would surely be indescribably shocked when they saw the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand. A grade 5 pill fire appearing in the hands of a 23-year-old young man was something that was practically impossible to happen. A 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist. Amongst all the alchemists in Cloud Continent, there probably wasn't such a monstrous existence. Grade 5 alchemist. Duan Lingtian looked at the pill fire in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Along with a thought in his heart, the pill fire in his palm changed, becoming raging and flamboyant, and it was a completely different extreme from the pill fire from before. Presently, the flame was still azure in color, but its characteristics were completely different. Grade 5 weapon fire. I can finally refine a grade 5 spirit weapon. Chapter 468. A 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist and grade 5 weapons craftsman. Once news of this spread out, one could imagine that there would surely be many alchemists and weapons craftsmen that would be ashamed to the point of wanting to bang their heads against a wall and commit suicide. However, all of this was nothing to Duan Lingtian. To him, so long as his cultivation was sufficient and his origin energy satisfied the conditions, he would be able to condense a pill flame and weapon flame to the limit. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 1st level of the void prying stage, my pill flame and weapon flame can advance once more to the 4th level. At that time, I'll be a grade 4 alchemist and a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with confidence. Unfortunately, it's more difficult to advance my pill flame and weapon flame later on. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of the pill flame and weapon flame above the 3rd grade. Grade 4 Pill Flame and Weapon Flame could be condensed with origin energy at the first level of the void prying stage or above. Grade 3 Pill Flame and Weapon Flame, however, required origin energy at the first level of the void initiation stage or above to condense. Grade 2 Pill Flame and Weapon Flame instead required origin energy at the first level of the void interpretation stage or above to condense. Grade 1 Pill Flame and Weapon Flame corresponded to origin energy at the first level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wants to become a Grade 1 alchemist or a Grade 1 weapons craftsman, besides requiring extremely strong natural talent in alchemy and weapons crafting, one's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high as well. After all, if one's cultivation isn't able to break through to the void transformation stage, then it's utterly impossible to condense a Grade 1 Pill Flame and Weapon Flame with origin energy. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart as he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. In Cloud Continent, the reason Grade 1 alchemists and Grade 1 weapons craftsmen were rare was because very few people were able to obtain such high accomplishments in two fields at the same time. In the entire Cloud Continent, those that were able to become Grade 1 alchemists and Grade 1 weapons craftsmen were all figures that were favored by the heavens. I'm already a Grade 5 alchemist now, and I'm completely capable of refining the Void Advancement Pill myself. But the main material to refine the Void Advancement Pill is a problem. Duan Lingtian's thoughts revolved as he thought of the Void Advancement Pill. A Void Advancement Pill was a Grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly break through to the Void prying stage. However, the side effects were also great. A martial artist that consumed a Void Advancement Pill to break through to the Void prying stage would never be able to break through to the Void initiation stage in his entire lifetime. A person that consumes a Void Advancement Pill to break through to the Void prying stage is equivalent to cutting off the opportunity to comprehend concept. Unable to comprehend concept means unable to break through to the Void initiation stage. The Void Shattering Pill, to a certain extent, is a pill that goes against the heavens and changes one's fate. Once consumed, one has to pay an extremely high price. Now, Duan Lingtian thoroughly understood the Void Shattering Pill by following the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This Void Shattering Pill's main ingredient can be replaced with Little Devil Wine? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out some things from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Earlier, I was still thinking. It's probably difficult to find the main ingredient for the Void Advancement Pill in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I never imagined that Samsara Emperor Wu would help me solve it. After withdrawing his thoughts, Duan Lingtian withdrew the other materials required to refine the Void Advancement Pill. Besides the main ingredient, the other materials were extremely ordinary, and Duan Lingtian just happened to have them in his possession. When Duan Lingtian took out the cauldron, he couldn't help but be stunned. He'd noticed an extremely important problem. A Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron was required to refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill. Fortunately, the materials required to refine a Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron were in the collection of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. After the Emperor knew that Duan Lingtian needed it, he generously bestowed it to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian refined the first Grade 5 spirit weapon in his lifetime, a cauldron. Relying on the Grade 5 spirit weapon cauldron, a pile of medicinal materials, and Little Devil Wine, Duan Lingtian successfully refined 3 Void Advancement Pills. One of them was given to the Emperor by Duan Lingtian. Your Majesty, Duan Lingtian is extremely grateful to you for taking care of me all this time. This Void Breaker Pill can be considered as a small token of my appreciation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The Emperor looked at the medicinal pill in his hand that flowed with light and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Void Advancement Pill? This is the Void Advancement Pill? Although he was the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Void Advancement Pill was similarly in existence that was out of his reach. Now it was held in his hand. Commander Duan, I really don't know how to thank you. The Emperor let out a long sigh, and his gaze was complicated. Although he'd helped Duan Lingtian quite a bit, as far as he was concerned, those things were utterly not worth mentioning when compared to the Void Advancement Pill. After all, a Void Advancement Pill was equivalent to a Void Prying Stage martial artist. There were many half-step Void Stage martial artists in the Imperial Palace, but besides him, there wasn't a single Void Prying Stage martial artist. Now that he had this Void Advancement Pill, it also meant that another Void Prying Stage martial artist would be born in the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian giving him the Void Advancement Pill was practically equivalent to giving him a Void Prying Stage martial artist. Your Majesty, you're too courteous.
I entered the imperial palace this time precisely for the sake of giving this void advancement pill to your majesty.
Now that the medicinal pill has been delivered, I ought to leave as well. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to the emperor before leaving the throne room and the imperial palace. After leaving the imperial palace, Duan Ling Tian went to the Duan clan estate. He'd returned for over a month, and it was still the first time he'd returned to the Duan clan. When the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, heard that Duan Ling Tian had arrived, he personally welcomed Duan Ling Tian in. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian met the Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen.
The old man was in high spirits, and his elegant bearing wasn't inferior to before.
Kid, the patriarch has already told me about what happened in the imperial palace a month ago. I truly never imagined that you would have such great ability now. Right, you've gone to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but I wonder which sect you've joined? Duan Zhen looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his muddy eyes flashed with a trace of a sheen of anticipation. Grand Elder, wanting to know which sect I've joined is fake, and wanting to know if I've obtained a void advancement pill for the clan is the real reason, right? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he went straight to the point. This caused Duan Zhen to be extremely embarrassed. Grand Elder, I've fortunately accomplished my mission. When he saw that the time was about right, Duan Ling Tian withdrew one of the 2 remaining void advancement pills in his hand and passed it to Duan Zhen. This is the void advancement pill? Duan Zhen received the medicinal pill that had flowing lights revolving around it from Duan Ling Tian's hand, and he stared fixedly at it, his eyeballs almost popping out, and his face was filled with excitement. The nearby Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, the 4th master, Duan Ruhong, and all the other Duan clan elders stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Duan Zhen's hand. Void advancement pill. This is the void advancement pill? What? Grand Elder, are you worried that I'll deceive you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Grand Elder, the purity of this void advancement pill far surpasses ordinary void advancement pills. Once a martial artist that has been at the half-step void stage for many years consumes it, there's an over 90% chance of instantly breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian's aged body shook when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he revealed a shocked expression. Is this true? Although he'd never seen a void advancement pill, he'd heard of it. But it was still the first time he'd heard of such an abnormal void advancement pill. If Grand Elder doesn't believe me, you can try consuming it. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Haha. All right. Under the gazes of all the Duan clan higher-ups, Duan Zhen consumed the void advancement pill and closed his eyes. After a short moment. Whoosh. It was as if a gust of wind swept out in all directions with Duan Zhen at the center, blowing the clothes of Duan Ling Tian and all the Duan clan higher-ups to flutter in the wind. Meanwhile, everyone could feel that the aura on Duan Zhen's body had changed, becoming even steadier and even more unfathomable. Grand Elder. You. Duan Ruhua stared blankly at Duan Zhen with a face full of nervousness and anticipation. The other Duan clan higher-ups stared fixedly at Duan Zhen as well. Only Duan Ling Tian sat at the side with his legs crossed as he held a teacup and drank tea. He was calm and composed, as if he wasn't anxious in the slightest. Ha 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 ha. In next to no time, Duan Zhen's hearty laughter sounded out, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook some of the small decorations in the audience hall to the point of ceaselessly swaying, causing all the Duan clan higher-ups present to be dumbstruck. They could clearly feel the aura that swept out from Duan Zhen's body at the same time he laughed loudly. That was an aura that surpassed the half-step void stage. Void prying stage. Grand Elder has really broken through to the void prying stage. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Instantly, all the Duan clan higher-ups from Patriarch Duan Ruhua congratulated Duan Zhen one after another. Thank you, little fellow. Duan Zhen paid no attention to Duan Ruffing and the others. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian who sat with his legs crossed and drank tea at the side, and lightly bowed. Duan Ling Tian was originally leisurely drinking tea, but when he saw Duan Zhen turn around to look at him and even bow to thank him, he was frightened to the point that he hurriedly jumped away. Grand Elder, why are you doing this? If my mother knew that I received a bow from you, wouldn't she scold me to death? Grand Elder, you can't harm me. Duan Zhen was first stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, then he couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, today's matter won't enter your mother's ears. If anyone dares to speak out of turn, I'll pull out their tongue. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Zhen's gaze flashed past all the Duan clan higher-ups. Even Patriarch Duan Ruhua wasn't let off. This caused all the Duan clan higher-ups to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, in next to no time, the gazes of these Duan clan higher-ups descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. Don't look at me. I only have the void-cleaving pellet that the Great Elder took. It was that void-cleaving pellet that I begged my master for many years. He was really impatient, so he went to ask a 5th-grade alchemist to refine it. How could Duan Lingtian not know what they were thinking when he saw the burning gazes of the Duan clan higher-ups, and he shrugged as he spread out his hands. This caused everyone to feel a wave of disappointment. Grand Elder, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian put down his teacup and smiled to Duan Zhen. Little fellow, the Duan clan will always remember what you've done for the Duan clan. The Duan clan has let you and your mother down for what happened that year. From today onwards, the Duan clan will spare no effort to repay you double what we owe you all these years. Duan Zhen spoke with a serious expression. Chapter 469. I wish all my brothers and sisters a happy new year. Grand Elder, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian didn't take Duan Zhen's heartfelt words seriously. He'd utterly never thought of asking the Duan clan to repay him and his mother. He gave the Duan clan a void advancement pill today only for the sake of the agreement he made with the Duan clan that day, and it was only a dispute of interests. He was only fulfilling his promise from that day. The Duan clan was cold and indifferent. He'd seen through it long ago. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and gave the last void advancement pill in his possession to Nye Yuan. Little Tian, what's this? Nye Yuan looked at the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian passed over with a puzzled expression as he asked curiously. The medicinal pill flowed with a flowing light, and it was obvious with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. Uncle Nye, this is a void advancement pill. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Nye Yuan was instantly stunned when he heard this, then he said with an excited expression, This? Little Tian, where did you get this void advancement pill? If I said I refined it myself, would you believe me, Uncle Nye? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he asked. Nye Yuan's excited expression was instantly dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, this void advancement pill was refined by you yourself? This is a grade 5 medicinal pill. Only a grade 5 alchemist is capable of refining a grade 5 medicinal pill. As Nye Yuan finished speaking, his tone had traces of trembling mixed within. Even though he'd been shocked by Duan Lingtian quite a bit in the past. But now, he still didn't dare believe it. Grade 5 alchemist. Up until now, not even a grade 5 alchemist had appeared in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guildmaster, an existence that came from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was only a grade 6 alchemist. Hiss. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Nye Yuan's thoughts when he saw Nye Yuan's expression, and he lightly smiled. With a flip of his palm, a strand of azure-colored flames burned out from the center of his palm. Grade 5. Grade 5 pill fire. Although Nye Yuan had never seen a rank 5 alchemist before, he had never seen a rank 5 alchemy fire before. However, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would still have seen a pig run. He had once read about the pill fire in an ancient book. As far as he knew, a grade 5 pill fire was cyan in color. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Nye Yuan was stunned for a long time before returning to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a freak. Little Tian. No wonder that kid Niefan said you're a freak amongst freaks. A freak amongst freaks. Now it would seem that what he said wasn't completely unreasonable. Duan Lingtian never would have thought that Nye Yuan would squeeze out such a sentence after holding it in for a long time, and he was instantly speechless. A 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist. If news of this were to spread out, not to mention our Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire, and even the Darkhan Dynasty would probably be shocked. Nye Yuan shook his head and sighed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Darkhan Dynasty? Not to mention the Darkhan Dynasty, even in the entire foreign lands, it was very unlikely for a 23-year-old grade 5 alchemist to appear. At least, The Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered countless grade 5 alchemists. But the youngest one was already over 30 years old. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, that 30-year-old grade 5 alchemist had already become a grade 2 alchemist before he relied on the 3 lives rebirth technique to undergo his second lifetime of rebirth. The natural talent of that alchemist could be imagined. Supposedly, a grade 5 pill fire requires the origin energy of a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist or above to condense it. Little Tian, could it be that you? Nye Yuan looked at Duanling Tian as if he wanted to confirm something. Uncle Nye, your guess is correct. I've already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to Nye Yuan as he spoke. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Nye Yuan's mood that had calmed down was once again in turmoil after he obtained Duanling Tian's confirmation. If your father was still alive and knew that he had such a promising son like you, he'd probably be able to wake up from his sleep with a smile. Nye Yuan took a deep breath before sighing. Duanling Tian's brows raised. That deadbeat father of his? When he left the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duanling Tian had a heavy load on his mind, and he directly went to look for Li Ro after he returned to the courtyard house. Mother, do you know where father went all those years ago? Duanling Tian asked bluntly. Tian, why are you suddenly asking this? Li Ro was slightly bewildered. I want to go there and take a look. Perhaps I'll be able to confirm if father is still alive. Duanling Tian spoke with a serious expression. No. Li Ro's face went grim as she directly rejected Duanling Tian's idea. You can't go there. Absolutely not. At this moment, Li Ro's expression was serious and incomparably resolute. The more Li Ro was like this, the more curious Duanling Tian was in his heart. Mother, exactly what sort of place is that? Tian, no matter what, you can't go to that place. Mother has already lost your father, I can't lose you as well. Li Ro spoke seriously. Mother, what are you talking about? You won't lose me. Duanling Tian shook his head and felt that his mother was worrying too much. Mother, when father went to that place that day, his cultivation had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage not long ago. Now, my strength isn't inferior to father from all those years ago, and I won't be in danger. No. Li Ro was unprecedentedly stubborn. Tian, mother knows that you want to find your father. But how could mother not want to as well? It was just that that place was really too strange. That year, after your father went missing, for the sake of finding him, the Duan clan sent out a half-step void stage ancestor to personally head to that place. But later on, even someone as strong as that ancestor completely vanished without a trace, as if he'd completely evaporated into thin air. As she finished speaking, Li Ro's eyes revealed a wisp of terror. Even a half-step void stage existence that entered that place didn't return? At this moment, Duanling Tian's heart itched even more unbearably. Of course, he'd realized that place wasn't simple. A place that's able to make a half-step void stage expert not return. Exactly what sort of place is it? Mother, I know. I never imagined that place would be so terrifying. Don't worry, I won't go. Duanling Tian pretended to have a lingering fear as he spoke. Li Ro's face finally revealed a smile once again, but Duanling Tian was instead able to perceive that this smile was forced. Looks like mother is thinking of that deadbeat father of mine again. Duanling Tian sighed in his heart. I'll go find out where that place is in the next few days. After that, I'll stay at home for a period of time before leaving. Otherwise, I'll surely arouse mother's suspicion. Duanling Tian thought in his heart and made a decision. He promised his mother earlier that he wouldn't go to that place, and it was only an expedient measure. He didn't want his mother to be worried. No matter what, he was going to that place for sure. With little gold here, I don't believe that within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there's a place that I, Duanling Tian, can't enter. A wisp of a bright light flashed within the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes. Little Gold, a third-level void-prying stage demon beast that had even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be considered to be a top-rate existence. The next day, Duanling Tian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and looked for Nye Yuan. Uncle Nye, do you know where my father went missing all those years ago? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Nie Yuan's face went grim. Little Tian, you absolutely can't go to that place.
Uncle Nie, I'm only curious and don't plan on going.
Duan Lingtian was speechless, as he never imagined that Nie Yuan's reaction would be as intense as his mother's. Of course, he knew that Nie Yuan was concerned about him and didn't have any other intentions. Nie Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's good that you don't plan on going. Even if a void-prying stage martial artist enters that place, they might not be able to come out alive.
All those years ago, a Duan clan expert that had half a foot into the void-prying stage entered that place, and just like your father, he vanished without a trace and vanished from the face of the earth.
Duan Lingtian nodded, as he found out about this from his mother yesterday. Before long, under Nie Yuan's narration, Duan Lingtian found out about the place his deadbeat father went missing all those years ago. That place was a swamp. It was called the Swamp of Death by the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Supposedly, fierce beasts were everywhere in the Swamp of Death, and there were even many formidable demon beasts in the depths of the Swamp of Death. However, the most terrifying thing in the Swamp of Death wasn't these beasts, but the swamp. If a person didn't step on the swamp when entering the Swamp of Death, the person would be utterly unable to notice the existence of the swamp. Many martial artists that entered the Swamp of Death didn't even have the time to go deep before falling into the swamp and becoming nutrients for the earth within the Swamp of Death.
The Swamp of Death.
Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and were filled with yearning. Perhaps to other martial artists, the Swamp of Death is an elusive hell. But under my spiritual force, it's a flat ground that has nowhere to hide. Even if the swamp is invisible to the naked eye, I can still use my spiritual force to sense it. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. In the following 10 days, Duan Lingtian accompanied by the side of his mother, Li Ro. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Li Ro before leaving the imperial city. He didn't bring along Black Jade when he left the imperial city this time, and only brought along the little gold mouse. In front of Li Ro, he said that he was returning to Aurora City to visit an old friend. Li Ro didn't doubt him. The Swamp of Death was located in the Fair Sun County at the east of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and it wasn't far from the imperial city. With the speed of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian only spent an hour to arrive in the sky above the Fair Sun County's county city. The Swamp of Death was precisely located in the area north of the Fair Sun County's county city. Fair Sun County? It seems slightly familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. As he sat on the back of the little gold mouse and looked down at the Fair Sun County city below, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He could be sure that he'd never come to Fair Sun County in the past, and this was the first time he'd come here. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Little Gold, go over there. Duan Lingtian pointed towards the north as he spoke to the little gold mouse that had grown larger. Squeak, squeak. Chapter 470.
This is the Swamp of Death?
The little gold mouse's speed was extremely swift, and it quickly carried Duan Lingtian to arrive outside a vast and serene forest. This forest was extremely dilapidated, and it emitted waves of ghastly aura. Not only that, the sky above this forest was coiled with black mist all year long, and it enveloped the entire forest within, causing others to not dare rashly enter the sky above the forest. After all, no one knew if some formidable fierce beasts or demon beasts were concealed within the black mist above the forest. The fierce beasts and demon beasts that lived here were surely extremely familiar with the environment here, and outsiders would surely suffer a loss if they trespassed here.
Little Gold, go down.
Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse to go down, and after he made the little gold mouse shrink, he seriously sized up the forest before him. Unlike the verdant trees of ordinary forests, the trees in this forest were either pitch-black withered trees or dark gray withered trees. The leaves that grew out of these withered trees only had these two colors, and it set off the entire forest to seem extremely strange. There wasn't the slightest trace of human habitation in the surroundings of the forest. As expected of the Swamp of Death that even void-prying stage martial artists go pale when they talk about it, it's simply an isolated place. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart.
Little Gold, let's go in.
Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to walk into this strange forest, whereas Duan Lingtian's spiritual force maintained its extension as it carefully investigated the surrounding situation. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian only heard waves of unpleasant cries of crows all along the way. He didn't notice a swamp. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and when she heard the waves of crows' cries, she seemed to be slightly impatient, and she opened her throat and cried out sharply. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Sharp cries carried origin energy as they tore through the sky. Instantly, a wave of impatient crows' cries sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of clamorous sounds of flapping wings that gradually faded away. The crows' cries stopped abruptly. Creak creak, after driving away the crowd of crows, the little gold mouse was slightly complacent, and she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? Duan Lingtian rolled its eyes. It's just a bunch of wild crows. Look at how proud you are. When the little gold mouse heard this, its small head drooped down listlessly. Duan Lingtian continued to head into the swamp of death. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy finally sensed the location of the swamp. Duan Lingtian gave way to these swamps and walked all the way inside. At this time, ferocious beasts began to rush out from the side and sneak attack Duan Lingtian. Creak! However, before these ferocious beasts could get close to Duan Lingtian, with a sudden cry, their bodies were penetrated by a fine sword light, and they were killed on the spot. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and held a pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand as she vigilantly sized up the surroundings. The deeper I go, the more swamps there are. Unless an ordinary human martial artist breaks through to the void prying stage. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult to go around these swamps. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the death swamp as he walked all the way here. Of course, he knew that this was only the outer area of the death swamp. That deadbeat father of mine wouldn't have lost his footing in these swamps, right? When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he felt a chill run down his spine. If that deadbeat father of his was really swallowed by the swamps, then he would really be dead without a corpse. Little Gold, I'll speed up and walk deeper in. If there are any ferocious beasts or demon beasts that attack me, you deal with them. After Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse, the origin energy between his legs raged. Creak creak, when he heard the little gold mouse's reply, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. As Duan Lingtian's figure shook, he seemed to have transformed into a gale, and in the sky above him, 1,211 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Elementary wind force. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the death swamp at full speed. Whereas the ferocious beasts he encountered all along the way became stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong a ferocious beast was, it was only a ferocious beast after all, and before Little Gold, a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Roar! Along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force tightening, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw an enormous ferocious beast open its bloody mouth and pounce towards him. This was a beast-type ferocious beast that was extremely ugly, and Duan Lingtian was unable to recognize it. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian stopped moving and his brows raised. When the ferocious beast pounced over, the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky flashed towards Duan Lingtian along with it. However, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried. Creak creak. The little gold mouse cried out, and a sword light flashed out from the spirit sword in her hand, directly penetrating the head of this half-step void stage ferocious beast, causing it to be brought along by inertia to fall to the ground and completely lose all signs of life. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he looked at the scene before him. A few years ago, when he hadn't left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An existence at the half-step void stage was an existence that was difficult to surpass to him. But now, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Every dog has its day. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued walking towards the death swamp. Meanwhile, he slowed down his speed. Because he knew that he'd already entered the core area of the death swamp. There would probably be demon beasts roaming about in this area. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After slowly walking forward for half an hour, a demon beast that was completely covered in scales flashed out from a nearby swamp, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp light that fiercely pierced towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Creak!
The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder leaped up and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that carried along a wave of rushing thunder as it moved to intercept this first-level void-prying stage demon beast that attacked Duan Lingtian.
Swish!
A sword howl tore through the sky as sword lights flashed past to descend onto the scales on the demon beast, emitting an ear-piercing sound of iron colliding.
This scale armor has such a strong defense. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Right at the instant that Duan Lingtian was shocked, the little gold mouse had already attacked a second time, piercing through the demon beast's abdomen and killing it. Only the demon beast's abdomen wasn't protected by its scale armor. Its abdomen was its weakest point. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked for credit from Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? Even though this demon beast's strength is far inferior to me, the scales on its body are extremely hard. I attacked with my full strength, yet I was actually unable to break open its scales. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted when he heard this, and only now did he notice that besides an injury on the demon beast's abdomen, the demon beast that was killed by Little Gold didn't have any other signs of being injured. This demon beast. Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the white mark left behind by Little Gold's sword on the demon beast's scale armor, and at the same time, he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Finally, Duan Lingtian recognized this demon beast. It's actually a red-armored beast. Duan Lingtian's eyes glowed. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. Little Gold, this red-armored beast is an extremely rare demon beast. Give me your spirit sword. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse, then took the little gold mouse's spirit sword. Subsequently, a grade 5 artifact flame lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he pressed it onto the scales on the surface of the red-armored beast. After 15 minutes, the scales showed signs of melting. After an hour, a section of the scales was burned off by Duan Lingtian, and it transformed into a pool of liquid. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew a pile of equipment refinement materials from his spatial ring. Then he used the artifact flame to melt them all into liquid. In the end, Duan Lingtian used the scales of the red-armored beast and a pile of equipment refinement materials to successfully upgrade the little gold mouse's grade 6 spirit sword to a grade 5 spirit sword. Try it! Duan Lingtian returned the spirit sword to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes shone as she received the spirit sword and started swinging it. Origin energy suffused the spirit sword. Whoosh! Instantly, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the little gold mouse. And then another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the grade 5 spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand contained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. An amplification of 50%. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's eyes flickered and she was extremely excited. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword, and he relied on the scales of the red-armored beast to upgrade it to a grade 5 spirit sword. After the violet myrtle flexible sword was upgraded, its amplification was the same as the grade 5 spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand. It was able to amplify strength by 50%. The scales of this red-armored beast are good stuff. The artifact flame in Duan Lingtian's hand raged, and he quickly plucked off the remaining scales on the red-armored beast before putting it away in his spatial ring. The scales of this red-armored beast were special materials to refine grade 5 spirit weapons. Let's go! After he finished dealing with it, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and continued walking in. All along the way, they encountered a few more demon beasts, and without exception, all of them died under the little gold mouse's sword. Presently, the strength of the little gold mouse had attained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths through the amplification of the grade 5 spirit sword. If she utilized her half-step advanced lightning force, she would be able to exert the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, it was comparable to the 4th-level void-prying stage demon beast that had comprehended half-step advanced force. If the force comprehended by the 4th-level void-prying stage demon beast was inferior to the little gold mouse's half-step advanced lightning force, then its strength would even be inferior to the little gold mouse. After all, ordinary demon beasts didn't possess spirit weapons. Of course, although demon beasts didn't possess spirit weapons to rely on, some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent had their own advantages. Just like the red-armored beast. Its entire body of scales was something that even Little Gold, who utilized a grade 6 spirit sword, was unable to break open. In the end, It was Little Gold who found its weakness and killed it. Squeak squeak. Chapter 471. Little Gold, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder with a bewildered expression as he asked curiously. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse raised her little head and looked towards the distance on the right. Duan Lingtian followed the little gold mouse's gaze and looked over, and he saw an expanse of black mist coiled around there, causing him to be utterly unable to see clearly what was there. Did you notice something? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched over, yet it felt as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, and he didn't notice anything. Big brother Lingtian, didn't you notice it? The aura emitted from there is too terrifying. The little gold mouse's young and tender voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. It contained a trace of terror mixed within. I didn't. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then walked over curiously, and his entire body fused into the black mist. Duan Lingtian's vision was obstructed within the black mist, and he could only use his spiritual force to feel the way ahead. But spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it could only tell Duan Lingtian if there was a swamp ahead, and it was unable to guide the way for Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian to the right. Fortunately, the little gold mouse's voice sounded out in time, allowing Duan Lingtian to stop being a blind person. Under the little gold mouse's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of a strange enormous pit. This was an enormous pit that was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and black mist coiled around it, causing it to be impossible to see the bottom. Hey! Duan Lingtian shouted towards the enormous pit, and after a few breaths of time, his reply sounded out. So deep. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Big brother Lingtian, it's inside. The little gold mouse's voice transmission seemed to contain a trace of trembling mixed within. That aura that caused you to be afraid came from within this enormous pit? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. Little Gold, you wouldn't have sensed wrongly, right? The little gold mouse shook her head. No. It's inside. Big brother Lingtian, if you don't believe me, I'll bring you down to have a look. After the little gold mouse finished speaking, it turned into the size of a small mountain. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The little gold mouse's words had aroused his curiosity, and he really wanted to know what was inside this enormous pit that could actually cause the little gold mouse that wasn't afraid of anything to feel fear. In his opinion, this was an inconceivable matter. The enormous pit was very large, and it could completely accommodate the little gold mouse's enlarged body. The little gold mouse carried Duan Lingtian and slowly descended into the enormous pit. Not there yet? After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse was still slowly descending, and he couldn't help but ask. Soon. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission. Finally, after another 10+ breaths of time, the little gold mouse's speed finally slowed down. Big brother Lingtian, look. Under the little gold mouse's guidance, Duan Lingtian looked down. With just a glance, he could see that in the dark pit on one side of the wall, there was actually a cave that could accommodate an adult. To be more precise, it was a cave passage. In next to no time, a flower at the side of the cave passage attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. This was a flower that was pitch black like ink, and because of its color, it practically merged into one with the wall of the enormous pit. Because of the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian hadn't noticed it. Now, along with the little gold mouse stopping, Duan Lingtian just happened to be at the same height as the entrance of the cave passage, and he was able to clearly see the outline of this black flower. Following the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this flower. Serene Sirius. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that this was the Serene Sirius. Although it was the first time he'd seen the Serene Sirius, it wasn't the first time he'd heard of it. All those years ago, his mother, Li Ro, had told him about it. 20+ years ago, his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had entered deep into the swamp of death precisely for the sake of the Serene Sirius. Until now, there was no news of him. Now 20 years had passed, and he'd actually encountered the Serene Sirius. It's really an unintentional willow that grows into a shade. Duan Lingtian revealed a bitter smile, then conveniently plucked the Serene Sirius. The Serene Sirius was an incomparably precious medicinal material. It was priceless. The refinement of many special medicinal pills more or less required the use of it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian observed the entrance of the cave passage for a while longer, and after he noticed that there was nothing else, his figure flashed and he entered the cave passage. At this time, the little gold mouse shrunk once more and followed him into the cave passage before descending onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. What is this place? Duan Lingtian walked into the cave passage, and it became darker and darker, to the point he couldn't even see his own fingers. Hiss! With a raise of his hand, the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and jumped up, illuminating the entire cave. After walking along the cave passage for an entire hour, Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. What the hell is this place? All along the way, Duan Lingtian could feel that the terrain was constantly lowering. His initial estimation was that he was now at a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Big brother Lingtian, that aura is getting closer and closer. The little gold mouse's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief. There was finally hope. Finally, another half an hour passed, and Duan Lingtian turned a corner and noticed that a white dot of light had appeared before him. That's the exit? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the speed of his feet increased. Finally, the white dot of light before his eyes gradually enlarged, and Duan Lingtian finally walked out of the cave passage and entered a space that was as bright as day. Accurately speaking, this was a space that was similar to a palace hall. The hall was dazzling, as if it was an underground palace that was inlaid into the ground. On the ceiling, 9 enormous luminous pearls were inlaid, and the light of the hall came from them. Any one of these luminous pearls is at least double the size of the one that the patriarch of the Phoenix Nest City's Chong clan gave me back then. Any one of these luminous pearls is priceless. At the same time that Duan Lingtian gasped, his eyes glowed. Finally, Duan Lingtian's gaze moved away from the 9 luminous pearls and descended into the hall. At the side of the hall, a skeleton laid there, and it attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The skeleton wore a set of clothes that ought to have experienced countless years and become extremely tattered. From the thick bones of the skeleton, one could discern that this skeleton belonged to a man. Who is this? Why is it here? Duan Lingtian was curious in his heart and carefully sized it up. In next to no time, he noticed that the sternum of this skeleton was actually shattered, as if it was shattered by a palm strike of someone's hand. Big brother Lingtian, what's this? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the little gold mouse had unknowingly left his shoulder and descended to the side of the skeleton. Presently, she was grabbing out a command token that was suffused with dust from the waist of the skeleton. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale when he saw this command token. On the front of the command token, the word Duan was clearly inscribed. It's the Duan clan's command token. Duan Lingtian grabbed the command token, then took a deep breath before turning it over. On it, the word direct was so conspicuous. Duan clan, direct descendant disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this type of command token before. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, and the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, all carried them on their person. It was the command token that all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan wore. Could it be? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat abruptly sped up, and his gaze once again descended onto the skeleton before him. Could it be that this is my deadbeat father, Duan Ruffing? For a time, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If this skeleton was really his deadbeat father, then although he wouldn't be sad, he couldn't avoid being slightly disappointed. After all, his mother had always firmly believed that his deadbeat father was still alive. Squeak squeak, right at this moment, the little gold mouse cried out once more. Big brother Lingtian, a spatial ring. It's a spatial ring. When he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the right hand of the skeleton before him, and on the right hand of the skeleton was a dark copper spatial ring. After removing the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. I hope there's something within this spatial ring that can prove the identity of this skeleton, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his mood became even more perturbed. What he was most worried about now was that this skeleton was really his deadbeat father, and once it was confirmed, he didn't know how sad his mother would be. Even if it's confirmed that he's really my deadbeat father, I still want to keep this secret to myself. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself. He didn't want his mother to be sad. At least, there was still a trace of hope in his mother's heart. Allowing this trace of hope to accompany his mother for her entire life would perhaps be the best choice. With a command in his heart, Duan Lingtian looked through the things within the spatial ring. In next to no time, his gaze lit up. A letter. There's actually a letter within this spatial ring. No matter if this letter was written by someone to the owner of the spatial ring or written by the owner of the spatial ring to someone else, it would surely have a signature. With a raise of his hand, a letter appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was a letter that had been opened. It ought to have been written by someone to the original owner of this spatial ring. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he opened the letter and started reading it. The opening of the letter was the address that someone addressed the original owner of the spatial ring. Duan Yu? When Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the words Lord Duan Yu, at the beginning of the letter, his gaze abruptly focused. Duan Yu. A direct descendant of the Duan clan. Could it be that he's the half-step void stage martial artist of the Duan clan that came to the Swamp of Death to look for my deadbeat father all those years ago? This thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart at the first possible moment. After this thought arose, he was even more convinced. No matter if it's him or not, I can be sure of one thing. This skeleton doesn't belong to my deadbeat father. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. Although he didn't know what his deadbeat father encountered all those years ago, since he didn't see the skeleton now, it meant that there was still a possibility that his deadbeat father was still alive. Of course, it was also possible that he was swallowed by the swamp. But it was only a possibility. Little Gold, the aura you spoke of earlier that caused you to be afraid came from here? Chapter 472. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse hurriedly nodded, then jumped to the side of the audience hall and pointed at a broken stone tablet that had fallen on the ground as she said via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, that aura was here earlier. But not long after we entered, that aura vanished, as if it had concealed itself. So strange? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, and he walked over to the broken stone tablet in large strides. This stone tablet. Duan Lingtian squatted down and wanted to lift up the stone tablet, yet he noticed that this tiny stone tablet seemed to be connected to the audience hall. But the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out instead told him that this broken stone tablet was separated from the audience hall. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as the muscles on his entire body bulged out, and his hands grabbed onto the stone tablet. Subsequently, his entire strength exploded out. However, even then, his strength of 10011 ancient mammoths was still unable to move the stone tablet in the slightest. Exactly how heavy is this stone tablet? Duan Lingtian was astounded. He stretched out his hand to knock on the stone tablet, then flashed through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, yet in the end, he still didn't find any clues related to the material of the stone tablet. In other words, even if Samsara Emperor Wu was still alive, he would similarly be unable to recognize the material used to forge this stone tablet. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even the heaviest rock in Cloud Continent was far from being as heavy as this broken stone tablet before him. This stone tablet was only such a small piece, yet it was already heavy to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to move it in the slightest. Little Gold, see if you're able to move this stone tablet. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse that stood at the side. As far as he was concerned, Little Gold was a third-level void-prying stage demon beast, and her strength was much stronger than him. The little gold mouse hurriedly ran over when she heard this. But, even if the little gold mouse's strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths as a third-level void-prying stage demon beast exploded out, she was similarly unable to move this stone tablet in the slightest. Exactly what stone tablet is this? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian gasped. After all, the strength of an ancient mammoth was equivalent to a strength of 5,000 kilograms. The strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths. It was equivalent to 40 million gene of strength. 40 million gene of strength, what kind of concept was that? If converted to the unit of weight of ton in his previous life, that would be 20,000 tons of force. This stone tablet weighs more than 20,000 tons? Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Creak creak. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's enraged cry sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Whoosh. Following that, he saw a ray of sword light flying over and crashing into the stone tablet. It was precisely the little gold mouse's full strength that utilized the strength of her entire body, the grade 5 spirit weapon, and the half-step advanced lightning force to attack the stone tablet. Boom! The sword strike that contained the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoths smashed onto the stone tablet, and the terrifying force swept up the dust on the floor of the hall. Creak, creak! Along with the dust being obliterated, the little gold mouse's helpless cry sounded out. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone tablet and his eyes stared wide open, and he was extremely shocked. Exactly what material is this stone tablet made of?
A sword strike that contained the strength of 6,500 ancient mammoths actually didn't leave behind the slightest mark when blasted onto it. After all, even if the hardness of the crimson-armored beast's scales was heaven-defying, the little gold mouse's sword strike had left behind an obvious white mark after all. But now, the little gold mouse's full strength didn't leave behind the slightest mark on the stone tablet. Big brother Ling Tian, this stone tablet is too hard. I can't do anything about it. The little gold mouse drooped her little head, and after she put away the grade 5 spirit sword, she stood dejectedly at the side. I've discerned it. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then stretched out his hand to pat the stone tablet, yet didn't notice anything wrong. The stone tablet was completely icy cold, and rows of extremely strange words were inscribed on it, and Duan Lingtian was unable to recognize a single one of them. What language are these words? They don't seem to be the common language of Cloud Continent now. With no other choice, Duan Lingtian could only search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, he still hadn't seen this type of language. Even Samsara Emperor Wu hasn't seen this type of language. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded, as he could realize that this stone tablet wasn't simple. Looking at the gap on this stone tablet, a small half of it ought to be missing. Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone tablet, and it was icy cold to the touch, as if he was touching a block of ice. Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't endure it any longer, and his soul force swept out to envelop the broken stone tablet, as he wanted to see if he could use his spiritual force to sense the profundity of this stone tablet. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the stone tablet, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of cold wind assault him, followed by his spiritual force trembling. A spiritual force that was strong to the point of suffocation gushed out from the stone tablet along with his spiritual force and swept through his soul. A trace of despair arose within Duan Lingtian's heart without any warning. This was the despair that arose within his subconscious. The despair that arose when facing an unparalleled existence. The strength of this spiritual force had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding. Even the spiritual force of Elder Kong from the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate wasn't worth mentioning when compared to this spiritual force. It was like the difference between the earth and the sky. Even when Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, his spiritual force might not be so strong. In an instant, many thoughts flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. Who the hell are you? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force trembled as he communicated with the strong spiritual force that came into contact with his spiritual force. Presently, their spiritual forces had fused together, and they could communicate with each other with a single thought. To be more precise, the thing that was sweeping towards his soul through his spiritual energy should be an extremely powerful soul. This feeling now was something Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with. At that time, when he just arrived in this world from Earth and possessed Duan Lingtian's body, the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu that concealed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's soul had once given him a similar feeling. But at this instant, he even had a clear intuition. Even the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu from that time seemed to be far from being as strong as the soul that swept over now. Samsara Emperor Wu was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. His soul had experienced 2 lifetimes and was even tempered to an extremely terrifying degree. During his 2nd lifetime, there wasn't even an expert like Emperor Wu that was able to withstand a single spiritual force attack of his. The strength of Samsara Emperor Wu's soul is obvious. Could it be that it's my misconception? As soon as this thought arose in Duan Lingtian's mind, he felt the extremely strong soul had already entered his mind. At the same time, a sonorous and ghastly voice entered into Duan Lingtian's soul. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your soul's energy touching the Devil Seal tablet, it would be impossible for my main soul to leave the Devil Seal tablet. I really have to properly thank you. Now that I've left the Devil Seal tablet,
I only have to crush your soul and occupy your body. Then I'll be able to go look for my soul avatar. At that time, once my main soul returns, I'll be able to completely annihilate that stubborn fellow. Ha 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 ha. Along with this arrogant and unbridled voice resounding out, Duan Lingtian's soul started to tremble intensely. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that stretched out completely collapsed along with the trembling of his soul. No! Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he shouted out sorrowfully. Once his soul was crushed, it also meant that he would completely vanish from this world. Even if his body was still alive, it would only be a shell and no longer be him. However, all of this wasn't something Duan Lingtian could control. In Duan Lingtian's mind, the strong soul that swept towards Duan Lingtian's soul was simply even stronger than the soul of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, bang! That extremely strong soul collided with Duan Lingtian's soul. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's body trembled, and he felt dizzy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who originally thought that his consciousness would be annihilated, noticed to his astonishment that his trembling soul was ceaselessly stabilizing and ceaselessly recovering. In the end, the uncomfortable feeling completely vanished. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the extremely strong soul from before seemed to have suddenly vanished without a trace. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. Could it be? The scene before his eyes was so familiar to Duan Lingtian as well. Could it be that he's like the reincarnation Emperor Wu from all those years ago? Because my soul doesn't belong to this world in essence, it was restricted by some sort of rule, so he didn't succeed? Not only did he not succeed, he even lost his own soul? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. What an unlucky bastard! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and his face revealed a complacent smile. So what if his soul is strong? You want to destroy my soul? You're simply seeking your own death. Looks like the reincarnation Emperor Wu has a companion this time. Big brother Lingtian, you're really asking for a beating. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse was looking at him in all seriousness, and she was communicating with him via voice transmission. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. At the same time, in an extremely distant place, on a floating island that floated in midair, within an exceedingly luxurious and magnificent palace. Suddenly, ha ha ha! Hey Ming, I never expected that you're so unlucky. Even your main soul has been destroyed. A wave of unrestrained and relieved laughter sounded out from within the palace. Subsequently, the airflow in the air spread out, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the magnificent palace. This was a young man. The young man wore azure clothes. His face had a perfect outline, and he had a graceful bearing and was incomparably handsome. His slanted brows were straight, and he emanated a dignified aura without being angry. His calm eyes seemed to have strands of azure-colored energy leaping about within them, and his sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Presently, the young man's face was filled with an extremely delighted smile. It was as if he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Suddenly, the distant air shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were swift to the extreme appeared before the young man at practically the exact same moment. These were two old men. One wore blue clothes, the other wore red clothes. Master. The two old men looked at the young man in an extremely humble manner. I'm going to leave for a period of time. During this period of time, both of you will be in charge of all matters in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The young man glanced at the two old men indifferently, and with a raise of his hand, a command token shot out. Chapter 473. Yes, Master. After the red-clothed old man received the command token, he nodded respectfully with the blue-clothed old man, and they didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Their reverence towards the young man came from the depths of their bones and souls. Even if the young man asked them to die, they wouldn't frown in the slightest. It was only because this was their master. The Supreme Master. All right, all of you can leave. The young man spoke indifferently. At the instant he finished speaking, the figures of the two old men gradually shattered and vanished without a trace. Their speed was so swift that only two material afterimages were left behind. For a time, only the young man remained in the sky above the palace. It has been over 20 years. During these 20 years, Even though my soul existed, it was constantly suppressed. Now, He Ming's soul has been annihilated along with his main soul, and I've finally reclaimed control of my body. The young man's gaze was like a sword as he looked towards the distance, and it revealed traces of sorrow. Now that I think about it, I've left for 23 years. Suddenly, the young man's eyes became moist, and he seemed to have recalled something and was extremely sorrowful. His expression was extremely complicated. Sometimes it was filled with regret, sometimes it was filled with pity, sometimes it was filled with self-blame. Finally, the young man closed his eyes as his tears wet his face. If I could choose, I would rather choose those 23 years that I've missed and not this extraordinary strength. In the next moment, the young man didn't seem to have made any movements, yet his body shattered. It turned out that it was only an afterimage. The swamp of death. In the depths of the enormous pit. The cave passageway in the enormous pit was extremely concealed, let alone the existence at the end of the cave passageway that was like an underground palace. Presently, in the audience hall of the underground palace, the owner of that formidable soul from before seemed to have said that it was his main soul? He even said something about a soul. Looks like it wasn't his complete soul. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot as he muttered to himself. But it's precisely this incomplete soul that gives me the feeling that it's even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu. Unfortunately, after his soul was annihilated, it didn't leave behind any memories for me. This is different from the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, recalling the thrilling scene just now. Finally, he came up with an answer. Perhaps, the reason why he could fuse with Emperor Wu's lifetime memories was because reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been hiding in his current body for many years. However, that powerful soul earlier belonged to an absolute outsider. I'm still too greedy. This time, it's already not bad that I'm still alive. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, shook his head and sighed. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Perhaps this was the current him. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he was both shocked and curious about the existence that seemed to be even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul. One could imagine that such a powerful existence would definitely have a rich memory. If he could obtain the other party's memories, it would undoubtedly be a great gain. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain something he'd never expected. After all, in his senses, the other party's soul was even more formidable than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the broken stone tablet. According to what that powerful soul said earlier, this stone tablet seems to be the Devil Seal tablet. What exactly is the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his hand with the intention of grabbing the Devil Seal tablet and looking at it. His hand had just stretched out and exerted strength when a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Only now did he recall that even if Little Gold exerted her full strength at the third level of the void prying stage, she was unable to move this stone tablet in the slightest. I'm afraid. His thoughts hadn't finished revolving when they stopped abruptly. Duan Lingtian stared his eyes wide open as he looked at the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, and he was completely stunned. How could I possibly pick it up? Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stood at the side and was obviously shocked when she saw this scene, and she said via voice transmission, Big Brother Lingtian, how did you do it? You're actually able to pick up this strange stone tablet. I don't know as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he took a deep breath. I don't feel that my strength has become stronger. Then there's only one possibility. This stone tablet has become lighter by itself. The stone tablet has become lighter? The little gold mouse's figure flashed out and leaped onto the stone tablet. Subsequently, her claws grabbed onto the stone tablet and actually flew up along with the stone tablet. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse that flew up with the stone tablet was extremely excited, and she didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian, it has really become lighter. But why would it suddenly become lighter? Right, why would it suddenly become lighter? Duan Lingtian looked at the stone tablet that the little gold mouse had grabbed and flew up, and his heart shook. Could it be that it's because of that formidable soul from before? Because that soul left, so this stone tablet returned to normal? Although it was difficult to understand, Duan Lingtian could only think of this method to understand it now. The Devil Seal tablet. That fellow wouldn't be a monster that was sealed within this stone tablet,
right? Just because my spiritual force extended into the Devil Seal tablet and opened up a path for him, allowing him to escape from the Devil Seal tablet? When he recalled what happened earlier and the words the owner of that formidable soul said before he was annihilated, Duan Lingtian was able to guess some things. If it's really like this, then I've really shot myself in the foot. Fortunately, my soul doesn't belong to this world and is protected by some sort of law. Otherwise, I would have died for sure. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath once more, and there was a slight lingering fear in his heart. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget in his entire lifetime, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. Others might not encounter something like this in their entire lifetime, yet I've encountered it twice. My luck is really heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's surging mind calmed down. Then he received the mysterious Devil Seal tablet from the little gold mouse and studied it for a while, and after he didn't discover anything, he casually tossed it into his spatial ring. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. Although he didn't know what the Devil Seal tablet was and what use it had. But since the Devil Seal tablet was able to seal such a formidable soul, then he presumed it had its own uniqueness. Subconsciously, Duan Lingtian felt that this was a treasure that was hard to come by. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse carefully searched the audience hall for a while, and after they didn't discover anything, they prepared to leave. Before they left, Duan Lingtian asked the little gold mouse to pluck out the only valuable 9 luminous pearls in the audience hall. When Duan Lingtian bluntly put away the 9 luminous pearls into his spatial ring, the day was gone, and the entire audience hall fell into endless darkness, to the point one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The darkness didn't last for long, and a strand of raging azure-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's hand. What exactly happened all those years ago? This senior Duan Yu was obviously killed by someone shattering his sternum. Duan Lingtian had a complicated gaze as he glanced at Duan Yu's skeleton. I wonder if that deadbeat father of mine is still alive. If he's still alive, where would he go? Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope in his heart. Duan Yu, the half-step void stage ancestor of the Duan clan. Even a half-step void stage expert had died in the swamp of death. Whereas that deadbeat father of his was only a martial artist that had just broken through to the nascent soul stage all those years ago. You can be considered to be buried in peace if you stay here. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from the skeleton, then brought along the little gold mouse and left the audience hall. He returned to where he came from. When he returned, Duan Lingtian had already familiarized himself with the cave passageway, so he sped up and arrived at the exit in less than half an hour. Little gold, let's go back. After calling out to the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger. Then they left the enormous pit and returned to the surface of the swamp of death. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to search deeper in. In the end, he still didn't find any clues related to his father. After spending over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had practically turned the entire swamp of death upside down, yet he still didn't find anything. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left the swamp of death. Presently, both the man and mouse were slightly exhausted. During these 10+ days, besides not being able to eat and drink in peace, they also had to be vigilant against the surprise attacks of the demon beasts in the surroundings at all times. Big brother Lingtian, let's go to the nearby city and find a restaurant to eat. Outside the swamp of death, the little gold mouse suggested, and her jade-green eyes were filled with yearning. You little fellow, you're greedy again? Just nice. I want to find an inn to properly take a bath as well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian sat on the soft back of the little gold mouse and allowed the little gold mouse to bring him along as it flashed out. It wasn't long before they arrived outside the city. Fair Sun County's county city. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk down and walked into the county city with large strides. This Fair Sun County's county city is about the same as the Swallow Mountain County's county city. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and merged into the endless stream of carriages, and he casually sized up the bustling Fair Sun County's county city. The county city was larger than ordinary small cities, but it was still inferior when compared to the imperial city. Duan Lingtian found an inn near the bustling trade market at the center of the city. Then he took a bath and changed his clothes before bringing the little gold mouse to a nearby restaurant. After ordering a few signature dishes, Duan Lingtian sat at a seat by the window and gazed at the bustling stream of people on the road outside the restaurant.
It's really bustling. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Presently, a man and woman were walking in side by side.
The young man amongst them was around the age of 30, and he had an arrogant expression as if he considered everything beneath his notice.
Chapter 474.
Tong Li. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young woman around the age of 25. Tong Li, the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant all those years ago when he'd just arrived at the imperial city.
He only found out later on. This Tong Li was actually the cousin sister of the imperial city's fifth prince. At that time, Tong Li had made things difficult for him on many occasions, and even the fifth prince wanted to take his life on many occasions. But unfortunately, the two of them didn't succeed. In the end, no matter if it was Tong Li or the fifth prince, they didn't have a good ending. Tong Li's cultivation was crippled by him. As for the fifth prince, he died in the throne room of the imperial palace. No wonder I felt Fair Sun County was slightly familiar since the beginning. Isn't this Tong Li the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he couldn't help but recall the scene that occurred in the restaurant in the outer city of the imperial city all those years ago. At that time, after he taught Tong Li a lesson, he'd heard of Tong Li's identity. I really do have fate with her. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a strange smile. Right at this moment, Tong Li, who just walked into the restaurant, noticed a burning gaze staring at her, causing her to frown as her face sank. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. Who dared be so audacious? Tong Li's fierce gaze was like a sword that fiercely pierced towards the owner of the burning gaze. But when Tong Li's gaze touched the person, she seemed as if she'd seen a ghost, and her face went pale as her body started trembling intensely. It's him, it's him! The scene from the past was still before her eyes. Yet Tong Li wasn't able to arouse any hatred in her heart, and there was only terror. With the current status and identity of the person before her, he wasn't someone she could shake. Even her greatest backer, her cousin brother, the fifth prince of the imperial city, was supposedly overthrown by this person before her a few years ago. Tong Li, long time no see. When he saw an acquaintance, Duan Lingtian naturally would not greet her, and he directly sent a voice transmission into Tong Li's ears. Tong Li seemed as if she was struck by lightning when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and her face went ghastly pale to the extreme. Sister Li, what's wrong? Right at this moment, the young man who was walking side by side with Tong Li noticed that something was wrong with her. He followed Tong Li's gaze, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. His expression couldn't help but darken. Younger sister Li, you know him? Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He had seen through Tong Li's fear when she faced the young man in the distance. He wanted to show off in front of Tong Li. I'm not feeling well. I want to return to the county governor's manor. Hearing the young man's words, Tong Li came back to her senses, her face turning green and white. Teach him a lesson? Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was probably no one that dared to threaten to teach this person a lesson. As soon as Tong Li finished speaking, she turned around and left. Sister Li, wait for me. The young man's eyes that were suffused with cold light swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze. Then he turned around and chased after Tong Li. Tong Li's departure was out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then withdrew his gaze. At this moment, all the dishes he ordered were served one by one, and he started eating. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse were full. Something worthy of mention was that the little gold mouse had actually snuck in to drink wine. Moreover, she'd completely finished the entire jug of wine, and she swayed as she stood on the table, as if she was practicing drunken punches. Finally, the little gold mouse's drunkenness kicked in, and she fell down head first, dead drunk. This little fellow actually didn't use origin energy to force the wine out? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression when he saw this scene. How would Duan Lingtian know? This was the first time the little gold mouse had drunk wine, and when the drunkenness kicked in, she'd forgotten everything. So how could she have thought of using origin energy to force the wine out? Looks like I have to stay in the Fair Sun County's county city for the night. This little fellow won't be able to wake up for a while. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly, then withdrew a few silver ingots to pay the bill. After paying the bill, Duan Lingtian intended to leave. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out from outside the restaurant. Subsequently, under the lead of a young man, 5 robust middle-aged men walked angrily into the restaurant. The commotion caused by the 6 of them was extremely great, and it instantly drew the gazes of most of the customers in the restaurant. It's the Mo clan's eldest young master. The Mo clan's eldest young master is about to marry the county governor's daughter, young Miss Tong Li. Now, there's still someone in the Fair Sun County's county city that dares offend the Mo clan's eldest young master? Who exactly is so audacious? The entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. Young Master Mo2, this is... The manager of the restaurant moved forward to greet the young man, and he had a perturbed expression as he looked at the young man. Humph! But the young man paid no attention to the manager of the restaurant, and he instead looked at a young man in the distance that stood up and intended to leave, and he shouted out explosively, "It's him!" Instantly, the 5 robust middle-aged men behind him seemed to have transformed into 5 ferocious tigers as they rushed forward and surrounded the young man. Duan Lingtian had already recognized the young man early on when he brought his group over. Wasn't this young man the person that was with Tong Li earlier? Mo2? The Mo clan's eldest young master? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He had heard the discussions of the group of customers in the restaurant earlier. For a moment, his gaze became a little strange, and his heart trembled slightly. I really didn't expect that there's still someone who dares to marry Tong Li. I think this Mo clan should be a family force in the Fair Sun County's county city. At this moment, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Surrounded by the 5 robust middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're the Mo clan's eldest young master, right? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Why? Didn't Tong Li introduce me to you? How would Duan Lingtian know that Tong Li was already trembling with fear when she saw him earlier? How would she have the mood to explain so much to her fiancé? Perhaps Tong Li, who had already returned to the county governor's estate, completely did not expect that her fiancé would bring people to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. I don't care who you are or what relationship you have with Li. But since you've made her unhappy, I'll teach you a lesson. A cold and indifferent smile appeared on Mo2's face, as if everything before his eyes was under his control. Teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then he smiled. Are you sure you want to teach me a lesson? Don't blame me for not warning you. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you do them. Today, if your people dare to make a move, then I can't avoid going to your Mo clan to stay for a few days. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the group of customers in the restaurant, it was as if a perilous wave had been set off. This young man is so arrogant. He actually dares to threaten the eldest young master of the Mo clan when facing the eldest young master of the Mo clan and the 5 generals of the Mo clan. This young man is either a fool or has an extraordinary background. No matter how I look at it, this young man doesn't look like a fool. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly. Mo2's face sank, as Duan Lingtian's words had similarly exceeded his expectations. Even though the 5 generals of the Mo clan had surrounded Duan Lingtian now, they didn't dare act rashly, and they were obviously waiting for Mo2's instructions. Who are you? Finally, Mo2 spoke, and he stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. As far as he was concerned, this young man was either deliberately mystifying things, or his identity was extraordinary. If it was the latter, then he would really have to be slightly fearful. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mo2, as he knew that Mo2 was afraid of him. Duan Lingtian didn't answer Mo2, and he couldn't be bothered to do so as well. He grabbed the little gold mouse and walked out of the restaurant with large strides. The 5 generals of the Mo clan looked on helplessly as Duan Lingtian left, and they didn't dare obstruct him. After all, their young master hadn't spoken. Damn it! Mo2's expression was unsightly to the extreme. When had he been disregarded like this? When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to walk out of the restaurant, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Capture him and beat him to death. This furious shout of his was obviously directed at the 5 Mo clan generals he brought along. Duan Lingtian's actions of disregarding him caused the accumulated flames of rage in his heart to completely explode. At this moment, He'd completely lost all reason. Simply speaking, he was hot-headed.
As soon as Mo2 gave the order, the gazes of the 5 robust generals of the Mo clan went cold as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the same time.
In the sky, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out. The cultivations of these 5 Mo clan generals were completely revealed. The weakest was the 5th level of the origin core stage, the strongest was the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian had only just stepped over the threshold and left the restaurant when he heard 5 waves of chaotic howls of the wind behind him. Duan Lingtian unhurriedly turned around. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an indistinct smile when facing the 5 Mo clan generals that flashed towards him and made a move against him. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Before the 5 Mo clan generals had even charged out of the restaurant, he'd already entered the restaurant. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale, and everywhere the gale passed, a gale arose and swept through the entire restaurant. For a time, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the tables and chairs within the restaurant flew into the air and smashed towards all directions. This included the manager of the restaurant, the Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo2, and the group of customers who were dining in the restaurant. They felt a piercing pain in their eyes when this gust of strong wind swept over, and they instinctively closed their eyes. And right at the instant they closed their eyes, bang, 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 bang. 5 enormous bangs sounded out at almost the exact same time, and if one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't be able to discern them. When the group of people opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, they were completely dumbstruck. The 5 Mo clan generals had fallen on the ground and were drenched in cold sweat as they cried out loudly and rolled all over the ground. Their painful expressions caused the people present to feel a chill run down their spines. This young man is too terrifying. 5 origin core stage martial artists. In just an instant, they were all heavily injured by him? Unbelievable. This young man's age looks to be at most 22 or 23 years old. It's difficult to imagine that he actually possesses such formidable strength. His cultivation has extremely likely already stepped into the nascent soul stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Chapter 475. Duan Lingtian's gaze contained a sense of mischief mixed within as it slowly descended onto the dumbstruck Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo Tuesday. At this moment, Mo2 had an astonished expression, and he still hadn't recovered from his shock. Never had he imagined that this young man would actually possess such a terrifying strength. In only an instant, the young man had heavily injured and defeated the 5 clan generals he brought along. You. Who exactly are you?
At this moment, if Mo2 still didn't know that he'd kicked an iron plate, then he'd really have lived for so many years in vain. Mo2's heart was filled with regret. He hated himself for being hot-headed earlier. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 5 grade 7 gold injury pills shot out and descended into the hands of the 5 Mo clan generals. The 5 Mo clan generals gratefully consumed the pills. Lead the way. Mo2 was stunned, and only now did he recall what Duan Lingtian said earlier, and his face went grim. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian's strength was far from something he and the people he brought along could go against. In the entire Fair Sun County, the Mo clan could be considered to be a large clan, and its power and status in Fair Sun County was only inferior to the county governor's estate. But the atmosphere in the Mo clan today was especially oppressive. In the Mo clan audience hall, the seat at the head that originally belonged to the Mo clan's patriarch was occupied by a violet-clothed young man. Below him was the Mo clan's higher-ups, including the Mo clan's patriarch, gathered together. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with nervousness. A young man around the age of 23 had swept through 5 of their Mo clan's generals with extraordinary strength, and he was suspected to have stepped into the nascent soul stage. They were clearly aware of what a 23-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist meant. In their Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the imperial family and the 3 great clans would find it difficult to produce such a peerless genius. In other words, it was extremely likely that this young man wasn't a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and might even be from one of those formidable imperial kingdoms, empires, or even dynasties. Not to mention their Mo clan, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family might not dare offend such a person. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down?
Suddenly, the Mo clan's patriarch kicked his son, Mo2, to the ground and shouted coldly. Mo2 didn't dare hesitate as he kneeled on the ground. Now, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Young's name? The Mo clan patriarch looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a perturbed expression. Duan Ling Tian of. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently.
Duan Ling Tian? Of the patriarch. Of the clan's patriarch of the clan of the patriarch Ling Tian. The clan master. Of the master of the son of.
Lings. When Mo2 heard Duan Ling Tian's name, his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. After a while, he struggled to kneel up again. Of Long as clan S masters as S master commander. S commander of the commander. T.S. nephew of the divine might marquis. As a great clan of Fair Sun County, how could the Mo clan not have heard of the Duan Ling Tian, the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was spread like wildfire a few years ago? But they never imagined that Duan Ling Tian, who was said to have left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would actually return. Not only did he return, he even came to their Fair Sun County. And their Mo clan member actually made a move against Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, the gazes of the Mo clan's higher-ups descended onto Mo2, and all of them were filled with rage. Slap, 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 slap. The Mo clan's patriarch took a step forward, raised his hand, and directly beat Mo2 into a pig's head. Commander Duan, Mo Hong didn't teach his son well. Please forgive me. Subsequently, the Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, bowed and apologized to Duan Ling Tian with a face full of humility and nervousness. Please forgive me, Commander Duan. The Mo clan higher-ups all bowed and apologized, and they hated Mo2 to the bone. Even though Duan Ling Tian wasn't a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. But to them, Duan Ling Tian was far more terrifying than a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. If it was a member of a great power, the power behind him wouldn't go so far as to lower their status and fuss about it with their Mo clan. But Duan Ling Tian was an existence that could be called a malefic star in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could imagine that once the matter of today was spread out, even without Duan Ling Tian opening his mouth, there would be a group of powers that wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian that would make a move and annihilate their Mo clan. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had obviously broken through to the nascent soul stage. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the intention of joining a sect. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was surely able to have such a great improvement and break through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age because he'd obtained the cultivation resources of a great sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, he would surely be valued highly by a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a great figure in a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. They could imagine that the current Duan Ling Tian was sufficient to make any power in the Crimson Sky Kingdom intentionally curry favor with him. Duan Ling Tian. He's actually Duan Ling Tian. I should have thought of it. I should have thought of it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm afraid only this Duan Ling Tian is capable of scaring Sister Li into fleeing. Mo2 knelt on the ground and his body shivered. Patriarch Mo, you must be joking. I came to your Mo clan this time only because I wanted to disturb you for a few days. It can't be helped, I've been poor recently and can't even afford to stay in an inn. Duan Ling Tian sat upright at the head seat. His left hand held the little gold mouse that was dead drunk, and his right hand lightly stroked the little gold mouse's smooth back as he pretended to sigh. All the Mo clan higher-ups were stunned for a moment, then they instantly reacted. Commander Duan, this is 1 million gold. Take it as our Mo clan's compensation. Please accept it. The Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, didn't say anything before withdrawing a large stack of gold from his spatial ring and passing it over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian bluntly received the gold and casually put it away in his spatial ring. All the Mo clan higher-ups heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, since Duan Ling Tian had accepted the money, he ought to not fuss about this matter. Unexpectedly. This 1 million taels of gold is the compensation for the shock this young Master Mo gave me. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Mo clan higher-ups and said indifferently. The Mo clan higher-ups, who originally thought that they could send off Duan Lingtian like this, were completely dumbstruck. 1 million gold was just compensation for the fright? Mo2, who was kneeling on the ground, only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. His heart was filled with grievance. Who exactly is the one that scared who? Of course, he didn't dare say anything and could only helplessly mutter in his heart. All the Mo clan higher-ups reacted and once again glanced angrily at Mo Tuesday. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for Mo2, how could their Mo clan possibly invite such a great god back? It's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Today, they could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of these words. Commander Duan, please accept it. Mo Hong once again gave him 1 million gold, his heart dripping blood. 2 million taels of gold was undoubtedly a large sum of money for the Mo clan. At this moment, he truly wished that he could slap his son to death. This prodigal son, in such a short period of time, he had already lost 2 million gold to the Mo clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian received the gold and nodded with satisfaction. Patriarch Mo is indeed straightforward. Since Patriarch Mo is so straightforward, then I won't make things difficult for Patriarch Mo. Duan Lingtian's words caused Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups to heave a sigh of relief. Were they finally going to send off this fiend? However, in the next moment, when they heard Duan Lingtian's following words, their hearts were once again in suspense. Take this 1 million gold as the payment for the grade 7 gold injury pills that I gave to your Mo clan's 5 generals. Patriarch Mo, you wouldn't mind, right? Duan Lingtian once again put away the stack of gold and looked at Mo Hong as he asked with a calm tone. I don't mind. Mo Hong hurriedly replied, not daring to be negligent. However, in his heart, he had long since started cursing. 5 grade 7 gold injury pills for 1 million gold? This was simply more unscrupulous than a profiteer. Since it's like this. Seeing that Patriarch Mo is so cooperative, your Mo clan will compensate me another 1 million gold as the payment for my actions. How about it? All of you know that when a nascent soul stage martial artist makes a move, it still consumes some origin energy. A smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. Patriarch Mo, don't you agree? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different than a devil's in the eyes of Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups. You only made a move, and even hit our people. You still want a payment for your actions? The Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo2, who was kneeling there and suffering, had his already shattered psychological line of defense completely collapse. Bang! In the next moment, Mo2's vision went black, and he directly fainted from anger. However, no one pitied him, including his father. Giving away 3 million taels of gold like this was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Mo clan. It was also their Mo clan that relied on their relationship with the county governor's estate to monopolize many industries in Fair Sun County. Otherwise, even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to take out so much money. After receiving another 1 million gold, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He never imagined that the Mo clan, a clan in a mere county, would actually be able to take out so much money. At the beginning, he only planned to ask the Mo clan for a few 100,000 gold. But who knew that the Mo clan's patriarch Mo Hong would give him 1 million gold as soon as he made a move, causing him to be embarrassed to not take more. It could be imagined. If Mo Hong knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking in his heart, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. Patriarch Mo, your Mo clan is really generous. If I'm free in the future, I'll surely come often. When Duan Lingtian left, he smiled as he spoke to Mo Hong. However, these words of his caused the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups, including Mo Hong, to go pale. This maleficent star wants to come often? Haha. Just kidding. When he saw the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups change, Duan Lingtian laughed, then took the little gold mouse and directly left. Chapter 476. After Duan Lingtian left the Missouri clan estate with the little gold mouse, he left the Fair Sun County's county city and returned to the imperial city. As far as he was concerned, the matter of the Mo clan was only a farce. 3 million taels of gold was nothing to him, who had tens of millions of taels of gold in his possession.
Since the Mo clan's eldest young master had offended him, he could only consider himself unlucky.
After returning to the imperial city, Duan Lingtian didn't return home but instead went to the Duan clan, as he had some unresolved questions in his heart. After arriving at the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian went to look for the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Patriarch, I heard Uncle Nye say that after my father went missing in the Swamp of Death all those years ago, the clan had once sent an expert into the Swamp of Death to look for him. I wonder what was the name of that expert? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in this, Duan Ruhua still said, that expert was an ancestor of our Duan clan, an existence at the half-step void stage. He was called Duan Yu. Duan Yu. Duan Lingtian's eyes imperceptibly constricted. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. The skeleton he saw in the underground palace's audience hall under the enormous pit in the Swamp of Death really belonged to that expert from the Duan clan all those years ago. The letter within the spatial ring of that skeleton was sufficient to prove his identity. Little Tian, why did you suddenly ask about this? Duan Ruhua asked curiously. Just asking. Duan Lingtian smiled, but didn't speak the truth. It wasn't that he intentionally concealed it, but rather that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for that senior. After all, that senior had already passed away for a long time. Just let that senior sleep peacefully in that underground palace. After finding out what he wanted to know, Duan Lingtian's objective this time could be considered to have been accomplished, and he directly bid farewell to Duan Ruhua and left. After leaving the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Paladin Academy to see his teacher in the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, Sima Chongfeng. He was also the dean of Paladin Academy. You've returned for so long. You only remembered to see me now? Once they met, Sima Chongfeng couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and have been busy cultivating, so, hee. Alright, I was just joking. I heard that 1 month ago, as soon as you returned, you made the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom suffer a loss and flee in panic. Moreover, you used an extremely strange method. Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Also, the junior brother you brought back is actually a first-level nascent soul martial artist. I'm very curious, as his senior brother, what realm has your cultivation reached? Seeing Sima Chongfeng's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a step forward, and his yuan power surged. The next moment. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, 1,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Sima Chongfeng exclaimed with an astonished expression. Although he was prepared since long ago and guessed that Duan Lingtian's current strength ought to be stronger than his junior brother, Sima Chongfeng never imagined no matter what. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A 23-year-old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, what sort of concept was this? Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, a 23-year-old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist is probably extremely rare. Sima Chongfeng thought to himself. When Sima Chongfeng was astonished, Duan Lingtian was using his spiritual force to size up Sima Chongfeng. After not seeing him for a few years, this teacher of his had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage, and it was shocking. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian chatted with Sima Chongfeng for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. When he left, he went to see the vice dean, Zhan Hong. Zhan Hong had helped him many times all those years ago, and he'd always remembered it in his heart. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Snow Moon Sect. The Snow Moon Sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. Yet now, along with the Mountain Split Sect and 7 Star Sword Sect being annihilated successively, only 3 of the 5 great sects remained, and they'd merged together. The Snow Moon Sect had completely vanished in the annals of history. Whoosh! A graceful figure was like an exceedingly swift bolt of lightning that flashed into the sect. This caused the disciples that guarded the sect to be dumbstruck. Isn't that senior sister Lu Yu? One of them recognized the owner of that graceful figure. The personal disciple of one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, sect leader Xue Rue. Xue Rue was the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect. Senior sister Lu Yu is so anxious, Looks like she's encountered an urgent matter. Another person couldn't help but guess. As the former Snow Moon sect's residence, it was covered in snow all year round, and it seemed to be covered in a layer of beautiful silver. Master! In the depths of the snowy mountain, an anxious voice broke the silence. Before a palace that was enveloped in snow, a young woman around the age of 30 stood there, and when she spoke, her breath condensed into ice and fell down. "Come in." A voice sounded out from within the palace.
The young woman walked into the audience hall of the palace and looked at the nearby middle-aged man before bowing respectfully.
"Master." The middle-aged man wore a silk headdress and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had an elegant bearing and extraordinary bearing.
What's the matter that's so hurried?"
The middle-aged man that was dressed like a scholar, the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui, had a bewildered expression as he looked at his personal disciple.
"Master, there's news of Duan Lingtian."
Lu Yu's face flushed red as she spoke excitedly.
"What?"
Shui pupils constricted when he heard this.
"Where is he now?"
As Shui finished speaking, his tone had slight coldness. Since the battle at the Seven-Star Sword sect the other day, Duan Lingtian had fled, and their Azure Forest Trisect had exhausted all their efforts to search for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, yet they came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect, had suppressed the zither young master that was ranked third among the 5 great young masters at the mere age of 23. They could imagine that once this Duan Lingtian matured in the future, he would surely become a great calamity for their Azure Forest Trisect. So no matter what, they had to drag out this Duan Lingtian and eliminate him by the roots before he matured. Otherwise, the Azure Forest Trisect would never have a day of peace. But during this period of time, even though they'd exhausted a great deal of effort in searching for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, they'd always been unable to find any clues related to Duan Lingtian. This caused them to be impatient. Yet now, there was finally news of Duan Lingtian. "Master, Duan Lingtian is currently within the imperial city of a small kingdom under our Azure Forest Kingdom, the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Lu Yu spoke with slight excitement. After all, after the battle at the Seven-Star Sword sect, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had jointly announced. No matter who it was, once a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect found the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian, the disciple would be able to obtain a Grade 5 spirit weapon.
In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Grade 5 spirit weapons had always been the exclusive right of the leaders of the few great powers that stood at the peak.
The degree of its preciousness was obvious. Whereas for the sake of searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the reward offered by the Azure Forest Trisect was precisely the 2 Grade 5 spirit weapons of the Seven-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect that had already been annihilated. Once Duan Lingtian was killed, the person that provided the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian could choose any one of the Grade 5 spirit weapons. At this moment, Lu Yu seemed to have seen a Grade 5 spirit weapon beckoning to her. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Shui was first stunned, then came to a sudden understanding. No wonder we were unable to find any clues related to Duan Lingtian, even after mobilizing all the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. So it turns out that he went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Is the information accurate? Shui had a serious expression as he asked Lu Yu. "Don't worry, Master. The information is surely accurate. For the sake of verifying it, I even personally made a trip to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Master, perhaps you still don't know, but Duan Lingtian rose to fame in the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, and he's even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Lu Yu said slowly, "According to the information I personally found out, Duan Lingtian had once appeared in the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. Moreover, he has many friends and relatives in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city." When she spoke up to hear, Lu Yu paused for a moment before continuing. "If it's necessary, we're entirely capable of using those people to force Duan Lingtian to show himself." You're very good. You didn't disappoint, Master." Shui's face revealed a gratified smile. "I'll go look for Sect Leader Long and Sect Leader Lu right away and tell them of this good news. Once Duan Lingtian is killed, you'll obtain a Grade 5 spirit weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui soared into the sky and left directly, only leaving behind Lu Yu, who stood on the spot with an excited expression. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Imperial City. Unknowingly, I've already returned for 2 months. In the spacious rear courtyard of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian sat within the pergola as he teased the little gold mouse on the table. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and cried out, then said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, do you miss big sister Ker and big sister Li Fei?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Ker and little Fei haven't returned until now. I wonder where they went." Before the little gold mouse could reply, "Young master," a voice sounded out into the rear courtyard. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Jingru's voice. "Jingru, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the rear courtyard to arrive at the front courtyard. "Young master, there's a member of the Duan clan outside looking for you," Jingru said to Duan Lingtian. "A member of the Duan clan?" Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard house and noticed that there was already a carriage waiting there. Little Tian. In next to no time, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. "I'll take you to see someone." Duan Lingtian recognized the person, the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong. Duan Lingtian carried his bewilderment as he boarded the carriage. "See who? You'll know when we arrive at the clan." Duan Ru Hong kept Chen Shi in suspense. Duan Lingtian carried his bewilderment as he arrived at the Duan clan estate with Duan Ru Hong and headed towards the Duan clan audience hall. They hadn't even entered the audience hall when Duan Lingtian heard a voice that sounded out from within. "Third brother, all this isn't your fault. Besides that, your son is extremely promising. Now that you've returned, you can properly enjoy your life." Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the patriarch, Duan Ru Hua. Third brother. Chapter 477. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he heard Patriarch Duan Ru Hua. In the entire world, there seemed to be only one person that could be called third brother by Duan Ru Hua. Duan Ruffing. In other words, his deadbeat father. Not to mention that as a person that had transmigrated from Earth, he didn't have any feelings towards his deadbeat father that he'd never met. Even the Duan Lingtian from before didn't have any memories of his deadbeat father. To Duan Lingtian, his father was too distant, too illusory. However, the sudden appearance of a person that had been missing for an entire 23 years still caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked and feel disbelief. "Fourth uncle, is it really my father?" Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ru Hong and couldn't refrain himself from asking. An unprecedented perturbed feeling. Duan Ru Hong lightly smiled. "Wouldn't you know if it's your father once you go in and take a look?" Only when Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall did he understand what Duan Ru Hong meant earlier. Within the audience hall, a young man with a tall figure was standing opposite the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Ru Hua. Now, when they heard his footsteps, the two of them turned around at practically the same time to look over. Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended onto the young man. The young man wore azure clothes, his hair casually scattered on his shoulders, and his handsome face was incomparably clean. The young man had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a firm expression, and distinct edges that seemed as if they were carved by a blade. What caused Duan Lingtian to be most surprised was that the young man's appearance was actually 60% or 70% similar to his own. At the same time, when facing this young man, a feeling of blood connection arose in his heart for no reason. At this instant, there was no need for any words as Duan Lingtian had already confirmed the young man's identity. Duan Ruffing. His deadbeat father. The husband that his mother yearned for day and night. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Duan Ruffing was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian could see traces of excitement contained within Duan Ruffing's eyes. It was excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. You're Tian?" Duan Ruffing walked forward in large strides and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a few steps. Then he stretched out his hand towards Duan Lingtian's face. If it was another person, Duan Lingtian would have kicked that person flying long ago. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not do so and allowed the other party to reach out and touch his face. For some reason, a feeling, Tian Duan Lingtian. Two's this feeling. Father. N. Duto Duan Tu, S. Duan Tian Tian Twos to recognize Duan Tian to him to speak. In fact, the moment he saw Duan Ru Feng, he was filled with resentment toward him. He resented Duan Ruffing for not coming back earlier and letting his mother suffer so much. Everything that was happening right now seemed to be at the behest of ghosts and gods.
It was as if his subconscious was urging him to do so.
What did you just call me?
You called me father?
Duan Rufing's face was full of excitement and surprise.
Obviously, he didn't expect that this son, whom he had never met before, would directly recognize him as his father. After all these years, he was the one who had let Duan Lingtian down. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't want to recognize him as his father, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian either. For over 20 years, he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father.
You're not my father?
When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Rufing's words, he couldn't help but be startled.
No.
I'm your father.
Duan Ruffing spoke without thinking, as he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian wouldn't recognize him as his father. Duan Lingtian started laughing. But in next to no time, his smile completely froze. When his spiritual force touched Duan Ruffing, he actually noticed that there wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy in Duan Rufing's body. When his spiritual force fused into Duan Rufing's dantian, he didn't notice even the slightest trace of origin energy.
Father, your origin energy.
Duan Lingtian's face went grim.
Although his spiritual force didn't notice any trace of damage in Duan Rufing's dantian, Duan Rufing's body really didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. After all, Duan Ruffing was already a nascent soul martial artist 23 years ago. Now, 23 years had passed. Logically speaking, with the natural talent that Duan Ruffing revealed that day, it wasn't difficult for his cultivation to break through to the void initiation stage. But now, not only was Duan Ruffing not a nascent soul martial artist, even his origin energy had completely vanished. Of course, it wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that Duan Rufing's cultivation might have advanced to the void interpretation stage due to some sort of fortuitous encounter. But, even if it was a void interpretation stage expert, even if Duan Lingtian couldn't see through the depth of their cultivation, he was still able to sense the origin energy within their bodies. Now, Duan Rufing's body didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. The result of Duan Lingtian's investigation was that Duan Ruffing was currently only a 9th-level body tempering stage martial artist that hadn't developed origin energy. This was no different from a martial artist whose dantian was crippled. At this moment, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that perhaps this was related to the reason why this cheapskate father of his had gone missing for so many years. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. My origin energy doesn't exist anymore. Duan Ruffing sighed. That year, I went to the Swamp of Death to search for the serene oxypetalum for you and your mother, but an unforeseen event suddenly occurred during this period of time. Because of some reason, it caused me to have no choice but to be unable to return to look for you and your mother during these 23 years. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Rufing's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have long since chosen to burn both jade and stone and perish together with that person. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the dense coldness contained within Duan Rufing's tone. That person? Duan Lingtian's face sank. Who was that person? I'll take revenge for you. There's no need. Duan Ruffing shook his head. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bewildered expression. Duan Ruffing explained. That person's evil deeds were repaid with evil, and he's already been completely annihilated. Otherwise, Father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. Then he really got off lightly. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring coldness. That person didn't just destroy his father, he even caused his mother to be alone and without anyone to rely on for so many years. He wished for nothing more than to tear that person into pieces. No matter what, it's a happy thing that you and your father were able to reunite once more. Duan Ruhua, who'd always been standing silently at the side, spoke slowly. Yeah, third brother. Even if you don't have your cultivation, you still have an extraordinary son. You just have to properly enjoy your life in the future. Duan Ruhong spoke out as well. Duan Ruffing nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an ashamed expression, Tian, the patriarch has already told me about your past experiences.
It's been hard on you and your mother these past few years. All of this is Father's fault. Father, don't mention the matters of the past. You being able to return this time is already a great fortune amidst misfortune. I think that if Mother were to see you, she would surely be extremely happy. Duan Lingtian persuaded Duan Ruffing, and as he finished speaking, his face revealed a smile. Duan Ruffing's body shook when he heard this. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Duan Ruhua and Duan Ruhong before leaving the Duan clan estate with Duan Ruffing. On the way, Duan Lingtian had the intention of asking Duan Ruffing about his experiences in these past 20 years. However, he quickly noticed that Duan Ruffing wasn't too willing to mention that experience. Based on Father's current attitude, I can imagine that it's surely an experience that he's unwilling to recall. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and at the same time, he didn't ask any further. Not long after, Duan Lingtian brought Duan Ruffing back to his own courtyard house. Young master, this is... Jianghu was completely stunned when she saw Duan Ruffing by Duan Lingtian's side. Because Duan Ruffing and Duan Lingtian were too similar in appearance. Jianghu, this is my father. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Jianghu was shocked, and at the same time that she slightly lost her composure, she hurriedly bowed to Duan Ruffing. Greetings, master. According to her knowledge, didn't the young master's father go missing over 20 years ago? Now that he suddenly returned, it was surprising. Father, she's Jianghu, the manager of my courtyard house. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing lightly smiled as he nodded to Jianghu, but his gaze quickly moved away from Jianghu and swept through the courtyard house. Jianghu guessed what Duan Ruffing was looking for, and she lightly smiled as she said, Master, Madam is in the rear courtyard. Rear courtyard? Duan Ruffing's eyes brightened, and his handsome and firm face slightly trembled with excitement. Father, come with me. Duan Lingtian took Duan Ruffing to the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, a graceful and beautiful figure stood in the distance, watering the flowers and plants. Her back was picturesque, which made people's eyes brighten. Tian, you're back? Hearing the footsteps, the woman slowly turned around. I heard from Jianghu that early in the morning you... The woman didn't finish her words, because at this moment, she was completely stunned. For more than 20 years, the figure that appeared in countless midnight dreams appeared in front of her eyes. So real but so illusory. Brother Feng. I'm not dreaming, am I? The woman's gaze completely ignored Duan Lingtian, and fell onto Duan Ruffing, beside Duan Lingtian. She was inexplicably excited. The woman's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of anxiety, for fear that the scene in front of her was just a dream. She didn't even have the courage to pinch herself to make sure whether she was dreaming or not. Because once she failed, it meant that she would wake up from the dream. She didn't want to interrupt this beautiful moment. Even if it was just a dream, she still hoped that she would never wake up from this dream, and hoped that this moment could become eternal. At this moment, Duan Ruffing's body was also trembling slightly. His mood was no different from the woman in front of him. Rower. Mother. Seeing that his cheap father Duan Ruffing stayed in the same place for a long time without any movement, Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile, and exclaimed, You're not dreaming. Father is back. Your intuition is right. Father is not dead. Really not dead. Chapter 478. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that his mother and that deadbeat father of his had been separated for so many years, and they surely had many things to say to each other. So, he sensibly left the rear courtyard and didn't disturb them. I truly never imagined that I would actually recognize this father as a coincidence. When he recalled the scene that occurred in the Duan clan earlier, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand and find it hard to believe. At that moment, he didn't even have the time to react before inexplicably calling Duan Ruffing father. Perhaps this is the connection of bloodlines, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But no matter what, Duan Lingtian was extremely happy that Duan Ruffing was able to return. He wasn't happy for himself. He'd long since gotten used to his current life, and whether that deadbeat father of his returned or not didn't affect him too much. He was happy for his mother. During these past few years, His mother had painstakingly raised him up. A woman that didn't have anyone to rely on, the hardships she carried could be imagined. So, Duan Lingtian had always loved his mother dearly. Now that the man his mother yearned for day and night had returned, it also meant that from today onwards, his mother wouldn't be alone any longer. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse's cry sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Little gold, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in bewilderment and asked curiously. The little gold mouse blinked her jade green eyes as she stared at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, when your father looked at me earlier, I sensed a terrifying aura sweeping over. That terrifying aura was extremely similar to the aura I sensed at the Swamp of Death the last time. Swamp of Death? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He clearly remembered what happened the last time. It was precisely because the little gold mouse sensed that terrifying aura that she was able to bring him to the underground palace that was embedded deep underground. But according to what the little gold mouse said, that terrifying aura only appeared briefly at the moment the formidable soul wanted to crush his soul and seize his body in the end. That terrifying aura was obviously emitted by that formidable soul. On that day, Duan Lingtian had guessed it. Little gold, I think you've surely sensed wrongly. The owner of that aura you sensed will never appear again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought that the little gold mouse sensed wrongly. The little gold mouse's head drooped and didn't refute. After all, it had only sensed the terrifying aura when Duan Rufeng looked at it earlier. In the blink of an eye, that aura. At this moment, even she herself wasn't sure if it was a misconception or not. Only when night fell did Duan Lingtian hear Li Ro call out to him. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to walk into the rear courtyard. Only now did he notice that his mother Li Ro was leaning by the side of his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Her beautiful cheeks revealed a wisp of crimson, and her watery eyes even seemed to be able to melt everything. Mother, congratulations on getting what you wanted. It was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his mother so happy, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He was able to discern that his mother was really happy, and her happiness was written all over her face. Tian, quickly come over and let your father take a good look at you. Li Ro called Duan Lingtian over, and her smile was like a flower that was beautiful and moving. Duan Lingtian walked over. Ro, it's been hard on you these past few years. I've already found out about what you and Tian have experienced these past few years. I guarantee that I won't leave you half a step in the future. Duan Rufeng looked at his wife by his side, and his heart was filled with guilt when he thought of his wife's experiences these past few years. Li Ro nodded lightly with a face full of happiness. The family of three was joyous and harmonious. During this period of time, for the sake of not causing his mother to worry, Duan Lingtian didn't mention the matter of his father losing his origin energy, and he only acted as a foil and listened to his father and mother speak of past matters. These past matters were mostly matters of his father and mother when they were young. At that time, he still didn't exist. I actually have 2 future daughters-in-law? After Duan Rufeng heard Li Ro mention Ker and Li Fei, his eyes lit up, and he smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Tian, not bad, not bad. You're stronger than your father in this aspect. What? Big brother Feng, you want to hug one in each hand as well? Sitting next to Duan Rufeng, Li Ro's voice was as gentle as water, and almost no strange emotions could be detected from it. However, Duan Rufeng's face completely collapsed. Ro, I said the wrong thing, I didn't mean that. I really didn't mean that. Seeing Duan Rufeng hurriedly explaining to Li Ro, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Big brother Feng, Tian, you two have a good chat and cultivate your relationship. I'll cook tonight. When Li Ro left the backyard, her cheeks were flushed, and she was very happy. People were in high spirits when faced with happy events. This was the current Li Ro. To Li Ro, nothing could make her happier than the return of her husband who had been missing for more than 20 years. Father, what's wrong with your origin energy? I noticed that your Dan Tian doesn't seem to have any traces of damage. Can you cultivate again? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and asked. Tian, you don't have to worry about me. I'm already very happy to be able to return to your mother's side this time. As for other things, they're not important to me. Duan Rufeng's words came from the bottom of his heart.
It was as if losing his origin energy would not affect his mood at all.
Duan Lingtian was silent. Could it be that his father really couldn't cultivate again?
Although he didn't know the reason, based on his father's current attitude, it was obvious that he didn't intend to cultivate again. Or perhaps it was because of some reason that his father couldn't cultivate again. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he didn't ask any further.
Father, it doesn't matter if you can cultivate again or not. Even if you don't have your cultivation base, you're still my mother's husband, and my father, Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian smiled.
Just like what fourth uncle said at the Duan clan estate today. In the future, you just have to accompany by mother's side and properly enjoy life. I don't dare guarantee anything else, but I still dare guarantee that I'll give you and mother a stable life.
Tian.
Duan Lingtian's words caused Duan Ruffing to go silent for a long time before slowly speaking.
However, even if he spoke, he seemed to not know what to say, and he only lightly called out, Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with gratification. All those years ago, the child that was still in his wife's womb had already grown up and was successful and well known now. As a father, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Not long after, Li Ro brought along the servant girls to carry the food into the rear courtyard, and the family of 3 gathered together to eat happily.
Squeak squeak, during the process of eating, the little gold mouse poked its nose in and added a great deal of fun. Duan Lingtian ate this meal with incomparable warmth and happiness.
But after the meal, as he sat alone at the side, his gaze became slightly misty. I wonder where Kerr and little Fei are now and how they are.
Besides his mother, the 2 little girls were the greatest worry in Duan Lingtian's heart.
Especially now when he saw his mother happily snuggling up by his father's side. His feelings were even greater.
Logically speaking, no matter how far they went, they ought to have returned by now, right? Deep into the night, it was rare that Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, and he lay on the bed as he thought of the 2 little girls. Unknowingly, he'd fallen asleep.
On this night, he had a dream, and he dreamed that Kerr and little Fei had returned. But when he woke up the next day and stretched out his arms, the empty feeling undoubtedly told Duan Lingtian that Kerr and little Fei hadn't returned yet.
With Peak Master Xianxia by their side, they ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian consoled himself, but he still couldn't help but think of the 2 girls in his heart. Finally, 5 days later, Duan Lingtian's home welcomed a guest from afar, a beautiful woman that was travel-worn. It was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Xianxia. Presently, Xianxia's beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to contain a slight trace of scarlet red mixed within. Peak Master, you know everything? When Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia's current expression, he knew that Xianxia surely knew what had occurred in the 7-Star Sword sect, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Xianxia nodded, and the killing intent in her eyes was awe-inspiring. I never imagined that I'd only left for a little over a year, and so many things had happened in the sect. Azure Forest Trisect. What an Azure Forest Trisect. The 7-Star Sword sect could be said to be Xianxia's home.
Besides the contribution of that big sister of hers, Xianxia was able to have her current achievements was mostly because of her master's wholehearted fostering.
Her master was an inner court elder of the 7-Star Sword sect. He was one of the few existences at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the 7-Star Sword sect. Even though her current cultivation had already surpassed her master's, she was still very weak. But in her heart, a master for a day was a father for life. Now, her master had been killed. The sect that fostered her into a genius had been annihilated. Peak Master, don't worry. What the Azure Forest Trisect owes us, what it owes the 7-Star Sword sect, it'll be returned sooner or later. A strand of frightening killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he said word by word, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Well said. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Xianxia nodded, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. Peak Master, where's Kerr and little Fei? Why didn't they return with you? Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and asked. The cold lights in Xianxia's eyes weakened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she squeezed out a trace of a smile. Don't worry, they're in an extremely safe place. No one can harm them. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia in bewilderment, and his brows frowned slightly. Peak Master Xianxia, they didn't return with you?
No.
Xianxia shook her head. Xianxia shook her head.
They're still in the foreign realm.
I returned half a month ago.
As soon as I returned, I noticed the sect had completely changed, and only after investigating in secret did I find out that the sect had been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect that was formed from the Origin Convergence sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the Snow Moon sect.
Chapter 479. It's really as I expected. You've returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When she spoke up to hear, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and muttered,
Fortunately you're fine, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Kerr. When she mentioned Kerr, the enraged expression of hatred on Xianxia's face completely vanished, and replacing it was doting.
Peak Master Xianxia. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and frowned. Why would Kerr and little Fei be in the foreign lands?
Could it be that you don't know that I brought them to celebrate the birthday of my big sister that's in a faraway place?
Xianxia asked. I know this, Peak Master Zheng Fan told me. But, what does this have to do with the foreign lands? Duan Lingtian said. Xianxia shook her head. Looks like you still don't know.
That big sister of mine is from the foreign lands, and she's even an elder of a great power in the foreign lands. This time, I brought along Kerr and Li Fei to celebrate my big sister's birthday, and my big sister took a fancy to Kerr and Li Fei's natural talent, so she temporarily left them behind.
Duan Lingtian's body lightly shook.
Foreign lands?
Peak Master Xianxia's big sister is actually from the foreign lands? Moreover, she's an elder of some great power. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and powers stood like trees in a forest.
Existences that were able to be called great powers were all outstanding and formidable powers in the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian never imagined that his two fiancés had actually gone to the foreign lands with Peak Master Xianxia, and they'd even stayed behind in that great power in the foreign lands now. Of course, he knew that it was the good fortune of the two little girls. The great powers in the foreign lands possessed countless cultivation resources, and there was no lack of various spirit fruits amongst them. The two little girls were able to obtain the favor of a great figure in that great power, and it was undoubtedly their good fortune.
Presumably, their cultivations would surely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Although he was slightly reluctant, Duan Lingtian still felt happy for them. Who would have imagined that when I returned this time, the Seven-Star Sword sect has actually changed? As she finished speaking, Xianxia's mood became slightly agitated, and killing intent rose in her eyes, choosing to devour people. A flowing light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked. Peak Master Xianxia, now that the Seven-Star Sword sect no longer exists, do you have any plans?
Xianxia's eyes flickered with a fierce light.
I'll enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. You aren't returning to the Outer Realm? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Xianxia's words. Return to the Outer Realm? Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. Regardless of whether it was when I left with Kerr and Li Fei back then, or when I returned this time, that elder sister of mine sent people to escort me all the way. The person that escorted me back had already left when I entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire. The Outer Realm is exceedingly dangerous. With my little bit of strength, going to the Outer Realm by myself is extremely dangerous. When she spoke up to hear, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I know you miss Kerr and the others extremely. Don't worry, with the care of that elder sister of mine, they'll surely be able to obtain an even better improvement. Perhaps when you see them next, their strengths would have already far surpassed you. Perhaps. The irreconcilable enmity of annihilation can only be relied on you and Kerr. As she finished speaking, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Even though she'd vowed solemnly earlier that she would enter into closed-door cultivation and take revenge on the Azure Forest Trisect after breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. But she knew clearly in her heart that with her current cultivation, not to mention the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, even if it was the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, she was still quite a distance away. Moreover, with her natural talent, it was practically impossible for her to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time. So she'd placed her hopes even more onto Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei. Don't worry, Peak Master Xianxia, Duanling Tian, swore long ago.
I'll surely take revenge for the vengeful spirits of my 7-star sword sect that died.
Duanling Tian had a serious expression as he spoke seriously. Xianxia nodded. She believed that Duanling Tian would be able to accomplish it.
Duanling Tian.
Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out from the horizon.
Even though this voice was aged, it was extremely powerful and contained formidable origin energy, and it practically spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and caused an extremely great stir. At this moment, the people in the outer and inner city of the imperial city had raised their heads to look up at the sky. However, the gazes of most people were obstructed by the clouds and mist, and they were unable to see anything.
I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? Someone called out to Duanling Tian? You didn't hear wrongly. Oh my god. That voice from before was simply like a thunderclap. Right now, everyone in the imperial city might have heard that voice.
A person that's capable of emitting such a voice and coming from the horizon is obviously a void stage expert. The owner of that voice came in a menacing manner and seemed to not be very friendly.
It ought to be Duanling Tian who defended someone. No matter if it was the outer city or inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it was filled with similar discussions. Imperial Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures soared into the sky one after the other.
The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, and he was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Behind the emperor was an old man in grey clothes, and he was like a shadow that followed behind the emperor. This was the imperial family's new void-prying stage expert. He was also an expert created by the void advancement pill Duanling Tian gave the emperor, and he was the emperor's trusted aide.
Where did Commander Duan offend such a formidable existence? The emperor's brows knit tightly.
That aged voice from before was thick and powerful, and the origin energy mixed within it caused him to feel shocked and terrified.
He had an intuition. Even if he joined forces with the grey-clothed old man behind him, they might not be a match for the opponent. Divine Might Marquis Estate.
Another two figures soared into the sky, and one of them was precisely the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan. The other person was an old man in black clothes, and he silently followed by Nie Yuan's side as if he was Nie Yuan's shadow, following him like a shadow.
Little Tian, that kid. Where did he get such an expert? Nie Yuan's face was covered in a bitter smile. Duan Clan Estate. The Duan Clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, the one and only void-prying stage expert of the Duan Clan, soared into the sky as well, and his face contained slight terror mixed within. Could it be an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?
Exactly what infuriating thing did that little fellow do to cause this expert to be so furious? Although the rage within the thunderous voice from before wasn't too obvious, it was still noticed by Duan Zhen, who'd already broken through to the void-prying stage.
Paladin Academy. Whoosh.
The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and silk headband stood in midair and looked at the distant horizon as he muttered, "That powerhouse seems to be extremely hostile towards that little fellow, Duanling Tian.
Such an existence, not to mention me, is even stronger than him. Even if all the void-prying stage experts of the Crimson Sky Kingdom joined forces, they might not be a match for him."
At the same time that he muttered to himself, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a bitter smile.
Duanling Tian's courtyard house front courtyard.
This voice. Duanling Tian's face sank. Although he wasn't familiar with the owner of the voice, he had a deep impression of it and remembered it clearly.
Elder Ming?
Xianxia's beautiful eyes squinted as she discerned who the owner of the voice was, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face.
Elder Ming is still alive. Elder Ming is actually still alive. Looks like the heavens really haven't forsaken my 7-star sword sect. At the same time that Xianxia muttered to herself, her figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished before Duanling Tian's eyes. Peak Master Xianxia.
Duanling Tian's face went grim, and he wanted to shout out to stop Xianxia, yet it was too late, as Xianxia had already concealed herself in the clouds.
Damn it! Duanling Tian's eyes flickered with cold lights. No one knew better than him that even if Elder Ming was still alive, it was impossible for him to have escaped. After all, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect were numerous like the clouds at that time, and they completely crushed the 7-star sword sect. Although Elder Ming's strength was strong, he didn't have Elder Peng's speed after all, and it was practically impossible for him to escape. In this way, there was only one possibility.
Elder Ming had betrayed the 7-star sword sect.
Little gold, enlarge and bring me up. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly called out to the little gold mouse. After the little gold mouse enlarged, he leaped onto the little gold mouse's back and asked the little gold mouse to bring him up into the sky. Right at the instant the little gold mouse brought Duan Ling Tian up into the sky. Void-prying stage martial artists of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, listen up. If I don't see Duan Ling Tian again after half an hour, then I'll kill all of you one by one. The aged and sonorous voice sounded out once more, and it didn't lack a threatening intent. Threatening all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. This time when the voice was transmitted out, besides being mixed with thick origin energy, it also carried strands of extremely strange aura. Wind concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This voice was accompanied by vast origin energy and formidable wind concept, and it instantly spread to every corner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city without missing a single corner. At this moment, so long as one wasn't deaf, practically everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city heard these words. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has really offended a formidable existence. What high-sounding sentiments! If we don't hand over Duan Ling Tian, then he'll kill all the void stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. That person is probably an existence that Duan Ling Tian offended in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and now he's come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to take revenge. The entire imperial city was in a complete uproar. Waves of clamorous discussions filled the streets and alleys, and practically all of them were discussing Duan Ling Tian. Various versions of the rumors covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out. Supposedly, Duan Ling Tian slept with the daughter of an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then didn't take responsibility and snuck away. So that expert chased all the way to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to get even with Duan Ling Tian. No. What I heard was that the expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom took a fancy to Duan Ling Tian's natural talent and wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple, but was refused by Duan Ling Tian. Out of consideration for his reputation in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't flare up. So he came to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to vent. Chapter 480. In a spacious courtyard within the Xiao clan estate. The siblings, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan, rushed out of their respective rooms and met him head-on. Brother, I'm going to find Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Lan's heart burned with anxiety, her beautiful face was pale, and tears were on the verge of dripping. She clearly heard the voice that came from the horizon earlier, and realized that Duan Ling Tian might have encountered danger. Let's go together. Xiao Yu didn't stop them and brought Xiao Lan out of the courtyard, preparing to leave the Xiao clan estate to find Duan Ling Tian. His sister was anxious, and so was he. Duan Ling Tian was also his friend. Especially after Duan Ling Tian returned this time, he even obtained the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and his future was bright. He knew that behind all this, Duan Ling Tian contributed greatly. So, he was very grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Wait for me. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan had just left the courtyard when they heard an urgent voice coming from behind them. It was Xiao Sun who'd heard the news. However, the three of them were stopped before they'd even walked out of the Xiao clan estate. The person who stopped them was precisely the Xiao clan's patriarch. I know you're worried about Duan Ling Tian, but if you go this time, not only will you not be able to help, you might even be caught in the crossfire. So, as Xiao clan disciples, you can't leave the Xiao clan now. The Xiao clan's patriarch had a serious expression as he spoke solemnly. Patriarch, Duan Ling Tian is our friend. Xiao Yu's words were very simple, and his tone contained incomparable firmness. Exactly. Xiao Sun said. It's precisely because he's your friend. At this time, you won't be able to help even if you go, and will only be a burden. The Xiao clan's patriarch continued. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun went silent for a moment when they heard this. Only Xiao Lan walked out with graceful steps, bypassing the Xiao clan's patriarch, and headed out of the Xiao clan estate. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Xiao Lan, I know you have feelings for Duan Ling Tian, but if you insist on stepping out of my Xiao clan estate today, then you will no longer be a member of my Xiao clan. The Xiao clan leader said in a deep voice.
The origin of the expert that came to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian was unknown, but since he dared to say that he would annihilate all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it indicated that his strength wasn't weak. Such an existence was something that ordinary people could not avoid. How would they dare to join in the fun? If Xiao Lan went to look for Duan Ling Tian while bearing the identity of a Xiao clan disciple and accidentally offended that expert, then wouldn't their Xiao clan possibly be implicated? The Xiao clan couldn't afford to gamble. As the Xiao clan's patriarch, he had no choice but to consider for the Xiao clan. Then I, Xiao Lan, am no longer a member of the Xiao clan from today onwards. Hearing the words of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Lan didn't even turn her head as her clear and cold voice sounded out. This made the Xiao clan's patriarch smile bitterly. Lan. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and walked out with large strides, wanting to chase after Xiao Lan. Xiao Yu, you want to be like your sister and leave our Xiao clan? The Xiao clan's patriarch's face went ghastly pale when he saw Xiao Yu's actions. It wasn't a big deal for Xiao Lan to leave the Xiao clan. But Xiao Yu was the Xiao clan's hope. His natural talent was extraordinary, and now that he'd even obtained the favor of His Majesty, the Emperor, his meteoric rise in the future was nothing difficult. He'd even planned to betroth his daughter to Xiao Yu and foster Xiao Yu to become the next patriarch of the Xiao clan. But now, Xiao Yu wanted to take a risk. Patriarch, thank you for taking care of me all this time. But I can't disregard the safety of my sister and my friends. If I don't walk out of the Xiao clan estate's door today, then I'd be a brother and a friend in vain. Xiao Yu had a firm expression as he walked out with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Xiao Yu, wait. Xiao Sun was influenced by Xiao Yu and wanted to follow him. But before he'd even taken a step or finished speaking, he saw the Xiao clan's patriarch make a move and directly knocked Xiao Yu unconscious. Patriarch, how can you do this? Xiao Sun's face went ghastly pale as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. The Xiao clan's patriarch swept Xiao Sun with his gaze and said indifferently, Xiao Sun, could it be that you want to learn from Xiao Yu? Don't blame me for not warning you, but if you dare leave this door, then you'll have to lie down like Xiao Yu. I really don't know what you juniors are thinking. You clearly know that there are tigers on the mountain, yet you still insist on going up the mountain. As he finished speaking, he had a face full of resentment. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. He knew that this patriarch would do as he said, and he could only hope in his heart that Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Lan would be fine. Don't worry. So long as Xiao Lan doesn't get into trouble, then everything I said earlier is invalid and doesn't count. She's still a disciple of my Xiao clan. The final words of the Xiao clan's patriarch caused Xiao Sun's expression to ease up slightly. At the same time, Imperial Palace. Whoosh. A beautiful figure dashed out of a luxurious palace, and everywhere she passed, a fragrant wind swept out. Princess! Princess, wait for me. Behind her, a palace maid panted as she chased. Nothing must happen to you. Nothing must happen to you. The person dashing ahead was none other than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family's Princess Bai Yao. At this moment, Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face went pale, and her clear eyes that were like water were filled with anxiousness. She wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly towards that man's courtyard house. Whereas now, in the sky above the center of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, three figures were like three gods as they stepped on the clouds. Suddenly, whoosh! A graceful and luxurious figure soared up into the sky at the first possible moment, towering above the clouds and mist as he looked at an azure-clothed old man in the distance. Elder Ming. This was a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman's voice contained slight seriousness mixed within. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Duan Ling Tian? The beautiful woman was precisely Xianxia, the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and an existence that had stepped into the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the past, in terms of strength, she was only inferior to the sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong, the sect guarding revered Elder Pang, and the two great guardian elders in the 7-star sword sect. Earlier, when she heard Elder Ming call out Duan Ling Tian's name, she thought that Elder Ming wanted to find Duan Ling Tian and protect him, so that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be found by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the hope of the 7-star sword sect.
taking revenge for the Seven-Star Sword Sect and even reviving the Seven-Star Sword Sect couldn't do without Duanling Tian. But she'd only just soared into the sky when she heard what Elder Ming said at the end. At that instant, the pleasant surprise on her face had completely vanished. Elder Ming actually didn't come to protect Duanling Tian, but had instead come to look for trouble with Duanling Tian. She was unable to wrap her head around it no matter how she thought about it, and she only thought that there was some sort of misunderstanding. Little girl Xiang. The azure-clothed old man, one of the two great guardians of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Elder Ming, Zhao Ming, was slightly surprised when he saw Qin Xiang appear. Elder Ming, this is the former Seven-Star Sword Sect's Arcade Peaks master, Qin Xiang? As expected, she's young and promising. Elder Ming, you must strive to obtain such a talent for our Azure Forest Trisect. The red-clothed old man that stood by the azure-clothed old man's side spoke with a sonorous voice, and the red clothes on his body fluttered with the wind like blazing flames. Yeah, Elder Ming. This little girl's natural talent isn't bad, and she might be able to become the first existence in our Azure Forest Trisect to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in the future. At that time, our Azure Forest Trisect will be able to stand on equal footing with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. The last old man wore green clothes, and his figure was emaciated to the point of being skin and bones. His tone was extremely ghastly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang noticed the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man, and her face went grim. All of you are members of the Azure Forest Trisect? Subsequently, she looked at Zhao Ming and said with a low voice, Zhao Ming, you actually betrayed the sect and pledged allegiance to the Azure Forest Trisect? Betrayed? Zhao Ming couldn't help but sneer when he heard Qin Xiang. Little girl Xiang, your words are slightly biased. Betrayed? I, Zhao Ming, have practically given up my entire life for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. But in the end, how did the Seven-Star Sword Sect repay me? My son, Zhao Lin, was killed by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. My grandson, Zhao Ku, was crippled by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, causing him to die without descendants. Since the Seven-Star Sword Sect betrayed me first, then why should I continue to work myself to the bone for the Seven-Star Sword Sect? As he finished speaking, Zhao Ming's tone was ghastly, and it contained boundless rage mixed within. Zhao Ming's words caused Qin Xiang to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight hesitation after a short moment, Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? You saw with your own two eyes that it was members of our Seven-Star Sword Sect that killed Zhao Lin and crippled Zhao Ku? How could this be fake? Zhao Ming sneered in disdain, and his face was covered in a layer of ice. Elder Ming, even if this is true, it's still a personal mistake. How can you blame it on the sect? Qin Xiang spoke angrily. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ming laughed loudly as he glanced coldly at Qin Xiang and said with a cold voice, Little girl Qin, let me ask you. If it was you, and you saw the sect was facing a great calamity, yet you still had to risk your life to rescue the person that crippled your grandson, what would you think? If it was you, and that person was about to be rescued, yet your son went to obstruct him, and was killed by the higher-ups of the sect in the end, what would you think? Zhao Ming's words were filled with certainty, and it caused Qin Xiang to be speechless. After a short moment, Qin Xiang recovered from her shock, and her beautiful brows frowned. Elder Ming, the person you spoke of, is Duanling Tian? Exactly, it's that little bastard, Duanling Tian. When Zhao Ming mentioned Duanling Tian, his eyes were suffused with icy cold flames, and it seemed as if it could incinerate everything. Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Ming. According to my knowledge, Duanling Tian is absolutely not a person that causes trouble without reason. What you mean is, from the beginning until the end, this matter was brought about by my grandson? Zhao Ming's face sank, and his flames of rage burned to the limit. Right when Qin Xiang didn't know how to answer Zhao Ming. Perhaps it wasn't your grandson that brought about this upon himself. But it was absolutely your son that brought about this upon himself. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 481. The person that arrived was none other than Duanling Tian that the little gold mouse carried into the sky.
Little bastard, you've finally made an appearance.
Early on when Duan Lingtian's word sounded out, Zhao Ming's expression had gone completely pale.
Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian appear, his face revealed an extremely evil and cold expression, and his eyes flickered with ghastly cold lights. Within the cold lights, killing intent was completely revealed.
Idiot!
Duan Lingtian stood up on the back of the little gold mouse and looked down at Zhao Ming as he indifferently spat out 2 words.
Idiot? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xianxia, who stood at the side, was stunned. Even Zhao Ming and the other 2 people by his side were stunned. Besides Zhao Ming, Xianxia's group of 3 felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian, a little fellow that hasn't even stepped into the void-prying stage, actually dares to provoke Zhao Ming like this?
Little bastard, you're courting death. The origin energy on Zhao Ming's body was protected as terrifying wind concept coiled around his body and emitted waves of terrifying aura. In the sky above him, 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down with an oppressive aura.
6th level of the void initiation stage. 5th level wind concept.
Presently, Zhao Ming stood there with strands of light azure-colored energy flickering around the origin energy on his entire body, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind.
Elder Ming. Xianxia's face went grim when she saw Zhao Ming intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian.
The other 2 people, one is a guardian elder of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the other is a guardian elder of the former Origin Convergence sect.
I'm not remembering wrongly, right? Right when Zhao Ming's imposing manner shot into the sky and was about to make a move.
Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, instead had a calm expression, and he looked at the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that stood by Zhao Ming's side in a neither fast nor slow manner as he spoke slowly.
Humph. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that we weren't able to kill you on the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak that day. But, you'll surely die today.
The red-clothed old man said in a deep voice.
The green-clothed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His gaze was indifferent, as if he was looking at a corpse. Or perhaps in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a corpse. I originally wanted to share something good with the 2 elders. But since the 2 elders aren't interested, I won't say anything. Just let Zhao Lin kill me.
Duan Lingtian opened his mouth unhurriedly again with an expression of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water.
Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Zhao Ming's face sank. He disdained Duan Lingtian and raised his hand. His origin energy surged. Whoosh.
The concept of wind coiled around him, causing the air to turn sluggish, as if it had been sucked dry.
Zhao Ming was about to make a move.
A spirit sword that was like rippling autumn water had appeared in Xianxia's hand, and her pair of autumn eyes flickered with a heavy sheen.
Facing Zhao Ming, she had no confidence at all. Dang! Zhao Ming abruptly shouted out explosively as the origin energy in his hand roared and carried 5th level wind concept. The condensed origin energy seemed to have transformed into a wind dragon that opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't dodge.
Xianxia's face went grim as origin energy coiled around the spirit sword in her hand, and peerlessly sharp sword concept condensed within it as she prepared to make a move.
Peak Master Xianxia, you don't have to make a move. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Xianxia's ears, causing her to be unable to help but be stunned, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently to Xianxia. Earlier, it was precisely he who'd sent a voice transmission to Peak Master Xianxia. Even though Xianxia didn't know where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, she still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Right when she was annihilating the origin energy on her spirit sword, the scene before her caused her to be dumbstruck. Bang! Bang! 2 enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time, and they tore through the sky with vast impetus.
It was the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that had made a move at the same time.
2 strands of thick and material origin energy swept out accompanied by concept energy to easily stop the attack Zhao Ming executed towards Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua, Zhong Lin, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Ming's face went grim as he glared angrily at the 2 old men by his side. If it was Xianxia that made a move, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't take Xianxia seriously. After all, Xianxia was only a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist, and she was far inferior to him.
But any one of the 2 old men by his side had strengths that weren't inferior to him. Most importantly, These two old men actually obstructed him from killing Duan Lingtian. He even slightly doubted which side these two old fellows stood on now.
Zhao Ming, don't be angry. We're just curious about what good things this Duan Lingtian has to share with us. The red-clothed old man, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Tang Hua, smiled. Exactly. Zhong Lin, the green-clothed old man, and the guardian elder of the Origin Convergence sect nodded as well. Could it be that all of you haven't discerned that he's deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Zhao Ming's face sank. Elder Ming, could it be that you're afraid this kid will play some tricks before you? Tang Hua smiled lightly, and after he appeased Zhao Ming, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, you can speak now. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he glanced deeply at Tang Hua. Elder Hua is a smart person as expected. Since it's like this, I'll tell all of you. I know a place that has 10,000-year stalactite milk. 10,000-year stalactite milk. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the three old men instantly went grim. Even Xianxia also had a dumbstruck look. As figures that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were naturally clearly aware of what 10,000-year stalactite milk was. The milk of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was capable of helping a martial artist improve natural talent to the limit. Most importantly, the 10,000-year stalactite milk didn't have any restrictions, and anyone could consume it. Even if they consumed it, it was similarly effective.
They could imagine that if they were able to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk and improve their natural talent in the martial Dao to the limit, then breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage was utterly not a difficult thing. Perhaps when it really came to that time their goals would change. They wouldn't be attached to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage any longer. Perhaps they would consider charging into the Void Interpretation stage. For a time, the sky was deathly silent. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the three old men before him. He knew that these three old fellows were moved. Actually, the situation before him could be said to have been constructed by him after careful consideration. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, then even if he was lucky enough to escape the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, the people related to him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom like the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan would surely be unable to escape calamity.
This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. So he thought of this method. Duan Lingtian, do you really know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is? Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and asked via voice transmission, and her tone contained slight urgency mixed within. Even she couldn't help but be moved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Peak Master Xianxia, I indeed know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is.
It's even to the extent that I myself have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk, and my natural talent has been improved to the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent. It isn't just me, even Conqueror and Little Fei have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk just like me, and their natural talent isn't inferior to mine.
Duan Lingtian didn't conceal anything and spoke word by word. To Duan Lingtian, the 10,000-year stalactite milk of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak was already of no use to him. After all, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had accumulated there for many years had practically been completely plundered by him. In a short few years, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had barely dripped down wasn't of much use to him. So long as I'm able to walk out of the foreign lands, I'll be able to once again head to the place where the 10,000-year stalactite milk was located that Samsara Emperor Wu encountered all those years ago. Presently, over 10,000 years have already passed since Samsara Emperor Wu completely plundered the 10,000-year stalactite milk at that place that day. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Once I find that place, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Kerr has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well? Xianxia was dazed.
Only now did she realize that there was a reason why the personal disciple she doted on possessed such monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao.
Peak Master Xianxia. When he saw Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Xianxia's ears. In a moment, I'll use the 10,000-year stalactite milk as a threat to trick them into leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring along my family, the Divine Might Marquis estate, and the Duan clan members to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and find a safe place to hide. So long as it's someone related to me, don't leave a single one behind and take all of them away. Besides that, I noticed the passageway that led to the 10,000-year stalactite cave behind the cliff at the side of the peak of Migres Peak. At the entrance of the cave passageway was a crooked tree that was extremely conspicuous. That place is a good place to cultivate. You can bring MOU to cultivate there. MOU is the personal disciple of the sect leader and the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. I'll leave him to you. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word to Xianxia. Duan Lingtian, you can't. This is too risky. Xianxia discerned that Duan Lingtian's words had the intention of leaving behind his will, and she hurriedly shook her head and refused, unwilling to agree. Peak Master Xianxia, we don't have a choice. Don't worry, I might not be in danger. So long as I find an opportunity, I'll completely escape the control of these 3 old fellows and escape from the jaws of death. Duan Lingtian continued speaking via voice transmission. Xianxia went silent. She knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true and didn't have the intention of exaggerating. At this time, they indeed didn't have a choice. A single Zhao Ming wasn't in existence she was able to go against. Yet now, there were 2 experts with strengths that weren't inferior to Zhao Ming by Zhao Ming's side, and it caused her to feel a wave of powerlessness. Duan Lingtian, you must survive well. Ke is still waiting for you. Li Fei is still waiting for you. At this moment, he seemed to have tossed the enmity of his son and grandson to the back of his mind, and all he thought about in his heart was the improvement of his natural talent in the martial Tao after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk. As far as he was concerned, so long as he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent in the martial Tao would improve. Once his natural talent in the martial Tao improved, the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the void initiation stage that had trapped him for many years would be charged through by him in one go. At that time, he would officially step into the 7th level of the void initiation stage, stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and compete for supremacy with the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Now, just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement in his heart. Exactly. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin nodded when they heard Zhao Ming, and they expressed their attitudes. If you, Duan Lingtian, are unable to prove that you've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then we won't stop Zhao Ming from killing you. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the request of Zhao Ming's group of 3. When he saw the burning gazes of the 3 of them looking over, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Subsequently, he pulled out the stopper of the medicinal pill bottle and turned it around. Drip. A drop of milky white liquid dripped onto the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it flickered with a milky white sheen. A strange aura suffused out from it. It's really the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although Zhao Ming's group of 3 hadn't seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, just the aura that suffused out from this drop of milky white liquid was sufficient to cause the origin energy in their bodies to lightly pulsate, and it caused them to deeply realize that this drop of milky white liquid wasn't simple. Now, they didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words any longer. Right when the eyes of Zhao Ming's group of 3 shone as they looked at the 10,000-year stalactite milk in Duan Lingtian's hand, Duan Lingtian made a move. He suddenly raised his hand. Swish! The 10,000-year stalactite milk in his hand flashed out to flash directly towards Xianxia, who stood nearby. Whereas Xianxia had been warned by Duan Lingtian via voice transmission earlier, and when she saw Duan Lingtian make a move, she lightly opened her red lips and just happened to catch this drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Instantly, a white light flashed on Xianxia's body. As expected of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so miraculous. Xianxia felt the medicinal strength of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and she could clearly feel the circulation of the origin energy in her body become even faster. Kid! You! When they saw Duan Lingtian actually gave the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Xianxia, the faces of Zhao Ming's group of 3 went grim, and they glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Why are the 3 of you getting angry? So long as all of you know the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, wouldn't all of you be able to obtain as much milk as you want? I'm truly sorry. I left in a hurry the last time,
And only a drop of the 10,000-year stalactite milk I brought along remained. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh, then glanced at the little gold mouse beneath his feet.
The rest was eaten by it.
The eyes of Zhao Ming's group of 3 flickered with fierce lights, and after they glanced at each other, they seemed to have come to some sort of agreement.
Little bastard, bring us to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk. We can leave your corpse intact.
Zhao Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly.
Corpse intact?
Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, "If this is your sincerity, then I think there's no need for us to continue talking.
All of you can kill me now."
Duan Lingtian had an appearance of kill if you want, and slice if you want.
You!
Duan Lingtian's actions caused Zhao Ming's face to go grim, and he said with a dark face, "Little bastard, don't push your luck."
Push my luck?
Duan Lingtian declined to comment.
Elder Ming, what you said isn't right.
After all, so long as the 3 of you obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then even if all of you aren't young anymore, by relying on the natural talent improved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, even if all of you aren't young anymore, then even if all of you aren't able to break through to the void transformation stage in your lifetimes, I think it isn't a problem for all of you to break through to the void interpretation stage.
Duan Lingtian, what do you want? Speak frankly. Tang Hua spoke directly. Zhonglin nodded. Exactly, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. My request is extremely simple.
All 3 of you swear that after I bring all of you to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, all of you won't kill me or touch me in the slightest. Otherwise, all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation.
Duan Lingtian practically spoke word by word. 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhao Ming's face went grim. Even though Tang Hua and Zhonglin's expressions didn't change, they used their gazes to communicate with each other before agreeing. We can agree.
Tang Hua, Zhonglin, both of you. Zhao Ming's face went grim as he never imagined that Tang Hua and Zhonglin didn't ask for his opinion before agreeing to such an unreasonable request of Duan Lingtian of their own accord.
After all, his son and grandson had died because of Duan Lingtian. He and Duan Lingtian were absolutely irreconcilable. Want him to look on helplessly as Duan Lingtian fled from under his nose? He was unable to do it. Zhao Ming. At practically the exact same time, Zhao Ming received 2 voice transmissions. We've only sworn an oath that we won't kill him.
Once he really brings us to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll at most imprison him and bring him back, and we'll let others kill him.
In this way, we won't go against our oath, and you'll be able to take revenge for your son and grandson, right? These 2 voice transmissions were precisely transmitted into Zhao Ming's ears by Tang Hua and Zhonglin. Zhao Ming came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. How about it? Elder Ming, you're unwilling to agree? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ming as he asked indifferently. I can agree to it. Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Elder Ming, you're actually so straightforward?
Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised.
Since it's like this,
then I'll ask the 3 of you to swear an oath.
Zhao Ming's group of 3 glanced at each other when they heard this, then pinched open their fingers at the same time. 3 drops of blood rose into the sky. Right when Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation, the expressions of the 3 instantly went grim. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The 3 of you fuck off.
A low and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions, and it entered into the sky before descending into the ears of Duan Lingtian, Xianxia, and Zhao Ming.
Huh. Duan Lingtian and Xianxia were stunned. Right at this moment, they saw a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetime. Zhao Ming's group of 3 floated in the sky in the distance, yet their expressions instantly went grim, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they'd suffered an extremely great pressure. Chapter 483.
Zhao Ming's face flushed red, and it was as if he was enveloped by a formidable pressure, causing him to be in a dilemma.
At this moment, he was still gritting his teeth and bitterly enduring. His body trembled, and he was obviously unable to persist for long. Of course, Zhao Ming didn't sit there and wait for death. Whoosh!
The origin energy on his body occasionally raged, and it was like the milky white-colored flames that were ceaselessly burning. But every single time this white-colored flames rose explosively, it would be dispersed by a shapeless force. That shapeless force seemed to have transformed into a terrifying strong wind that followed him like a shadow, and even if only a trace of origin energy suffused his body, it would be directly shattered. Above Zhao Ming's head, the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had yet to fully condense into form were directly shattered and killed in the cradle. Zhao Ming roared with a low voice, and he had an unwilling expression as his eyes stared wide open, and the origin energy on his body rose once more. This time, there was an additional strand of azure-colored energy within the origin energy that rose explosively like flames, and it was precisely the 5th-level wind concept that Zhao Ming had comprehended. At the same time, a total of 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes intended to condense into form in the sky above Zhao Ming. Bang! But unfortunately, even if Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, he was still like an ant before that strong shapeless force, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. Who's there? Come out if you have the ability to hide. Zhao Ming's face flushed red to the extreme as a grade 6 spirit sword appeared in his hand. But even if he relied on the grade 6 spirit sword, he was unable to withstand the strong pressure that enveloped him. It wasn't just that, the strong pressure was ceaselessly strengthening, and it was like a lofty and enormous mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to have no place to be afraid, and he only felt he was on the verge of suffocating. Whereas now, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin were in the same situation as Zhao Ming. Their cultivations were similar to Zhao Ming, yet they were suppressed by the strong pressure to the point of being unable to catch their breaths, causing their faces to flush red and their eyes to be filled with blood. They could imagine that if this were to continue, the 3 of them would sooner or later be blasted into pieces by the strong pressure. Senior, spare me. Finally, Tang Hua was the first to be unable to endure it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he begged for mercy. Humph! A low and hoarse cold snort was transmitted over. Instantly, Tang Hua felt the pressure that enveloped him vanish without a trace, and this feeling of obtaining new life caused him to be extremely delighted. If it wasn't for Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin still struggling bitterly there, he would have felt that everything that had happened earlier was only a daydream. Subsequently, Tang Hua noticed that the nearby Duanling Tian who stood on the back of the enormous gold mouse and Xianxia who stood in midair at the side didn't seem to be enveloped by the pressure of the expert. At the same time, he noticed the astonishment that appeared on the faces of Duanling Tian and Xianxia. Duanling Tian and Xianxia also don't know that expert? In the beginning, Tang Hua thought that powerhouse was helping Duanling Tian and Xianxia. But now, Duanling Tian and Xianxia obviously didn't know of the existence of that expert. In other words, Duanling Tian and Xianxia might not know that expert. Even so, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Senior, spare me, spare me. Finally, Zhong Lin couldn't endure it any longer, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before hurriedly begging for mercy. Fortunately, I begged for mercy since the beginning. Otherwise, my end would surely be the same as Zhong Lin. As he looked at Zhong Lin who was pressed down to the point of being heavily injured, at the same time that Tang Hua felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. It's I who had foresight. Along with Zhong Lin begging for mercy, the pressure that enveloped him vanished without a trace. Thank you, Senior. At this instant, Zhong Lin felt as if he'd arrived at heaven from hell, and he thanked the sky respectfully and reverently. He glanced at Zhao Ming who was still struggling, and he shook his head as he felt Zhao Ming was doing something useless. The pressure of that expert is still ceaselessly strengthening. In at most over 10 breaths of time, Zhao Ming will die for sure if he still doesn't beg for mercy. This was something that Zhong Lin could be sure of. After consuming a 6th-grade Great Recovery pill, Zhong Lin felt his injuries had recovered slightly. He looked at Tang Hua and just happened to notice Tang Hua looking at him as well, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Tang Hua, what cultivation do you think that expert actually possesses? He hasn't made an appearance, yet the pressure condensed from his imposing aura is sufficient to crush us. Tang Hua had a heavy expression as he replied via voice transmission. According to my personal guess, that expert is at least in existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. It's even to the extent that it's extremely likely that he's an expert that has stepped into the void transformation stage. Void transformation stage. Zhong Lin's body trembled as he shuddered.
A tiny kingdom actually possesses an existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Could it be that the world has changed? Could it be that this is the legendary reclusive expert? It should be.
Tang Hua nodded with an expression of fear and perturbed. If he had a choice, he would rather have never come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime.
Senior, spare me. Spare me. Suddenly, after a few breaths of time, Zhao Ming finally couldn't refrain from begging for mercy.
The blood he spat out was like a small waterfall that flowed down, and it was rather magnificent. Humph!
A low and hoarse cold snort sounded out once more. That terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, and it was as if it had never appeared. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin glanced at Zhao Ming, whose countenance was ghastly pale like a sheet, and a wisp of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. This was the consequence of being a tough nut to crack. Speaking crudely, it was that he'd gone too far in showing off. I never imagined that there's actually such an expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Zhao Ming was begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from his shock, and his face was covered in astonishment.
The person hadn't made an appearance, but merely his imposing aura had suppressed the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point of being unable to catch their breath, and it caused them to beg humbly for mercy. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu,
if that expert isn't far away, then he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. If he's far away, then he's surely in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked in his heart. There's such a terrifying expert concealed within the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, that expert from before. You know him? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Xianxia's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian shook his head. How could he possibly know such a terrifying expert? In his entire lifetime, the strongest expert he'd seen with his own 2 eyes was the city governor of Phoenix Nest City, Feng Wu Dao, that he met in the Darkstone Empire that day. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that Feng Wu Dao was a void interpretation stage expert. He had an intuition.
The existence that used his imposing aura to suppress the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point they were unable to catch their breath earlier had a strength that was even above Feng Wu Dao.
Senior, may I ask if you want to protect this Duan Lingtian? After Zhao Ming consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, he took a deep breath and slowly asked towards the sky. Zhao Ming's words caused Tang Hua and Zhong Lin to be caught off guard, and their expressions instantly went grim. Is this Zhao Ming courting death?
At this moment, they wished for nothing more than for that expert to completely conceal himself and not make another appearance, even if it was only a voice. As for the matter of killing Duan Lingtian and eliminating the roots of the Azure Forest Trisect, and even coercing Duan Lingtian to lead the way to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, there would be plenty of chances in the future. Yet now, Zhao Ming seemed to wish for nothing more than for that expert to appear once more. Zhao Ming, don't drag the 2 of us along if you want to court death. For a time, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin couldn't refrain from sending voice transmissions into Zhao Ming's ears as they spoke furiously. But Zhao Ming paid no attention to them and still said with a low voice, Senior, this Duan Lingtian crippled my grandson and indirectly killed my son. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. I hope Senior can grant my wish and allow me to take him away. I'll be endlessly grateful. As soon as Zhao Ming said this, Duan Lingtian frowned, and he was slightly perturbed in his heart. Xianxia had a perturbed expression as well. She knew clearly in her heart that so long as that mysterious expert said something about protecting Duan Lingtian, then no matter how unwilling Zhao Ming was, he would have no choice but to leave. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin held their breaths. Finally, that low and hoarse voice sounded out once more. The enmity between the 2 of you isn't related to me, and I don't want to interfere as well. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the mysterious expert, and he said excitedly, Thank you, Senior. As he spoke, Zhao Ming stepped out in the sky with the intention of taking Duan Lingtian away. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. There's hope for the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Xianxia's face went grim as she pleaded respectfully. Senior, please lend a hand and save this child. Xianxia is endlessly grateful. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth.
He originally thought that he would be able to escape calamity, yet unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Looks like he'd have to return to hell from heaven once more. Practically at the instant their moods changed abruptly. The low and hoarse voice of the mysterious expert sounded out once more. But within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, outsiders aren't allowed to be presumptuous. The three of you, go back to where you came from. You can do whatever you want in other places, and it's completely unrelated to me. But within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, all of you Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above can forget about harming a single person or taking a single person away. The mysterious expert's voice was filled with overbearingness. He had an imposing manner as if he was the one who planted this tree and opened this path. The meaning within his words was extremely simple. All of you foreign martial artists at the Void Initiation Stage and above can do whatever you want in other places. Kill whoever you want, take away whoever you want. But it was impossible in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He protected every single member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom from being oppressed by Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above. After Zhao Ming's group of three heard what the mysterious expert said, the excited smiles on their faces completely froze. On the other hand, Xianxia and Duan Tian instead had pleasantly surprised expressions. All three of you, get the hell out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom right now. If you dare stay any longer, I can only lightly punish all of you and let all of you learn from your mistakes. The mysterious expert's voice sounded out once more, and it contained slight impatience mixed within. Let's go. Chapter 484. Zhao Ming had a gloomy expression as he glared hatefully at Duan Tian, and the ghastly killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. However, at this moment, he didn't dare act rashly. Since that mysterious expert had already spoken and wanted to protect everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory. At this moment, even if he wanted to kill Duan Tian and didn't want to leave, he had no other way. In front of that mysterious expert, Yi Zichen was stunned. He could only compromise. Duan Tian, you can either hole up in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for your entire life. Otherwise I, Zhao Ming, will absolutely not let you off. Zhao Ming glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Tian in the end, and he intended to leave. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Tian smiled indifferently, and he seemed to not care in the slightest. Zhao Ming's body shook, and the flames of rage on his face practically burned to the limit. He didn't flare up in the end, and he followed Tang Hua and Zhong Lin to leave in a sorry state. The 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They didn't accomplish anything, and it was equivalent to coming here for nothing. Whew! Duan Tian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and he thanked the sky. Thank you for saving me, senior. But unfortunately, the voice of that mysterious expert didn't appear again. It caused Duan Tian to feel as if all this was a dream. Of course, he knew that all this wasn't a dream. An expert with an extremely terrifying strength did indeed exist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I never imagined that such a terrifying existence existed within this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. At this moment, Xianxia had an astonished expression as well. The ability of that expert from before had completely shocked her as well. Perhaps that expert's strength is not inferior to even my big sister's. Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly calmed her feelings. Then she looked at Duan Tian. Duan Tian, was what Elder Ming said earlier true? Did you really cripple his grandson, Zhao Ku? Xianxia asked Duan Tian in bewilderment. As far as she was concerned, Duan Tian ought to not be an unreasonable person, and there was surely something hidden within. Sort of. Duan Tian shrugged, and while stroking the head of the little gold mouse that had grown up, he spoke of the matter between him and Zhao Lin one by one. There was nothing to hide. In the end, Xianxia came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In this way, Zhao Lin only has himself to blame. However, that set of cultivation method that you fabricated, those 24 words that tease people, is indeed a little... Speaking until the end, Xianxia did not know how she should continue. Castration? To think that this little fellow could think of such a thing. Duan Tian rubbed his nose embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought it was fun. Who knew that they would actually... Indeed. A fabricated set of muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing had crippled Zhao Lin's son's family jewels. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had not expected. In the north of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, 3 silhouettes flew across the sky. They only slowed down when they arrived at the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. These 3 people were obviously Zhao Ming's group of 3 that had just fled in a sorry state in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The 3 aged figures stood in the sky and looked at each other, and they were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. That expert is too terrifying. Zhonglin spoke with a slight lingering fear in his heart. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's territory is ahead. Should we first leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and pass through the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before discussing that expert? Tang Hu took a deep breath and glanced at the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city as he spoke with slight fear. Tang Hu's words caused Zhao Ming and Zhonglin to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads. Zhao Ming was just about to mock Tang Hua when Zhonglin had already spoken out before him. Tang Hua, you're really getting worse and worse. Undeniably, that expert is indeed extremely strong. But the place we're at now is extremely far away from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Could it be that you think that expert is able to know that we haven't left the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Zhao Ming nodded and deeply agreed. Tang Hua laughed in self-ridicule when he heard this, and he felt that perhaps he was really too sensitive. Even if it was an expert at the void transformation stage or above, it would probably be impossible for the expert to traverse such a long distance to monitor them. Unless the expert was really bored to the point of following them. But, was this possible? Tang Hua asked himself, and the 3 of them ought to not have such great face. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly condensed into form in the sky and descended onto the 3 of them, causing the expressions of the 3 of them who just caught their breaths to instantly go pale. This aura was too familiar to them. Say, Senior. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he was still thinking that the expert that guarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom ought to not go to the extent of following them. But now it would seem that the facts weren't so. It was very likely that the expert was following behind them and monitoring them to see if they would obediently leave. Yet now, they didn't obediently leave. A trace of despair arose within his heart. Zhao Ming and Zhonglin had similar feelings. The latter had a regretful expression. The former glared at the latter instead, and seemed to have completely forgotten that his thoughts earlier were the same as Zhonglin's. Looks like the 3 of you have taken my words to be like the wind passing by one's ears. Since it's like this, then I can only give all of you a slight punishment and allow all of you to properly remember. A cold and indifferent and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire sky became slightly strange. Senior, spare me, spare me. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale as his body shivered. Although that formidable aura didn't completely suppress him, he didn't dare make the slightest movement. He knew clearly in his heart that if he dared flee, then he would die without a doubt. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Senior, spare me. Zhao Ming and Zhonglin's expressions were extremely unsightly, and their eyes were filled with boundless terror. Before today, they practically didn't dare believe it. With their strengths, they'd actually repeatedly begged for mercy before the same person in this tiny kingdom. But they understood that if they didn't beg for mercy, then they would die without a doubt. Earlier, it was you who questioned my ability? The hoarse voice was filled with ghastly coldness as it sounded out. At the same time, in the sky above Zhonglin, the air shook as airflow swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that stretched out. At the center of these ripples, the air was compressed, and the clouds and mist roiled. Subsequently, swoosh! A violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket appeared out of thin air and descended towards Zhonglin. Zhao Ming and Tang Hua only felt something flash before their eyes. Bang! In practically an instant, their thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn back when they noticed that Zhonglin, who was originally standing nearby in the sky, had vanished without a trace. Whereas that violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket only appeared briefly. Zhonglin's aura had completely vanished. There was only one possibility. Zhonglin was dead. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming's already ghastly pale countenances were now pale like a piece of paper, and their bodies started trembling even more intensely. Senior, spare us. It was Zhonglin who instigated us to stay behind earlier. Otherwise, we'd have done as you asked and left the Crimson Sky Kingdom long ago. Tang Hua begged for mercy in panic, and he looked around with the intention of searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious expert. But no matter how he searched, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the mysterious expert. That expert seemed as if he wasn't in the surroundings at all. "Yeah, senior. So long as you're willing to spare our lives, we'll leave right away. Leave right away." Zhao Ming was afraid as well. Completely afraid. Zhonglin was a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect just like him, and his strength wasn't inferior to him. But it was precisely in existence like this that he didn't even have the time to react before being annihilated in the blink of an eye, and it caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified in his heart. "If both of you dare take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom in this lifetime, I'll surely turn both of you into ashes." The cold and indifferent voice was peerlessly overbearing. "Fuck off. Fuck off." Tang Hua and Zhao Ming felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they heard the cold shout of the mysterious expert, and they hurriedly flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, they'd left the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After they entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the two of them continued flashing all along the way, and they only stopped after an hour. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw boundless terror in each other's eyes. In their hearts they made up their minds. In the future, no matter what happened, they wouldn't take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom again. The warning of the mysterious expert from before had taken root and sprouted in their hearts. "Looks like if I want to coerce that Duan Ling Tian to take us to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then I can only wait for him to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom first." Tang Hua frowned after his mood eased up after he'd managed to survive. Obviously, Tang Hua hadn't forgotten the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Duan Ling Tian spoke of until now. "I don't believe he can hide in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for his entire lifetime." Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth and was enraged to the limit. His hatred towards Duan Ling Tian was something that was difficult for others to compare to. "Now, I can only hope that the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Tang Hua suddenly thought of a problem, and a wisp of worry appeared on his face. "Humph. The matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk should wait until that Duan Ling Tian leaves the Crimson Sky Kingdom and we can capture him. Otherwise, everything is only a dream." Zhao Ming grunted. "Elder Ming, the matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk Tang Hua looked at Zhao Ming and spoke with a serious expression. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Ming. "Don't worry. I'm not stupid to the point of sharing the 10,000-year stalactite milk with others. The fewer people that know about this matter, the more beneficial it is to us. A certain amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk is required to be able to assist us in improving our natural talent to the limit." Tang Hua hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Ming guessed his thoughts. "Earlier, that Zhonglin almost trapped us. But, it's good that he's dead. We can have one less person to share the 10,000-year stalactite milk with." Chapter 485. Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia descended from the sky together, and when they returned to their own courtyard house, they noticed that there were many more people in the courtyard house. Amongst them, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao were the most conspicuous. The two young women stood there like celestial maidens that had walked out from a painting. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, the gloominess on the beautiful faces of the two young women dispersed, and they bloomed with a wisp of a smile that seemed capable of captivating all living things. This caused Xianxia to be unable to refrain from shaking her head and sighing. Looks like the man of her disciple is indeed extremely popular. As someone who'd experienced it before, she naturally saw the gazes the two young women before her had when they looked at Duan Ling Tian with infatuation. Most importantly, in terms of beauty, these two young women weren't inferior to her disciple, Ker, in the slightest. "Father, mother. This is Peak Master Xianxia, Ker's master. I've told both of you about her." Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ruffing and Li Ro as he lightly smiled and introduced. "So it's Peak Master Xianxia. Li Ro greets you." Li Ro nodded to Xianxia. "Peak Master Xianxia." Duan Ruffing greeted Xianxia as well. Xianxia replied with a smile, then she looked at Li Ro and said with an envious expression, "Little sister Li Ro, I've heard Ker mention you since long ago. You're truly fortunate to have such an outstanding son. It's truly enviable." Li Ro's face bloomed with a charming smile when she heard this. There wasn't a single mother that didn't like others praising their son, and Li Ro was no exception. Peak Master Xianxia. In next to no time, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao successively bowed to Xianxia under the introduction of Duan Lingtian. They knew clearly in their hearts that this was a higher-up of a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and her strength was shocking. In terms of status, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to be respectful to her. Martial Aunt Xianxia. Mou looked at Xianxia with an excited expression, like a small boat that had lost its way and found a harbor to dock at. Mou and Xianxia stood at the side as they communicated via voice transmission. The content of their conversation was none other than the matter of the Seven-Star Sword sect.
Tian, who was that? Why did you suddenly leave?
Recalling what had just happened, Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Xiao Lan, Princess Biao, Jianghu, and the others all looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. He's an enemy of mine in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But he's already been driven away by Peak Master Xianxia, and I presume he won't come again in the future. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse and said. He didn't tell the truth because he didn't want his parents to worry about him. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was undoubtedly a colossus in the eyes of his parents, an existence that was unparalleled. If his parents knew that he was facing such a colossus, they would undoubtedly be worried for him. Li Ro didn't doubt him when she heard this, and she nodded. That's good. Right, Tian. Didn't you say that Ke and Fei went on a long journey with Peak Master Xianxia? Now that Peak Master Xianxia has returned, why haven't they returned? Duan Lingtian smiled. Mom, when Ke and Fei returned, they just happened to arrive at the critical juncture of breaking through, so they returned to the sect to cultivate first. As for Peak Master Xianxia, she came to tell me about this matter. Li Ro came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. Subsequently, Li Ro looked at Xiao Lan and Princess Biao as she said slowly, Lan and Yao know that you're in danger, so they rushed over at the first possible moment. They were still worried about you earlier. Accompany them to have a meal. Just take it as helping them get over their shock. As Li Ro finished speaking, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. She had an appearance of saying that if he dared refuse, Mom would be unhappy. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he didn't refuse. The concern of the two women caused him to be unable to help but feel warmth in his heart. When Xiao Lan and Princess Biao heard what Li Ro said, their beautiful faces couldn't help but be tainted with a wisp of crimson, and they were extremely embarrassed. How good would it be if Lan and Yao can become my daughter-in-law as well? Li Ro sighed lightly as she looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that left. In the following few days, under the orders of his mother Li Ro, so long as it was daytime, Duan Lingtian practically accompanied Xiao Lan and Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to guess a little of his mother's thoughts. After a few days, he found an excuse to enter into closed-door cultivation and not leave. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. These words weren't wrong in the slightest. 3 months later, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. During these 3 months, something worthy of mentioning was. Xianxia brought Mou along and returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Of course, the Seven-Star Sword sect didn't exist anymore, and Xianxia brought Mou back to the 10,000-year stalactite cave on Migres Peak. The cultivation environment there could be said to be the best cultivation environment in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, with the 10,000-year stalactite milk that dripped down every once in a while to assist in cultivation, one's cultivation speed would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Now that the Seven-Star Sword sect had been annihilated, Xianxia had taken Mou to be the future hope of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and she'd taken Mou to be the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect to foster. She was the junior sister of the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, and now that she was teaching a disciple on behalf of her brother, everything was logical. After breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room in an extremely good mood. He sat before the stone table in the front courtyard and teased the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse rolled around on the stone table, and at the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, when will big sister Ke and big sister Li Fei return? Not so fast. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The two little girls were cultivating in the foreign lands,
and it would probably be impossible for them to return in a short period of time. Although he missed the two little girls very much as well. But he was happy for the two little girls that they were able to obtain such good fortune. He believed, with the fostering of a great power in the foreign lands, the accomplishments of the two little girls would surely be limitless.
Little Gold, let's go. We're going for a walk. Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse, and after the little gold mouse leaped onto his shoulder, he left the courtyard house with large strides. After strolling around the imperial city's inner city, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate.
Young Master Lingtian.
The guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he entered the Divine Might Marquis estate, as if he was strolling through his own back garden. Duan Lingtian saw Nye Yuan and Nye Fan in the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate.
Uncle Nye.
Big brother Nye. I heard the two of you talking about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. What's that? Duan Lingtian asked Nye Yuan and Nye Fan curiously. Earlier, he hadn't entered the audience hall when he heard Nye Yuan and Nye Fan chatting happily, and their topic seemed to revolve around the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It obviously wasn't simple. Little Tian, you've come. Nye Yuan and Nye Fan had smiles all over their faces when they saw Duan Lingtian arrive. After that, Nye Yuan explained. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Darkhan dynasty. A competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this.
The Darkhan dynasty could be said to be boundlessly vast, and the geniuses in the martial Tao within it were innumerable like the clouds. Not to mention the other 9 dynasties that were similar to the Darkhan dynasty.
Uncle Nye, how did you know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was similarly far away from the Darkhan dynasty. But now, the grand event of the Darkhan dynasty had actually spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom? It was the ambassador of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was sent to our Crimson Sky Kingdom by the imperial family.
Nye Yuan explained slowly.
Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held 5 years from now. At that time, the most outstanding young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, will participate. This time, the Darkhan dynasty ordered the various empires under its command to select the most outstanding young geniuses 4 years from now to head to the capital of the dynasty to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the empires ordered the various imperial kingdoms under their command to compete for the qualifications to head to the capital of the dynasty 3 years from now. When it came to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Darkhan dynasty ordered the various kingdoms to send out their most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and their target is the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When he spoke up to hear, Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as his eyes glowed. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held by a formidable power that surpasses the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. I suspect that the formidable power that surpasses the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family is a power from the foreign lands. Little Tian, if you're able to become eminent in the competition in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and head to the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, then even if you're unable to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you'll still be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Supposedly, even the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms would covet those rewards. Nye Yuan finished speaking in a single breath. A power from the foreign lands? Hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. I wonder what the intentions of that power from the foreign lands doing this.
Duan Lingtian believed that the power from the foreign lands would absolutely not be bored to the point of holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
There was surely something hidden within it. Not only that, even if little Tian only shows outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtains the qualifications to head to the imperial city, you'll similarly be able to obtain many rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Niefan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Little Tian, His Majesty has already decided that our Crimson Sky Kingdom will send you over. So long as you're able to show outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, our Crimson Sky Kingdom will be able to obtain generous rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and it's even to the extent that we'll be exempt from taxes for 10 years. Subordinate kingdoms had to hand over large amounts of taxes to the great kingdom that stood above them. This had always been the rule of the various dynasties. The Crimson Sky Kingdom and the various kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the various imperial kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire and the various empires had to hand over taxes to the Darkhan dynasty instead. A power from the foreign lands? Chapter 486. It can be said that this opportunity, to you and our Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's a win-win opportunity. Niefan's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength, he would surely be able to stand out in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city to compete with the young experts of the various Darkstone Empires and imperial kingdoms. Once Duan Lingtian was able to continue to stand out in the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian would be able to head to the Darkhan dynasty's capital and compete with the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the various empires to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It could be imagined that the young experts that were able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would surely be the most outstanding monstrous geniuses of the various dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the peak of the 10 dynasties. At that time, it would be another fierce struggle. If one was able to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, one would even have the chance to join a power of the foreign lands. The words foreign lands held great weight and firmly suppressed the various dynasties. Then the martial competition of the 10 dynasties doesn't have specific requirements? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Supposedly, the people that participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 40 years of age. They must be of the true younger generation. Otherwise, even if they seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their qualifications to participate would be directly revoked in the end. Nye Yuan spoke slowly. In other words, the young geniuses of the various dynasties that are preparing for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 35 years of age. After all, even if they're only 35 years old now, they'll be 40 years old 5 years from now. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Can't exceed 40 years of age? Actually, we don't really understand this as well, Niefan said with a smile. Generally speaking, people under the age of 40 are collectively referred to as youths. However, there are many people over the age of 40, such as Uncle Ru Feng, people around the age of 50, who maintain themselves well and appear to be only around the age of 30. When he spoke up to hear, Niefan glanced at Nye Yuan and smiled. Unlike my father. What? You little brat. You dare complain that your father is old? Nye Yuan glared at him and shouted in a low voice. Niefan instantly shriveled up when he heard this. Father, I was joking. Big brother Niefan. Duan Lingtian instead declined to comment on what Niefan said. I've seen a record in an ancient book. Supposedly, there's a miraculous ore in the foreign lands that, after being polished, can become an age-measuring pearl. As long as a person puts their hand on the age-measuring bead, the age-measuring bead will have a reaction, and ribbons will appear. For example, if a newborn child touches the age-measuring bead, a faint red ribbon will appear, indicating that the child is under 1 year old. When a child is 1 year old, 1 red ribbon will turn dark. If a child is 2 years old, 2 red ribbons will appear. At the age of 10, you will have 10 red ribbons. Later on, when older people touch it with their hands, different colored ribbons will appear, representing different ages. All this Duan Lingtian spoke of was naturally not something he saw in an ancient book. The reason he knew of this was because there were records of the age-measuring pearl in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Nye Yuan nodded as well, and he agreed with Niefan's words. Only Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. After all, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would only begin 5 years from now. Who could guarantee what would happen in 5 years of time? Little Tian, after you return, tell your parents. You can't miss this opportunity. A year of time can't be said to be long, yet it's not short either. Even if we use a nascent soul stage fierce beast to travel, I'm afraid it would still require half a year of time to travel from here to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Nye Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke. Even though he didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, he was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian being able to become eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if Duan Lingtian became eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, he wouldn't be too surprised. So as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was unable to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end, he would still be able to obtain many rewards and benefits from the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire. He didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to miss it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell to Nye Yuan and Nye Fan before leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties in 5 years. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian stretched out his arms, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the same time, his hand lightly shook, and a crystalline and translucent jade sword appeared in his hand. This jade sword, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his gaze became faintly discernible. He still remembered that this jade sword was something he'd obtained in the misty forest near Aurora City that day. It could also be said that it was left to him by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. At the same time, this jade sword was the culprit that caused the annihilation of the Boundless Sect. According to what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader said, this jade sword is the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure. A Sword Monarch usually refers to a sword cultivator martial monarch. A treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch would surely contain many good things. Perhaps, after Little Gold's cultivation breaks through to the Void initiation stage, I'll be able to gather with the other possessors of the jade swords and head to the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his hand bloomed out to fuse into the jade sword. He still remembered that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had reminded him that he should only open the Sword Monarch's treasure after breaking through to the Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the words of the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. After all, his cultivation was too low, and he was utterly unable to keep the jade sword. This jade sword has obviously been inscribed with a sound transmission inscription. I wonder if the other 8 jade swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian still remembered what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had said that day. There were a total of 9 jade swords. Only when all 9 jade swords were gathered together would the Sword Monarch's treasure be able to be opened. A sound transmission inscription was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant inscription, and at least the current Duan Lingtian was unable to inscribe it. Only an inscription master whose spiritual force has attained the void transformation stage or above would be able to successfully inscribe a sound transmission inscription. The stronger the spiritual force, the greater the range of communication the sound transmission inscription inscribed would be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy that fused into the jade sword directly activated the sound transmission inscription. A sound transmission inscription was different from ordinary inscriptions, and it wasn't a one-time use inscription. I'm able to sense the other 8 matching sound transmission inscriptions. But I wonder if the other 9 jade swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Right at this moment, a sonorous laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Ha 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 ha. The 9th jade sword has finally appeared. Brother, your luck isn't bad. I heard long ago that the jade sword fell into the hands of a sect called the Boundless Sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago. Later on, that Boundless Sect seemed to have been annihilated by a sect called the Black Fiend Sect. Looks like you're not simple since you're able to obtain that jade sword. Brother, you're from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian knew clearly that the sonorous voice was precisely communicating with him. That was the owner of the other jade sword. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you're not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. Exactly. I'm not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm from the Darkstone Empire. Brother, confirm a time and place. Then we'll contact the other 7 people and go open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. All right? Chapter 487. Sorry, I don't have the intention to cooperate with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure for now. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. His voice was transmitted out through the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian found out from the owner of the sonorous voice that the other 8 jade swords already had an owner. Moreover, the owners of these jade swords were mostly not members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Why? The sonorous voice sounded out once more. This time, there was no excitement, and there was only bewilderment and bewilderment. I want to know what the cultivations of the other 8 of you are? Duan Lingtian asked. Meanwhile, the sonorous voice went silent for a moment before continuing. Looks like brother isn't confident of your own strength.
Actually, the strengths of the 8 of us can't be considered to be strong in the various empires, and there are even 3 of us that are from an imperial kingdom like you. The strongest amongst us is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and the weakest is at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage.
4th level of the Void Initiation stage? 6th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict.
Looks like the strengths of the owners of those 8 jade swords were far stronger than him and Little Gold.
Brother, if you're worried we'll seize your jade sword. You can first hide the jade sword at a place that only you know of and no one is able to find. At that time, you can come meet us first, and we're willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that we'll absolutely not scheme to seize the jade sword in your possession and harm you. The sonorous voice contained slight anxiousness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to directly appear before him and open the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. 99 heavenly tribulation? What you said isn't a bad choice.
Duan Lingtian replied. Then brother, you? The owner of the sonorous voice seemed to have heard a favorable turn from Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly excited.
Sorry, I still refuse. Even if all of you won't seize my jade sword and won't harm me. But with my current cultivation, even if I really encounter any treasure after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, I'm afraid I'm unable to seize it from all of you. Moreover, who knows if there's any danger within the Sword Monarch's treasure? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. So before my cultivation advances to the Void Initiation stage, I won't consider working together with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. I'll contact all of you once I've broken through to the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the owner of the sonorous voice to reply before withdrawing the origin energy that had fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword in his hand, and he stopped communicating with that person. No matter what, the Sword Monarch's treasure will be a turning point for me. I hope that I'll be able to obtain some gains from the Sword Monarch's treasure before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, and from there, I'll become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and officially step onto the stage of the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as if he could see his bright future. Outer Realm. His 2 fiancées were there. The great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara was also there. The Outer Realm was the true stage of the martial artists of Cloud Continent, and the experts were numerous like the clouds, causing one's hot blood to surge. Duan Lingtian looked forward to it extremely. After Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse home, he went to look for his mother and deadbeat father. Mother, father. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in a few days. No matter if it was Li Ro or Duan Ruffing, both of them weren't surprised when they heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. After all, Duan Lingtian was a member of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, and he'd only returned this time for the sake of visiting his family, and he would have to return sooner or later. Tian, if you're free in the future, bring Kerr and Fei back to see mother often. Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides that, remember to bid farewell to Lan and Yao before you leave. Li Ro added. Duan Lingtian replied. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao to bid farewell. The 2 young women were naturally extremely reluctant when Duan Lingtian wanted to leave, but they knew that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later. They were unable to make him stay. The goddess was willing, but the king was heartless. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian successively went to look for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun to have a meal together before bidding farewell to the two of them. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Duan clan and Paladin Academy to bid farewell to the Duan clan members and the two deans of Paladin Academy. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and followed the Divine Might Marquis into the Imperial Palace, and he obtained the proof of recommendation that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family issued to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial family from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor. With this proof, Duan Lingtian could rely on it to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, and become a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Dragon and Phoenix Academy? A few days ago, when he was at the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian had heard the Divine Might Marquis mention this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But when he was at the 7-Star Sword Sect, he'd never heard of this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Your Majesty, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is? Duan Lingtian looked at the Emperor with a curious expression. The Emperor said, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is a public academy that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially established for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The young geniuses recommended by the various kingdoms will enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not only that, supposedly, so long as the outstanding disciples of the various sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are below the age of 35, the various sects can recommend them to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Two years from now, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the 5 most outstanding people from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various kingdoms. The Emperor finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he'd never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the past. So it turns out that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially prepared it for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan, your natural talent in the martial Dao is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, whether our Crimson Sky Kingdom is able to be exempted from 10 years of taxes and obtain the generous rewards of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will depend on you. The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. I'll try my best. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. No matter what, the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown. He would try his best to help the Crimson Sky Kingdom obtain benefits. After he took a piece of paper from the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nye Yuan. Uncle Nye, I'll have to trouble you to help me bid farewell to Big Brother Nye. I'll be making a trip home and will leave right away. Be careful on your way. Nye Yuan nodded seriously, then reminded. Little Tian, with your natural talent, it isn't difficult for you to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 2 years from now. Even if it's in the Darkstone Empire, it isn't impossible. But if you have the chance to go to the Dark Dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you must remember not to be rash. If you're not a match for them, then admit defeat as soon as possible. In a person's lifetime, there's only one life. If you lose your life, then you have nothing. Nye Yuan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Nye, I understand. Duan Lingtian replied, and his heart felt warm. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian made a trip home to inform his mother, his deadbeat father, and his manager, Jianghu, before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger and soared into the sky. Hee. Big Brother Lingtian, that Divine Might Marquis told you that day that even if there's a nascent soul stage fierce beast carrying you, it would still take 7 or 8 months to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. He's really narrow-minded. Humph. With me carrying Big Brother Lingtian, we'll be able to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City in a month at most. A voice that was like that of a little girl sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice contained slight ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Little Gold's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the enormous gold mouse beneath him. Little fellow, it's really easy for you to talk. You're a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast. How can a nascent soul stage fierce beast compare to you? Big Brother Lingtian, are we going directly to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, or are we going to take a look elsewhere first? The enormous gold mouse's jade-green eyes ceaselessly revolved. We're naturally going to take a look elsewhere. So long as we arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy within a year. Duan Lingtian spoke as a matter of course. Little Gold instantly leaped for joy when she heard Duan Lingtian, and her speed slowed down as well. They spent 10 days of time before arriving at Black Wind City. Squeak squeak, when they arrived at Black Wind City once again, the little gold mouse seemed to be extremely furious, and she stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Haha! Little Gold, I haven't asked you, how did you get sent to the Ma clan auction house that day? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and laughed. He still remembered. At that time, when he just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and arrived at Black Wind City, the first time he saw the little gold mouse was precisely at the Ma clan auction house. At that time, the little gold mouse was an auction item. Up until now when he recalled it, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. It was an old fellow at the half-step void stage that captured me. Big brother Lingtian, I want to take revenge. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained slight anger mixed within. Is it a member of the Ma clan? Duan Lingtian asked. No. But I remember very clearly that he's a member of Black Wind City as well. The little gold mouse said via voice transmission. Then you can slowly look for him later. We can stay here for 2 days. As for now, it's time for me to properly settle the old debts with the Ma clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke word by word. Ma clan. That day, when he'd bid for the little gold mouse in the Ma clan auction house, the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch's guildmaster, Xia, intended to seize the little gold mouse from him. Of course, it took 2 hands to clap. Later on, it was precisely the members of the Ma clan who colluded with Xia that exposed his tracks. Originally, he'd asked for compensation from the Ma clan, and this matter could be considered to have come to an end. Chapter 488. At that time, when Xia Guang's father, the vice president of the Magnolia Trading Company, Xia Do, appeared before him. He knew it. It was the Ma clan of Black Wind City that betrayed him. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for anyone to know that it was he who killed Xia Guang. Ma clan. Since you think you have too much money, then I'll help you spend it properly. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He still remembered that when he asked the Ma clan to take out 10 million gold, the Ma clan was still very straightforward and sent it over that very night. Presumably, the Ma clan had been operating in Black Wind City for many years and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. At the entrance of the Ma clan estate, 4 Ma clan disciples stood separately on both sides like door gods. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the plaque on the entrance of the Ma clan estate, and when he saw the 3 large words Ma clan carved in flamboyant calligraphy on it, he knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides and directly walked towards the entrance of the Ma clan estate. Who is it? Stop. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance, he was stopped by the 4 Ma clan disciples as expected. The gazes of the 4 Ma clan disciples were fierce as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the 4 people before him and slowly opened his mouth. F***K off. A shocked shout that contained dense origin energy tore through the sky and pierced into the ears of the 4 Ma clan disciples. Instantly, the eardrums of the 4 Ma clan disciples stung, and the eardrums of the 2 with lower cultivations were directly shattered, causing fresh blood to spray out as they emitted shrill cries. Although the other 2 weren't so exaggerated, their faces were still ghastly pale. When they saw the violet-clothed young man take a step forward in an overbearing manner, they didn't dare obstruct him and moved to the side in panic. At this moment, they could feel the rage that ceaselessly rose from the body of the person that had arrived. If they continued to obstruct him, the violet-clothed young man might directly make a move against them. They didn't doubt this in the slightest. This violet-clothed young man wasn't someone they could deal with. I'll go around him and notify the patriarch. One of the Ma clan's disciples greeted the other 3 and entered the Ma clan's mansion, heading to the other side. After Duan Lingtian entered the Ma family mansion, he stopped a passing Ma family disciple and said indifferently, "Take me to your Ma family grand hall." This Ma family disciple saw that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary temperament and thought that Duan Ling Tian was a guest of the Ma family. He didn't dare to neglect and respectfully led Duan Ling Tian to the outside of the Ma family's main hall. "Customer you." The Ma clan disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian, yet he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. "All right, go call over your Ma clan's patriarch and those half-step void stage old geezers. Just tell them that an old friend has come." Duan Ling Tian swept the Ma clan disciple with his gaze, and while the Ma clan disciple was still in a daze, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the main hall, and he impolitely sat on the wooden armchair that guarded the main hall. The Ma clan disciple was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene. That seat seemed to be the head seat that only their Ma clan's patriarch had the qualifications to sit on, right? His heart jerked when he recalled what Duan Ling Tian said earlier. Daring to sit on the head seat that belongs to the patriarch in our Ma clan's main hall, and even daring to call the ancestor old geezers. Looks like this guest's identity isn't simple. I have to hurry and report this to the patriarch and the ancestor. The Ma clan disciple thought in his heart and hurriedly turned around to look for the patriarch and ancestor of his Ma clan. In the Ma clan's main hall, Duan Ling Tian sat on the wooden armchair as he grabbed the little gold mouse and lightly stroked its back. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was comfortable to the point she let out a low cry, and her pair of jade-green eyes gradually closed. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression as he silently looked outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, it was calm at the beginning, but 15 minutes later, a string of footsteps sounded out, getting closer and closer. Subsequently, numerous figures appeared within the scope of Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore an embroidered robe. The space between his brows revealed a sense of dignity, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Behind the middle-aged man, 4 old men followed closely behind him, and there were also many other people. They were obviously the higher-ups of the Ma clan. The group of people walked into the main hall in a formidable array. "It's you!" In next to no time, the gazes of the 4 old men that followed behind the middle-aged man in the lead descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and their faces went grim. "Presumptuous! How could the seat of the patriarch be something a little kid like you can sit on?" An explosive shout resounded throughout the main hall, and the middle-aged man that followed behind emitted a cold light as his figure flashed out to pounce towards Duan Ling Tian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, causing an origin energy palm print to appear and envelop Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. At the same time, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from the sky along with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was obviously at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Squeak squeak. Right at the instant the middle-aged man struck out with his palm, a sharp cry sounded out. In the next moment, the little gold mouse in Duan Ling Tian's hand had vanished. The people present only saw a golden light shoot out from Duan Ling Tian's hand, and its speed was so swift that it was astounding to hear. Subsequently, bang! Ah! An enormous bang accompanied by a shrill cry that pierced the heart sounded out abruptly. Under the gazes of everyone present, the golden light blasted onto the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was directly blasted flying. He emitted a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground and fainting. But now, no one looked at the middle-aged man's injuries. The gazes of everyone descended onto the golden figure in the sky. This was a little gold mouse that stood in the sky, and it glanced at the middle-aged man that had fainted with contempt before turning around and transforming into a golden light that returned to Duan Ling Tian's hand. 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. As they looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dispersed along with the little gold mouse leaving, the expressions of the Ma clan members present went grim. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto the hand of the violet-clothed young man that sat at the head. The little gold mouse comfortably closed its eyes and enjoyed the violet-clothed young man's caress, and it seemed extremely like a cute and harmless pet mouse. But now, no one dared look at this little gold mouse as if they were looking at a pet. They knew. This was a demon beast, a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast. Long time no see. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slowly descended onto the 4 old men behind the middle-aged man in the lead, and he grinned to reveal his snow-white teeth. But when Duan Ling Tian's brilliant smile entered into the eyes of the 4 old men, it instead caused their expressions to go grim. "You
The gazes of the four old men descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes contained slight bewilderment and disbelief mixed within.
Exactly. It's that little gold mouse I bought from your Ma clan auction house that day. Now that I speak of it, I have to properly thank your Ma clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid I have no fate with it. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly as he rubbed the little gold mouse's smooth back. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression that didn't contain any emotions.
The bodies of the four old men shook, and the corners of their mouths held a wisp of bitterness.
That little gold mouse from all those years ago has actually transformed into a third-level void-prying stage demon beast now? Is this still a gold fur mouse? You're that person from that day?
The middle-aged man in the lead who wore embroidered robes was originally curious as to why their Ma clan would offend a person that had a demon beast by his side. But now, when he heard the young man before him, he seriously sized the young man up for a moment before finally recognizing the young man.
Although it was the first time he'd seen this young man, he'd seen the portrait of the young man many times, and it left a deep impression on him. The incident that occurred in the Ma clan auction house a few years ago was something he'd never forget. Because of that incident, not only did their Ma clan lose a single person, they were even extorted of an entire 10 million gold. It was the first time their Ma clan had suffered such humiliation. Whereas the instigator of all this was the young man that bought the infant gold fur mouse in the Ma clan auction house.
The young man before him.
This third-level void-prying stage demon beast is the infant gold fur mouse that was auctioned off in our Ma clan auction house that day? The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his heart was ceaselessly bleeding. If he knew earlier that this infant gold fur mouse was able to grow to such an extent in a short few years, then no matter how great the price his Ma clan had to pay, even if they had to go bankrupt, they would still digest this infant gold fur mouse internally. Even if the seller didn't allow them to digest it internally, they would still bid for it. Now, they'd instead helped someone else achieve their goal. The affairs of the world were difficult to predict. Who could have imagined that the inconspicuous infant gold fur mouse from that day would grow to such a terrifying extent in a short few years? Demon beast. Moreover, it was a third-level void-prying stage demon beast. Looks like Patriarch Ma hasn't forgotten me.
Duan Lingtian sat at the head and looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression.
Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian still recognized him with a single glance. Being able to make those four old fellows crowd around like this, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious. It was surely the Ma clan's patriarch without a doubt. Patriarch Ma, now that I speak of it, I still have to thank you for the 10 million gold you gave me that day. I clearly remember Patriarch Ma's generosity. Duan Lingtian looked at the Ma clan's patriarch and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. But when this smile entered into the eyes of the Ma clan higher-ups, it was no different than a devil. What exactly do you want? The Ma clan's patriarch gnashed his teeth. Although it was my Ma clan that was in the wrong that day, the instigator is already dead after all. Not only that, my Ma clan even gave you 10 million gold because of this. Moreover, you've even obtained this mutated gold fur mouse from our Ma clan's auction house. You've obtained great benefits. What else do you want? Chapter 489. The Ma clan's patriarch looked at the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the burning sheen in his eyes seemed to have transformed into flames that could incinerate everything. It could be imagined. If their Ma clan were to obtain this third-level void-prying stage gold fur mouse, their Ma clan would surely dominate Black Wind City. Patriarch Ma, your last words are slightly sour. At that time, little gold was taken out to be auctioned by your Ma clan's auction house, and it can only be said that your Ma clan members had eyes but failed to see, and that was why they allowed a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Whereas I had discerning eyes and didn't hesitate to pay a great price to bid for it. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Ma clan's patriarch, as he never imagined that the Ma clan's face would be so thick. Now, you have the nerve to say that I obtained a great benefit? Or perhaps, in the matter of little gold, you think I've taken advantage of your Ma clan? You! The Ma clan's patriarch couldn't help but be exasperated when he heard Duan Lingtian, yet he was speechless. After all, what the Ma clan's patriarch said wasn't wrong in the slightest. In this matter, it was indeed their Ma clan members that had eyes but failed to see, and they missed a variant gold fur mouse that could change the Ma clan's fate. Up until now, the Ma clan members still thought that the little gold mouse was only a gold fur mouse. The reason it grew so quickly was because it had undergone a mutation. They were completely unaware of the little gold mouse's true identity, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. After all, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was a demon beast of legend in the foreign lands. Even if it was in the foreign lands, not everyone had heard of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse.
Young man, what exactly do you want?
An old man behind the Ma clan's patriarch took a step forward and spoke with a low voice. This old man was precisely one of the Ma clan's supreme elders. All those years ago, this young man had a void-prying stage expert following by his side, and they were extremely afraid. Today, although that void-prying stage expert wasn't present, a void-prying stage demon beast had appeared by the young man's side. Moreover, it was a third-level void-prying stage demon beast, and it caused them to be even more afraid.
What do I want?
Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and couldn't help but laugh.
I should be the one asking you this, right?
I've already repaid everything that our Ma clan owes you. What do you intend to do by breaking into our Ma clan this time? The Ma clan patriarch asked in a deep voice.
You've repaid everything you owe me?
Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard the Ma clan's patriarch, then he came to a sudden understanding. Patriarch Ma, you ought to be talking about the death of the person in charge of your Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, and the 10 million gold, right?
Humph.
The Ma clan's patriarch snorted coldly and tacitly agreed.
That's right.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Because of what happened at the Ma family auction house, what your Ma family owed me has indeed been repaid. Just when the upper echelons of the Ma family secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly rose, and it contained a trace of coldness mixed within. But, I didn't come to your Ma clan today for the matter from that day. Since I took your Ma clan's money that day, I naturally wouldn't fuss about it. I came to your Ma clan to ask you to repay the debt that I owed you later. As he spoke up to here, Duan Lingtian's gaze went completely cold, and his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice.
Squeak, squeak.
The little gold mouse seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's rage, and it stood up and bared its fangs and brandished its claws towards the Ma clan's upper echelons. In its hand, a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Along with origin energy flickering on the sword in its claws.
Whoosh!
In the sky above the little gold mouse, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. This scene caused the heartbeats of the Ma clan's upper echelons that were already slightly lacking in confidence to suddenly speed up. Demon beasts have spirit swords as well? This spirit sword assisted it to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon? All the Ma clan's upper echelons trembled with fear. Some with weaker hearts were terrified to the point they directly sat down on the ground, and their bodies shivered as cold sweat flowed out. Grade 5 spirit weapon. What concept was that? Even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed that only the few great powers that stood at the top possessed grade 5 spirit weapons, right?
Who exactly are you?
The Ma clan's patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face went ghastly pale and had a panicked expression. Able to give a demon beast a grade 5 spirit weapon. Would a person like this be an ordinary person? Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the Ma clan's patriarch was thinking, and he said indifferently, I presume all of you have thought of what you owe me, right?
All of you are really capable.
Originally, that matter had already ended, yet all of you still refused to let it go and even drew over Xia Guang's father Xia Do to me. Or perhaps, in all of your eyes, I would surely die at the hands of Xia Do, and would forever be unable to get even with all of you.
Right.
After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his gaze swept past all the Ma clan higher-ups one by one. Every time his gaze descended onto a person, it would cause that person's face to be unable to refrain from going pale. The 4 old men behind the Ma clan's patriarch had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. They never imagined that this young man already knew of that matter. They originally thought that so long as Xia Do found this young man, then even if this young man knew that it was them who did something from behind, it would surely be impossible for the young man to get even with them. After all, Xia Do wouldn't let this young man off. But unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, Xia Do was actually unable to kill this young man. Or perhaps, Xia Do didn't even find this young man with great fanfare, and was noticed by this young man first.
But no matter what, they knew that they were going to be struck with misfortune.
What exactly do you want?
The Ma clan's patriarch's face started to go ghastly pale as he asked with a low voice.
What do I want?
Duan Lingtian smiled, and he glanced deeply at the Ma clan's patriarch.
That will depend on the sincerity of your Ma clan. If your sincerity isn't enough.
As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, and he glanced at the little gold mouse in his hand. Little gold, if the money they give isn't enough to buy meat for you to eat, then what do you think we should do? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse leaped up and stood in midair. Then she waved the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand and gestured towards all the Ma clan higher-ups. This caused the expressions of all the Ma clan higher-ups to go pale. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the Ma clan, and a wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This time, he'd plundered an entire 100 million gold from the Ma clan. Of course, it was all in gold. Practically all the existing gold in the Ma clan had fallen into the hands of Duan Lingtian. Little gold, I'll properly reward you today.
Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse into a restaurant, and he specially ordered a table full of fried meat for the little gold mouse. The fried meat was of a variety, and its fragrance was oppressive. The little gold mouse ate until her stomach was round, and she lay on the table and burped ceaselessly. At this moment, the little gold mouse was round and extremely cute.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued eating. After Duan Lingtian finished eating as well, the veil of night gradually descended, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse to find an inn to stay at.
Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse cried out twice to Duan Lingtian.
What?
Little gold, are you planning to go look for the person that captured you that day? Duan Lingtian smiled.
Go on, come back early.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. But, although the little gold mouse nodded, she didn't have the intention of leaving. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, let's go together. Help me get some money to buy meat while you're at it. As the little gold mouse finished speaking, her jade green eyes flickered with an azure light. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard what the little gold mouse said. All right. I only hope that half-step void stage fellow isn't alone.
If he's a member of the other two great clans of Blackwind City, then it would be great.
In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the inn. After searching for half the night, they finally locked onto their target.
Huang clan.
Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the estate that occupied an area no less than the Ma clan estate. If he wasn't wrong, this ought to be the estate of one of the three great clans of Blackwind City, the Huang clan.
Hee.
Big brother Lingtian, looks like that fellow isn't alone. The little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, you must order another table of dishes for me tomorrow. Duan Lingtian was speechless. This little gold mouse spoke as if he'd abused it in the past. Duan Lingtian and little gold seemed as if they'd barged into the Ma clan and charged into the Huang clan. The Huang clan's reaction was more or less the same as the Ma clan. However, after little gold revealed a strength at the third level of the void prying stage, all the Huang clan higher-ups from the patriarch were completely terrified. In the end, the half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan was pressured to come out as well. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse instantly cried out in rage when it saw this fellow.
It's you.
The half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan obviously recognized the little gold mouse, and for a moment, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. The infant gold fur mouse that didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under him that day actually possessed such a terrifying strength now? For a moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. But the facts proved that he wasn't dreaming, and everything before his eyes was real. All of you have seen it as well. This little friend of mine is extremely unhappy. That day, this supreme elder of your Huang clan made it suffer greatly. Duan Lingtian looked at the Huang clan higher-ups and grinned. Squeak, squeak. As if it was cooperating with Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse cried out in rage.
The cry contained origin energy, and it pierced the faces of some of the Huang clan higher-ups that were comparatively weaker to the point their bodies shivered.
Then what do you want? The Huang clan's patriarch took a deep breath and asked.
Patriarch Huang is a straightforward person as expected.
Chapter 490. Compensation for mental damage? When they heard Duan Lingtian only wanted money, all the Huang clan higher-ups, including the Huang clan's patriarch, heaved a sigh of relief. As one of the three great clans of Black Wind City that was equally famous as the Ma clan, the Huang clan naturally possessed great wealth. But in next to no time, their expressions went grim. Only because Duan Lingtian asked for a few tens of millions of gold as soon as he opened his mouth. Isn't this a bit too much? The Huang clan's patriarch glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight hesitation. Whereas the Huang clan's supreme elder that captured the little gold mouse that day and put it up for auction in the Ma clan auction house had a livid expression. After all, even the money he obtained from auctioning the little gold mouse that day was only a few million gold. This young man asked for over 10 times the amount of gold he obtained from selling the little gold mouse the moment he opened his mouth. It was simply an exorbitant demand. Too much?
Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Patriarch Huang, I believe that your Huang clan is still able to take out this bit of money. Right, that Ma clan's patriarch was much more straightforward than you. He didn't say anything before handing over 100 million gold to me. Ma clan. 100 million gold? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the group of Huang clan members were dumbstruck. Patriarch Huang, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to consider. If you're unwilling, then if this little friend of mine impulsively does something, then it isn't a problem that can be solved with money. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a devilish smile. Squeak squeak. Whereas the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder swayed the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand in a timely manner, as if she was saying to the Huang clan's patriarch, if you still don't give me the money, then I'll kill all of you. The corners of the Huang clan's patriarch's mouth twitched, and he could only compromise in the end. He didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words in the slightest. If he were to delay for 3 breaths, then this third-level void-prying stage demon beast would surely make a move against them. Clan leader Huang is indeed straightforward. After receiving the money, Duan Lingtian's face blossomed into a brilliant smile. Then he glanced at the Huang clan's supreme elder. Elder, next time when you catch a ferocious beast, you better open your eyes wide and look carefully. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just you alone is enough to make the Huang clan go bankrupt. Duan Lingtian's words before he left made the Huang family's grand elder's face turn red. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight did he finally catch his breath. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The congested blood fell to the ground, as if it had transformed into a resplendent red rose, blooming on the ground. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Huang clan mansion, he was extremely happy. Now, in addition to the money given by the Huang clan, the gold in my possession has reached 200 million. Creak creak, the little gold mouse cried out twice, then said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, don't forget my meat. Don't worry, so long as we eat in the restaurant in the future, I'll order a table full of meat for you. How about it? Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good, and he promised the little gold mouse. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian is the best. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with excitement. Presently, it was already deep into the night, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along to leave the Huang clan mansion, intending to return to the inn. All along the way, he couldn't see many people. Suddenly, 2 figures in the distance walked past Duan Lingtian with quick steps. Originally, it was nothing, but the light conversation of the 2 people instead attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Fourth brother, who's that woman called Wang Qiong? Boss Wu actually went out personally to capture her. Shh. Speak softly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. That woman has an expert with terrifying strength following by her side. If it wasn't for that guild leader Han giving so much money, Boss Wu wouldn't have taken the opportunity while that expert was in closed-door cultivation to take the risk to capture that woman. After all, once this matter was discovered by that expert, then it would be certain death. Although the voices of the 2 people were soft, it was still heard clearly by Duan Lingtian. Wang Qiong? Duan Lingtian frowned. He remembered that the wife of big brother Zhang he met in Phoenix Nest City that day was called Wang Qiong. An expert with terrifying strength by her side?
She wouldn't be talking about Big Brother Zhang, right? Duan Ling Tian gasped. Big Brother Zhang was the Zhang Shou Yong that Duan Ling Tian met in Phoenix Nest City's Eternal Jade restaurant that day. Later on, Zhang Shou Yong and his wife sent him and Li Fei back to the Seven-Star Sword sect before leaving. Let's follow them and take a look. Although he wasn't sure, Duan Ling Tian still followed them. In the end, under the lead of the two people, Duan Ling Tian flipped over a luxurious estate. This estate was a private estate, and the people that lived within it were either wealthy or respectable. Guild leader Han. Duan Ling Tian hid outside the hall and heard the two of them exclaim respectfully towards a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. You are? The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes obviously didn't recognize the two of them. Guild leader Han, who we are isn't important. What's important is that the matter you entrusted to Boss Wu has already been completed. One of the two people lightly smiled as he spoke. Brother, what do you mean by this? Although the middle-aged man maintained his composure, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was able to notice that the middle-aged man's breathing had obviously become hurried. This person is really careful. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Guild leader Han. There's a woman called Wang Qiong, and she's currently a guest in Boss Wu's estate. The other of the two said bluntly. Really? This time, the middle-aged man completely lost his composure, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. Boss Wu really captured that bitch? Yes. The expert beside that woman just happened to be in seclusion, so Boss Wu tricked her out and captured her. Guild leader Han, Boss Wu asked us to find you, so as to avoid any trouble. We must do it cleanly before that expert finds out. One of the two said again. Haha. Good. I'll go with you now. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes who was addressed as Guildmaster Han laughed loudly and left the hall with the two of them, leaving his private mansion. Duan Ling Tian continued to follow. It shouldn't be sister-in-law, right? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Logically speaking, Wang Qiong shouldn't have any enmity with the people of Black Wind City. He knew Wang Qiong's character. Perhaps, it was someone with the same name. Coincidentally, this Wang Qiong also had an expert by her side. However, for safety's sake, Duan Ling Tian still followed them. If this Wang Qiong was really Big Brother Zhang's wife, his sister-in-law, and he missed it because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. Duan Ling Tian followed the three of them and quickly arrived at the other side of Black Wind City, in an inconspicuous mansion. This mansion was extremely remote. If not for the three of them leading the way, Duan Ling Tian might not have been able to find this place. Soon, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes followed the other two into the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard, there was a separate house with a dog guarding outside. Woof woof, when the dog saw the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, it barked as if it was in heat. Wang Kai, don't bark. We're on the same side. The two people in the lead quickly comforted the dog, causing it to temporarily calm down. Guild leader Han, Boss Wu is inside. Please. The two of them escorted the middle-aged man into the house and closed the door behind them. Duan Ling Tian followed into the rear courtyard, and when he saw the mutt look over, at the instant it opened its mouth and was about to bark, his spiritual force swept out, and he used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to construct an illusory space. He let the dog fall asleep like a dead pig. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp slap came from the house, followed by the voice of Guild leader Han. Wang Qiong, you slut, to think that you would have such a day. I let you be proud. I let you steal my business. Today, I want to see how the person beside you will save you. Pa! 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 The crisp sound of slapping rang out continuously. Han Jianan, you're despicable. You're not my match in business, and you actually use such a despicable method to deal with me. To think that you're the president of the Valley Chamber of Commerce branch. You've really embarrassed the Valley Chamber of Commerce. A crisp and pleasant voice sounded out at the right time. It was impossible to tell if it was happy or angry. Humph. So what if I use my methods? Who asked me, Han Jianan, to have so many friends? This brother Wu Ji is a good friend of mine. So what if the person by your side is strong? Didn't you still fall into the hands of brother Wu Ji in the end? Han Jianan grunted coldly, and his tone was arrogant. Today I'll kill you. Slut, you're not worthy to go against me.
Sister-in-law.
Duan Ling Tian felt the female voice was slightly familiar when he heard it, and he finally recalled it after a short moment. That voice was precisely the voice of his big brother Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong. Stay your hand. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate as he shouted out explosively, and then his entire body was like a cannonball as he smashed open the door and charged into the house. This was an independent torture room. At the center of the torture room was a torture pillar with a woman tied to it. Although the woman had a sorry state, she still didn't lower her head, and the tenacity on her face caused even men to feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was precisely Wang Qiong, Zhang Shouyang's wife.
Sister-in-law.
Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the bruises on the woman's face, and he shouted coldly, "Little gold." Instantly, little gold that was on Duan Lingtian's shoulder transformed into a golden light that shot out and bit off the rope that bound Wang Qiong, allowing Wang Qiong to regain her freedom.
Brother Ling Tian.
Wang Qiong originally thought that a great calamity was about to befall her, but who knew that a person would suddenly appear to save her? The person that saved her was someone she knew. "Kid, who are you? Why don't you inquire about who I, Blood Leopard Wuxia, am? In this tiny piece of land of Black Wind City, even the members of the 3 great clans don't dare rashly offend me. Since you've come today, then don't leave." A robust middle-aged man with half his arm bare and a blood leopard tattoo on it spoke to Duan Ling Tian with killing intent on his face. Han Jianan, who wore embroidered clothes, was currently looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking expression.
"Is that so?"
Duan Ling Tian sneered. A half-step void stage martial artist dared to speak nonsense in front of him? Blood leopard? Today, I'll turn you into a dead leopard. Right at this moment, a hoarse voice that was filled with ruthlessness instantly swept in from outside the room and filled the entire room. This has the same effect as my quake energy. However, Big Brother Zhang used the combination of origin energy and earth concept to shatter Han Jianan's bones in one go. Big Brother Zhang's earth concept. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the sky above Zhang Shouyang. There were 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes there, and the enormous silhouettes were forcefully squeezed together by the narrow room. The strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian was astounded. When he observed carefully, he noticed that amongst the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 6 of them were separated from the other 5 by a distance. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage? 5th level Earth concept? Duan Ling Tian gasped. Never had he imagined that when he met Zhang Shouyang once more, Zhang Shouyang actually possessed such a terrifying strength. He still remembered that when he just met Zhang Shouyang that day, Zhang Shouyang was only a 2nd level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he'd only comprehended 3rd level Earth concept. But even then, he was shocked by Zhang Shouyang's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao. After all, Zhang Shouyang was only a little over 30 years old. Now the strength Zhang Shouyang revealed when torturing Han Jianan in rage had once again shocked Duan Ling Tian. Han Jianan was tortured for an entire 15 minutes by Zhang Shouyang's formidable origin energy combined with his 5th level Earth concept before dying, and he died extremely miserably. Void Initiation stage. The nearby Wu Ji and the other 2 people that brought Han Jianan over had finally recovered from their shock, and their bodies started trembling intensely as they looked at the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They'd only heard of it and had never seen it. If it was at any other time, perhaps they would feel that their horizons were broadened when they saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes with their own 2 eyes. But at this moment, they didn't have such thoughts. Spare us, Lord. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. When they saw Zhang Shouyang looking over, the 2 people by Wu Ji's side knelt on the ground with a bang, and their voices trembled as they were terrified to the extreme. Presently, they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a person that didn't utilize a spirit weapon and was able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons, it was impossible for them to escape even if they had 10 legs. Now, they only hoped that this expert would be merciful and let them live. Zhang Shouyang didn't even spare a glance at the 2 of them,
and his gaze directly descended onto Wu Ji as he said with a low voice, "Wu Ji, you're quite bold to even dare touch my woman."
Humph. Wu Ji took a deep breath. Perhaps he knew that he was facing imminent calamity and it was impossible for him to obtain the forgiveness of Chen Shi, so he completely let go and didn't have any scruples. "I, Wu Ji, have roamed freely throughout my life, and being able to fall at the hands of a void initiation stage expert today can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Zhang Shouyang's cold and indifferent voice seemed as if it sounded out from an icy pit, and it contained extreme icy coldness mixed within. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyang raised his leg once more before abruptly stomping it down. Bang! Terrifying origin energy roared as it accompanied his fifth-level earth concept to sweep out and surge towards Wu Ji. Instantly, Wu Ji's body trembled as his face flushed red, and he endured the pain as he let out a muffled groan. Right at this moment, a wave of bone-shattering sounds sounded out, and it was clear and ear-piercing, causing one to shudder with fear just from hearing it. "Ah!" Even though Wu Ji was unyielding, he still couldn't help but let out a shrill cry when his legs were shattered, and his countenance was ghastly pale. Bang! The bones of his legs were shattered into powder, and the lower half of Wu Ji's body transformed into a pool of mud with a bang. His upper half pressed down on this pool of mud, and his face was warped and savage as he was in extreme pain. Zhang Shouyang seemed to have the intention of torturing Wu Ji, and he'd intentionally withdrawn his origin energy and fifth-level earth concept at this moment. Right at this moment, a strand of resolution flashed abruptly within Wu Ji's eyes that were wide open. Along with a raise of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Swish! Wu Ji didn't attack the others, and he held the spirit sword as he swiped it towards his own neck, as he wanted to commit suicide to seek release. "You want to die? It's not so easy." Zhang Shouyang's indifferent voice sounded out, and the spirit sword in Wu Ji's hand was directly blasted away by a formidable force, causing it to fall to the ground with a clang. Wu Ji's warped and savage face had an extremely unsightly expression. Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, origin energy coiled around his fifth-level earth concept, and it whistled out to shatter Wu Ji's arms before Wu Ji raised his hand to strike the top of his head to commit suicide. "Ah!" Wu Ji's shrill cry sounded out once more, and it was exceedingly miserable and caused one to shudder with fear. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse that had calm expressions and didn't have any changes in their expressions, Wang Chong's face had already turned pale. Wang Chong's face paled. She had never seen such a scene before. As for the two people that knelt on the ground, they were terrified to the point they followed in Han Jianon's footsteps and wet their pants. For a time, the entire house was filled with the smell of urine. Just like how Ku'er and Little Fei are my reverse scale. Sister-in-law is also Big Brother Zhang's reverse scale. Duan Lingtian was able to understand Zhang Shouyang's current feelings. If Wang Qiong was replaced by Ku'er or Little Fei, then Han Jianon and Wu Ji would only be in an even more miserable state. As the king of mercenaries in his previous life, Duan Lingtian's methods of torment were far from something Zhang Shouyang could compare to. "Brother Yong, kill him." In the end, Wang Qiong couldn't bear to do so. Zhang Shouyang's ruthless face revealed a rare wisp of gentleness when he heard Wang Qiong, and then his gaze went cold as he raised his hand and condensed a palm print that blasted down. "Consider yourself lucky." Along with Zhang Shouyang's cold and indifferent voice sounding out, Wu Ji's head was blasted apart by his palm, and the brain matter that splattered out splashed onto the faces of the two people that knelt at the side. The two of them instantly cried out loudly. "Spare our lives, Lord. We're only errand boys. Spare our lives, spare our lives." But, how could Zhang Shouyang, who was enraged to the extreme, let them off? Along with Zhang Shouyang's hand descending, the two people that knelt on the ground followed in the footsteps of Han Jianon and Wu Ji, and were deader than dead. "Qiong, are you all right?" Zhang Shouyang's figure flashed to arrive by Wang Qiong's side, and he asked in a light voice. Zhang Shouyang, who was like a malefic star earlier, was completely gentle like water at this moment, and compared to before, he was simply like a completely different person. "I'm fine." Wang Qiong lightly shook her head, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Brother Lingtian appeared in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life at the hands of Han Jianon before Brother Yong arrived. Earlier, it was precisely Duan Ling Tian that appeared in time and delayed for some time. Otherwise, Han Jianan would have succeeded long ago and killed Wang Qiong. Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grateful expression. In this world, the most important person to him was undoubtedly his wife, Wang Qiong. Chapter 492. Big Brother Zhang, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then asked curiously. Big Brother Zhang, why are you and sister-in-law in Black Wind City? Besides that, why would sister-in-law incur enmity with a despicable person like Han Jianan? Let's leave first. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the 3 pools of urine on the ground and frowned. Then his brows relaxed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse and left with Zhang Shouyong and his wife. Then followed Zhang Shouyong and his wife back to the courtyard they stayed in. Guild Master. At the entrance of the courtyard, 2 middle-aged men that stood guard there respectfully bowed to Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong lightly nodded. Guild Master? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse and followed behind Zhang Shouyong and his wife to walk into a spacious courtyard. There was a spacious room within the courtyard, and it was obviously the residence of Zhang Shouyong and his wife. All along the way, the servant girls and servants they occasionally encountered on the way all respectfully addressed Wang Qiong as Guild Master. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong sat around the stone table. Big Brother Zhang, why did those people address sister-in-law as Guild Master? Could it be that sister-in-law has joined the trading company of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and has even become the person in charge of that trading company in Black Wind City? Duan Ling Tian guessed. Zhang Shouyong smiled. Brother Ling Tian, you're really smart. You guessed it right. Exactly, Qiong is now the person in charge of the Floating Cloud Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. As for that Han Jianan, he's the person in charge of another trading company in Black Wind City. When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Shouyong paused for a moment before continuing. Since Qiong became the person in charge of the Floating Cloud Trading Company in Black Wind City, Han Jianan has been suppressed by Qiong at all times. So he's always hated Qiong to the extreme. Last time, he'd already sent people to look for trouble with us, and I sent them away. But I never imagined that he'd be so audacious to dare collude with others to capture Qiong. Duan Ling Tian was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Sister-in-law is able to surpass Han Jianan in every aspect. You must be very talented and resourceful in business. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Qiong with slight surprise. Brother Ling Tian, there's something you don't know. The clan that Qiong was born in was founded on business. Qiong followed my father-in-law everywhere since she was young and learned a lot of the ways of business. Now, it can be considered to be of use. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he looked at Wang Qiong lovingly. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right, Brother Ling Tian, why are you in Black Wind City? I heard that the 7-Star Sword Sect. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian and hesitated. Only now did he recall the news of the 7-Star Sword Sect being annihilated that he'd heard a few days ago. At that time, he and Wang Qiong broke out in cold sweat for the sake of Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei who were in the 7-Star Sword Sect. Exactly, the 7-Star Sword Sect doesn't exist any longer. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Where's my little sister Fei? How is she? Wang Qiong reacted to Zhang Shouyong's reminder and asked with a concerned expression. She didn't care about the life and death of the other people in the 7-Star Sword Sect. What she cared about was the Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei that she was familiar with. Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound now, and she couldn't help but be worried about Li Fei's safety. Don't worry, sister-in-law, little Fei is fine. She just happened to not be in the 7-Star Sword Sect at that time. Duan Ling Tian forced out a laugh. Now that he heard Zhang Shouyong mention the 7-Star Sword Sect, he couldn't help but recall the scene when the 7-Star Sword Sect was annihilated. Those scenes were unforgettable to him in his entire lifetime. Brother Ling Tian, did you come to Black Wind City for something? Zhang Shouyong saw Duan Ling Tian's current expression and guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, and he hurriedly changed the topic. It's nothing. I'm just passing by. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, what plans do you have in the future? Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted when he heard this, and he said slowly, I plan to walk around and make a name for myself in this year. I must rush to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City a year later and enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy.
Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they'd obviously never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Brother Lingtian, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is? Zhang Shouyong asked curiously. It's an academy set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the selections for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It will gather most of the young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year from now, and the selections will be held 2 years from now. The strongest few people will be left behind to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city to participate in the next round of selections. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised in the slightest that Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong didn't know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, this matter had probably not spread completely yet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian introduced the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in detail to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. He was able to notice that Zhang Shouyong's gaze had lit up many times. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong was extremely interested in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big brother Zhang, with your age, you completely satisfy the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
Moreover, with your natural talent and strength, it isn't difficult for you to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence towards Zhang Shouyong's strength. Presently, Zhang Shouyong was already a 4th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he'd even comprehended 5th-level Earth concept. With Zhang Shouyong's natural talent, his strength would surely be even stronger 5 years later. Although he didn't know of Zhang Shouyong's origins, he was faintly able to guess that the clan Zhang Shouyong had mentioned in the past was probably a clan in the Darkhan dynasty. Perhaps, only a clan in the Darkhan dynasty was capable of fostering a genius in the martial Dao like Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong nodded, then glanced at Wang Qiong before saying, "Leave it to fate." Obviously, he was taking Wang Qiong into consideration. Duan Lingtian perceived this as well, and he didn't say anything further before bidding his farewells. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, I'm leaving Black Wind City early in the morning tomorrow. Let's part ways here. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian stood up. Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong nodded and sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. After Duan Lingtian left, the atmosphere between Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong became slightly silent. After a short moment, Wang Qiong said, "Big brother Yong, this is a good opportunity for you. I know that you've always yearned for the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. This time, you finally have an opportunity. You must not miss it." Zhang Shouyong sighed. "What about you? I won't separate from you no matter what." Wang Qiong smiled. "I'll always be by your side." Zhang Shouyong's body trembled slightly when he heard this, and then he nodded. "There's no rush. There's still 4 years of time anyway." If Duan Lingtian heard what Zhang Shouyong said now, he would surely be able to confirm Zhang Shouyong's origins with 100% certainty. 4 years. 5 years from now was the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Whereas 4 years from now was the day all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty competed with the young geniuses of the various empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the Darkhan dynasty. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong was waiting for the competition between the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. At that time, they would directly compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. After Duan Lingtian left the Floating Cloud Commerce's branch with the little gold mouse, he returned to the inn. Early in the morning of the next day, he woke up naturally from his sleep, and he brought the little gold mouse to a restaurant to have a good meal before leaving Black Wind City. After leaving Black Wind City, Duan Lingtian headed east of Black Wind City. All along the way, he cultivated and tempered himself. If it wasn't necessary, he prohibited the little gold mouse from making a move. Under his hard work, The returns were extremely great. Time flew by. 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. 8 months later, he'd successfully broken through to the half-step void stage.
11 months later, his cultivation had arrived at the peak of the half-step void stage, and he was only a step away from the void prying stage.
Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the peak of a precipitous mountain not far from the Imperial City, a violet-colored figure sat cross-legged there.
This was a violet-clothed young man with a tall figure. He had slanted brows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. Presently, strands of white-colored origin energy occasionally raged out from the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was accompanied by strands of light azure-colored energy that flickered with an extremely strange aura.
Squeak, squeak.
On the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man, a fluffy little gold mouse was raising its head to look around, and it seemed to be vigilant.
In its hand, it seemed to be playing with a spirit sword. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man woke up.
It's about time. The violet-clothed young man opened his eyes that were like dazzling stars, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
Only a drop of Monkey King wine is sufficient to allow me to directly break through to the void prying stage. After cultivating for many days, I've finally accumulated my origin energy to the limit. This violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian who'd left Black Wind City 11 months ago.
During these 11 months of time, relying on his peerlessly monstrous natural talent, his gains were extremely great.
Of course, it was mainly the gains in his cultivation.
Presently, his cultivation had already risen to the limit of the half-step void stage, and he was half a step into the void prying stage.
He was only a strand away from smoothly breaking through.
However, even if it was only a strand, if he didn't have the help of external forces, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time. Just like the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was no lack of existences that were half a step into the void prying stage, but because of this strand of difference, they might have no fate with the void prying stage for their entire lifetimes.
However, Duan Ling Tian didn't have to worry.
Although with his natural talent, even if he relied on his own hard work, he would be able to smoothly break through to the void prying stage sooner or later.
But now that there was a shortcut to take, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Monkey King wine. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian took out a drop of Monkey King wine. The Monkey King wine was precisely what he'd obtained in the Hengduan mountain range outside the southern barbaric city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, and it was given to him by the great Monkey King of the group of stone monkeys. The Monkey King wine had the medicinal strength of the Void Advancement Pill, yet it didn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill. Chapter 493.
Squeak, squeak. Duan Ling Tian had only just taken out the Monkey King wine when the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder cried out excitedly.
Obviously, it was filled with interest towards the Monkey King wine. Big brother Ling Tian, what wine is this?
Only the fragrance of the wine has caused the origin energy in my body to become restless.
The little gold mouse stared eagerly at the drop of Monkey King wine in Duan Ling Tian's hand as it asked via voice transmission. You little fellow, open your mouth. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, then with a raise of his hand, he directly shot the drop of Monkey King wine into the little gold mouse's mouth. Instantly, the little gold mouse shuddered, then lay on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder before closing her jade-green eyes and starting to cultivate. She was digesting the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw the little gold mouse immersed in cultivation. Then he withdrew another drop of Monkey King wine and swallowed it. Instantly, the overbearing medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine started to wreak havoc within Duan Ling Tian's body, desiring to strengthen Duan Ling Tian's origin energy. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the half-step void stage. Now, it had even been accumulated to the limit by Duan Ling Tian. So, at the same time that the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine strengthened Duan Ling Tian's origin energy, it also urged the transformation of the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body to a certain extent. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM Form. The Lightning WYRM form was the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, and it was a cultivation method that corresponded to the void prying stage.
After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the half-step void stage, the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wyrm form, had already been cultivated to the limit. If he wanted to improve it again, then he must cultivate the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wyrm form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating the mental cultivation method of the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the origin energy in his body started to intensely tremble, and it even showed signs of collapsing. Of course, it wasn't a true breakdown. As the saying goes, a phoenix reborn from the ashes and reborn from the ashes. Duan Lingtian's elemental energy was also undergoing a similar transformation. Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation. The mental cultivation method of the lightning flood dragon transformation was constantly circulating. He did not know how much time had passed. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like years had passed. Finally, under the influence of the Monkey King wine, the origin energy in his body began to tremble. In the end, it underwent a qualitative change. The elemental energy that had undergone a qualitative change continuously flowed into Duan Lingtian's Dantian. At the center of Duan Lingtian's Dantian, the nascent soul that was condensed from origin energy suddenly expanded and became slightly illusory at the same time. Void prying stage. When he looked at the nascent soul that had enlarged and become illusory, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd broken through to the void prying stage. The void prying stage was the first stage of the void stage, and it belonged to the entry stage. There were 4 great stages of the void stage, and every stage had a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The difference in strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon and 2,000 ancient mammoths by relying solely on origin energy. Whereas a first-level void initiation stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons by relying solely on origin energy. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoths. Of course, the further one progressed, the greater the gap became. I've finally broken through. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed within his eyes, and it was like a shooting star that flashed by. What a formidable strength! Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fist, and his origin energy jumped about as he could feel the surging strength contained within it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, 2011 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly condensed into form. When an ordinary first-level void-prying stage martial artist only used origin energy, their strength was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. This was the patent that the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique granted to him in the past. However, along with the increase of his strength, the effect of this patent grew smaller and smaller. After all, before the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 11 ancient mammoths seemed to be insignificant. My spiritual force. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started inspecting his spiritual force. In the end, Duan Lingtian helplessly noticed that his spiritual force actually didn't increase in the slightest. It was still the same as before, only at the first level of the void-prying stage. It's waiting for my cultivation to synchronize with it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that along with his breakthrough to the void-prying stage, his spiritual force would have a breakthrough as well. Unexpectedly, his spiritual force had always been on the spot. 1 year ago, he was only a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his spiritual force was at the first level of the void-prying stage. Now, he'd broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage, but his spiritual force was still at the first level of the void-prying stage. Looks like spiritual force that isn't improved by consuming spirit fruits that increase spiritual force won't increase stably along with the advancement of one's cultivation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only make wild guesses himself. After all, he was in such a situation now. Never mind. Even if my spiritual force didn't increase, my cultivation has increased to the first level of the void-prying stage after all, and it can be considered to be a good thing. Perhaps I'm still too greedy. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian relaxed his mentality and didn't fuss about it anymore. Presently, my spiritual force and cultivation have synchronized. In the future, so long as my cultivation increases, my spiritual force will increase correspondingly.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he wanted to continue advancing towards a higher level even more.
But he knew as well that he'd only just broken through to the first level of the void prying stage now, and his foundation was unstable, let alone charging towards a higher level of cultivation.
The 6-9 heavenly tribulation has arrived so quickly? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and a thought abruptly emerged within his mind. This was the sign of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Every human or demon beast that had just broken through to the void prying stage would have to experience this moment. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't surprised by this. Around 10 days. During this period of time, I'll properly prepare to welcome the baptism of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. My tempest point still needs to rely on it. Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up, and his fierce gaze looked towards the distance. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, an enormous city that stood there for a long time appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a demon beast that had been in deep slumber for a long time and would awaken at any moment. That place was precisely the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There's still some time, and it's just nice that I can head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy after overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out and abruptly flashed towards the distance. Whirlwind.
At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a swift gale that swept through the clouds and mist on the peak of this mountain to the point of roiling.
Whoosh. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pointed out with a raise of his hand. The origin energy within it condensed and flickered with strands of azure-colored energy, and its might was shocking. Whoosh.
In next to no time, a milky white beam of light shot out from the tip of the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out, and the azure-colored energy coiled around it like a small azure snake that accompanied the white beam of light as it shot out.
Bang!
The white beam of light shot onto an enormous rock at the side of the mountain peak, and the small azure snake swept out, causing the enormous rock to shatter into pieces, causing shattered rocks to flutter in the air and dust to suffuse the air.
Presently, I've grasped wind force, yet I know nothing about lightning force. This Tempest Point hasn't even stepped into the initial stage. But Tempest Point is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill after all. Even if it hasn't stepped into the initial stage, once wind force is fused into it, its might is far from something that Dragon's finishing touch can compare to. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth rank martial skill, and it was a set of martial skills that came along with the fifth form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wyrm form. It stressed upon utilizing wind force and lightning force to complement each other to execute a formidable attack. Tempest Point caused gods and ghosts to wail. This was the Samsara Emperor Wu's annotation towards Tempest Point. Wind is adept in speed, and its attacks are swift and fierce. Although the speed of lightning is inferior to wind, it isn't much inferior. Moreover, the explosive force of lightning is far stronger than wind. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. A martial skill that complemented each other with wind and lightning was obvious, and its might would surely be extremely shocking. Presently, I can be considered to have preliminarily comprehended half-step advanced wind force, whereas, I haven't even touched the surface of lightning force. I only hope that when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I'll be able to rely on the energy of the tribulation lightning to comprehend lightning force. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still cultivating on his shoulder. He still remembered that when the little gold mouse overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that day, the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning was directly swallowed by her. Not only that, she'd even relied on the energy of the tribulation lightning to successfully comprehend lightning force. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary lightning force, but a half-step advanced lightning force. Whereas now, the little gold mouse had relied on the natural talent of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan to perfectly comprehend advanced lightning force, and her comprehension of lightning force could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage. Of course, after advanced lightning force, there was still lightning concept. That was what the little gold mouse needed to rely on the advanced lightning force to comprehend now. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I don't have to swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold. Of course, even if I wanted to swallow it, I don't have the ability.
Duan Lingtian could imagine that if he dared open his mouth and swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold, then the one that suffered misfortune would absolutely be him.
The tribulation lightning wasn't something that anyone could swallow. Presently, I've comprehended half-step advanced wind force, and whirlwind can be considered to have officially stepped into the mastery stage. Once I comprehend advanced wind force, I can be considered to have cultivated whirlwind to the perfection stage. As Duan Lingtian thought, his figure flashed out like a gale that ceaselessly swept past. For a time, dust suffused the peak of the mountain as the clouds and mist dispersed. 9 days later. It's finally here? Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the horizon. The clouds and mist in the horizon were ceaselessly being compressed before finally transforming into a ceaselessly revolving vortex. Chapter 494. At the center of the vortex that was squeezed from the clouds and mist that covered the sky, a ball of dark clouds was ceaselessly brewing and roiling. Hiss, 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 hiss. Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly raged, and it was like numerous little snakes that were dancing about, dazzling and resplendent. But Duan Lingtian didn't have the mood to pay attention to all this now. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that blew towards the horizon. Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky, and his movements were skilled without the slightest jerkiness. If it was an ordinary martial artist that had just broken through to the void-prying stage, the martial artist would at least need to familiarize himself with flying for a period of time before being able to fly. But Duan Lingtian was different. Duan Lingtian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so he was extremely familiar with the technique of flying. He easily floated in the sky, and he utterly didn't seem like a martial artist that had just broken through to the void-prying stage. Now that Little Gold is here as well, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation will descend with 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. I wonder if I'll be able to smoothly comprehend half-step advanced lightning force by relying on 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and the violet-colored lightning within the dark clouds had brewed to the limit, and the first bolt of tribulation lightning would descend at any moment. Duan Lingtian's ambition was extremely great. He wanted to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force in one go. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the fifth form of the 9-Dragon War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wyrm form, so long as he utilized wind force to execute the Tempest Point to resist the tribulation lightning, he would be able to rely on it to comprehend lightning force. According to the deductions of Samsara Emperor Wu, he would at most comprehend elementary lightning force. Presently, the little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she cultivated. Although she hadn't awakened, because she hadn't left Duan Lingtian by 100 meters, every time the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended, it would duplicate an additional bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian intended to withstand the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse as well. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's idea was crazy. Finally, in the dark clouds on the horizon, the lightning accumulated to the limit and condensed into a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm. Boom! The lightning struck down from the sky, carrying with it an astonishing power. It was aimed directly at Duan Lingtian. It was the first lightning tribulation. In practically the blink of an eye, another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and the target of this bolt of tribulation lightning was the little gold mouse that was cultivating on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he fearlessly stepped forward. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed out with his finger, his strength exploding. Whoosh! The milky white elemental energy beam condensed together and shot out with a whistling sound. His target was the lightning tribulation that was descending first. The surroundings of the elemental energy beam were coiled with strands of azure-colored energy, and they were like numerous little azure-colored snakes that were swimming about. It was precisely the half-step advanced wind force that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. After he pointed out with his finger, Duan Lingtian was dissatisfied with being negligent. Tempest Finger. He pointed out with his finger once more, and the same elemental energy beam pierced towards the other bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 enormous bangs sounded out in practically an instant,
and it was the incomplete Tempest Finger executed by Duan Lingtian that easily destroyed the 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and he looked at the horizon with a solemn expression. Although he'd easily stopped the first bolt of Tribulation Lightning, he knew that the truly formidable Lightning Tribulation was still behind. He'd witnessed the little gold mouse overcoming the tribulation with his own 2 eyes that day. Bang! In next to no time, the second bolt of Tribulation Lightning condensed into form and descended with a bang. Bang! Another bolt of Tribulation Lightning with a similar might followed closely behind. Another 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. One headed straight for Duan Lingtian, and the other headed straight for the little gold mouse. But the little gold mouse was still cultivating now, and only Duan Lingtian could rely on himself to forcefully resist these 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Swish! Swish! He pointed out with 2 fingers once more, and the milky white beam of light that was coiled by wind force shot out through the Tempest Finger executed by Duan Lingtian to intercept the 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning were destroyed once more. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood royal. The strength of 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning is extremely strong as expected. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to look up at the sky. He was waiting for the 3rd bolt of Tribulation Lightning. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had a certain amount of gains from successively withstanding 4 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Every time he executed the Tempest Finger and pointed towards the bolt of Tribulation Lightning, he could clearly feel the changes in the lightning within the Tribulation Lightning. Lightning, violent, raging, and possessed shocking might. Bang! The 3rd bolt of Tribulation Lightning arrived as scheduled. Bang! Behind it, another bolt of Tribulation Lightning tailed over. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Tempest Finger. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the beam of origin energy that was coiled by wind force instantly swept towards the bolt of Tribulation Lightning in the lead. Bang! The bolt of Tribulation Lightning and the beam of origin energy exploded at almost the exact same time, then transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's internal organs trembled, and he felt his vital energy and blood royal. The might of the 3rd bolt of Tribulation Lightning is actually so strong. When he saw another bolt of Tribulation Lightning flashing over from behind, and it was temporarily impossible for him to execute a second Tempest Finger, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he'd transformed into a gale, and it was even more like he was racing with that bolt of Tribulation Lightning. But, even though his speed was swift, the speed of the Tribulation Lightning was swifter. However, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to pull apart the distance between him and the Tribulation Lightning, because he knew that it wasn't realistic. The reason he chose to dodge was only for the sake of catching his breath. After all, after he executed Tempest Finger to forcefully resist the 3rd bolt of Tribulation Lightning, the origin energy within his body had collapsed, and it was difficult for him to gather it in a short period of time, making it difficult for him to condense it to execute Tempest Finger once more. Whereas now he'd caught his breath. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around and pointed out with his finger, causing piercing howls to explode out as the airflow in the air moved rhythmically to split into 2. Swish! A beam of origin energy that contained half-step advanced wind force shot out and fiercely collided with the bolt of Tribulation Lightning. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood royal once more, this bolt of Tribulation Lightning that pursued the little gold mouse was finally resisted by him. Right at this moment. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderclaps sounded out one after the other as they descended from the horizon. The 4th bolt of Tribulation Lightning descended with a bang. This time, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and successfully resisted 2 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. But even then, he still suffered a light injury. Fortunately, his injuries weren't heavy, and after he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Lightning! Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and before the appearance of the 5th bolt of Tribulation Lightning, he'd comprehended something. Earlier, he'd successively resisted numerous bolts of Tribulation Lightning, and especially when he used Tempest Finger to collide head-on with the Tribulation Lightning. To a certain extent, it allowed Duan Lingtian to have a clear understanding of the characteristics of lightning. Hiss! With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, besides the fierce wind force, there was actually an additional strand of unstable violet-colored energy on the origin energy that jumped about on the tip of his finger.
Lightning Force Seed? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, as he knew that he'd already taken the first step. The Lightning Force Seed was the foundation of Lightning Force. Comprehending the Lightning Force Seed also meant that he would soon be able to truly comprehend Lightning Force. The fifth bolt of Tribulation Lightning. Come. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky with an expression of anticipation.
He believed that now that he'd comprehended the Lightning Force Seed, so long as he continued to come into close contact with the Tribulation Lightning, he would surely be able to comprehend true Lightning Force.
This was something he was extremely confident of. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two terrifying sounds of thunder descending, the thick lightning bolts crashed down like two meteors falling from the horizon. Tempest Finger! Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to intercept the first bolt of Tribulation Lightning, and he pointed out with his finger. Swish! This time, besides the fierce azure-colored energy coiled around the origin energy beam that shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, there was an additional strand of light violet-colored energy, and it was precisely the Lightning Force Seed. Duan Lingtian had a feeling. The Tempest Finger he executed now couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Right now, the Wind and Lightning Finger had both Wind Force and Lightning Force. Even though the latter was only a Lightning Force Seed, it was sufficient to allow the Tempest Finger to advance to a new level. So long as the Lightning Force Seed is able to transform into true Lightning Force, then my Tempest Finger will officially step into the initial stage. At the same time that Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, he thought in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the origin energy beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger, the Tempest Finger that had just taken form, collided with the fifth bolt of Tribulation Lightning and emitted an enormous bang. The airflow in the air flashed as the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Pooh! At the instant the Tempest Finger collided with the Tribulation Lightning, the violent energy contained within the Tribulation Lightning shook Duan Lingtian's internal organs to the point of trembling, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian's injuries weren't light. Bang! Right when Duan Lingtian's body was on the verge of collapse, another bolt of Tribulation Lightning that targeted the little gold mouse descended. This bolt of Tribulation Lightning was copied from the foundation of the fifth bolt of Tribulation Lightning of the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, and its might was extremely strong. For a time, not to mention condensing his origin energy once more, Duan Lingtian, who was heavily injured at this moment, was even slightly unable to catch his breath. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and wanted to execute his movement technique to dodge. But, even with the assistance of half-step advanced wind force, the speed of his scattered origin energy was far inferior to this bolt of Tribulation Lightning. Little Gold! Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he couldn't be bothered to care that the little gold mouse was still cultivating as he directly sent a voice transmission into the little gold mouse's ears. At practically the instant he sent the voice transmission, the bolt of Tribulation Lightning had already descended towards him. Although the target of the Tribulation Lightning was only the little gold mouse, the little gold mouse was still on his shoulder. But the little gold mouse was lying on his shoulder, so for a time, he'd become the target of the Tribulation Lightning as well. The Tribulation Lightning was high up in the sky as its terrifying aura enveloped down, and it practically sealed Duan Lingtian within it, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was within a thunderstorm. What entered his eyes was a dazzling scene, and the aura of lightning carried along the might of nature as it swept over. At this instant, Duan Lingtian abruptly closed his eyes and seemed to have comprehended something. This is lightning. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had even forgotten that he was in a dangerous situation, and he still silently savored the aura of lightning as he comprehended the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. The lightning force seed that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was silently strengthening. The bolt of Tribulation Lightning was about to blast onto Duan Lingtian. Squeak, squeak! Chapter 495. Amidst her sharp cry, the little gold mouse transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light that left Duan Lingtian's shoulder and shot towards the horizon. Whereas the bolt of Tribulation Lightning that descended with a bang turned around above Duan Lingtian's head and chased after the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse stopped moving and stood in midair.
As she looked at the bolt of tribulation lightning that flashed over, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. Bang! The bolt of tribulation lightning charged menacingly directly towards the little gold mouse. The bolt of tribulation lightning was about to strike the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse's body didn't even enlarge as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp cry. Instantly, the air trembled, and the surrounding airflow started to flash towards the little gold mouse's mouth like a bolt of lightning. Whereas the bolt of tribulation lightning was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of tribulation lightning that approached menacingly had become food in the little gold mouse's stomach. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse rubbed her bulging stomach as she looked complacently at Duan Lingtian, wanting to take credit. In next to no time, she noticed that Duan Lingtian stood there like a block of wood without the slightest reaction, and she instantly drooped her little head in slight dejection. Bang! Bang! The dark clouds in the horizon roiled as the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, which was also the last bolt of tribulation lightning, had finally condensed into form and descended with a bang. Accompanying its descent was another bolt of tribulation lightning that possessed might not inferior to it. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's eyes glowed as she flashed out to approach Duan Lingtian and wait for the descent of the two bolts of tribulation lightning. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a bang like a falling meteor, and its target was Duan Lingtian. Squeak! But, even though the bolt of tribulation lightning came menacingly, it was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay when she opened her mouth. Subsequently, the little gold mouse's gaze descended onto the bolt of tribulation lightning at the back. Right when the little gold mouse opened her mouth once more with the intention of swallowing the last bolt of tribulation lightning. Little gold, leave this bolt of tribulation lightning to me. Duan Lingtian woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his body moved. As swift as the wind, as shocking as thunder. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to greet the final bolt of lightning that descended with a bang. Now, it's time to test the might of the lightning force I just comprehended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile. His gaze suddenly focused as he raised his hand, his sleeve fluttering as he pointed out with his finger. His yuan power condensed with an awe-inspiring might that seemed capable of piercing through everything. Tempest Finger. A light beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's fingertip. It was intertwined with strands of green and purple gang qi. The purple gang qi was slightly weaker, but not by much. The beam of origin energy was accompanied by wind force and lightning force as it swept out, and it formed the true tempest force. Whoosh! The tempest point shot out with an ear-piercing screech. The airflow in the air moved as it fiercely hit the last tribulation lightning. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the last tribulation lightning was directly shattered by Duan Lingtian's finger, and it transformed into nothingness. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was calm and composed. His internal organs only trembled slightly. At this moment, beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, amongst the 1,000 ancient mammoths that had been added. Amongst them, the strength of 500 ancient mammoths belonged to wind force, half-step advanced wind force. The strength of the other 500 ancient mammoths belonged to lightning force, half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had gotten his wish and comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. I have to thank the fifth tribulation lightning that replicated the lightning tribulation that blasted towards Little Gold that I was able to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a slight lingering fear in his heart when he thought of what happened earlier, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That tribulation lightning flashed directly towards him. If the little gold mouse didn't make a move in time, he would surely die. At that moment, he even slightly regretted why he was so arrogant and didn't use a spirit sword since the beginning. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit sword for the sake of being able to use Tempest Point to resist the tribulation lightning, and comprehend lightning force while resisting the tribulation lightning. Even though Tempest Point could be executed with a spirit sword, and its might was similarly great, but its effect would be greatly reduced. Tempest Point was a finger technique martial skill after all. Executing it with the finger was the way of the king. Right when Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the energy of the tribulation lightning, and was about to be blasted by the tribulation lightning,
Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian had a clear comprehension of the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. This sort of comprehension was similar to sudden enlightenment, yet it wasn't completely sudden enlightenment. After all, he'd already developed a lightning force seed. Just like that time, he didn't know anything about wind force, and then he directly comprehended wind force in one go. That could be called a true epiphany. Whereas this time, Duan Ling Tian mostly relied on the tribulation lightning, and relied on Tempest Point to allow his lightning force seed to grow into half-step advanced lightning force in a short period of time. Half-step advanced wind force. Half-step advanced lightning force. Presently, my Tempest Point can already be considered to have broken through to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and an excited expression couldn't help but appear on his face. This was something he'd never expected beforehand. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that came with the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wyrm form, and its might was extraordinary.
Let's go enter the city.
Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse as his figure flashed out towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian only descended from the sky when they arrived outside the entrance of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meanwhile, many void-prying stage martial artists that had similarly descended noticed Duan Ling Tian. At the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to him, but when they saw Duan Ling Tian's appearance clearly, they were instead dumbstruck. This young man looks to be less than 25 years old, yet he's actually already a void-prying stage martial artist? A void-prying stage martial artist couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as he spoke in astonishment. Impossible, right?
The head of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master, had only just stepped into the void-prying stage at the age of 29. His companion shook his head and didn't dare believe it. Could it be that he took good care of himself?
The former was surprised and bewildered. It's possible. The latter nodded in all seriousness. Waves of similar discussions sounded out from the mouths of the void-prying stage martial artists that saw Duan Ling Tian descend from the sky. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard it as well, and he was speechless.
Took good care of himself? To think that they were able to think of it.
However, they did remind me. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there are indeed many methods of taking good care of oneself, but most of them are assisted by spirit medicines. If it's a woman or a martial artist that has stepped into the void-prying stage or above, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Duan Ling Tian flashed through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and thought in his heart. That deadbeat father of mine is 50 years old, yet looks to be around 30 years old. There's only 2 possibilities. Firstly, he consumed a spirit medicine that slows down the aging of one's appearance. Secondly, he once broke through to the void-prying stage. Chapter 496. As for women. Perhaps it was because the heavens had bestowed upon men various advantages over women, so they compensated women in other aspects. So long as women took care of themselves, they were able to slow down aging to a certain extent. Just like Duan Ling Tian's mother, Li Ro, even though she was a little over 40 years old, she looked as if she wasn't even 30 years old yet. This was the innate advantage of women. So long as one's cultivation steps into the void-prying stage, even though it's not to the extent of rejuvenating oneself, but so long as one intends, one can use origin energy to control aging to a certain extent.
It's even to the extent that martial artists at the void-prying stage and above still have the appearance of a middle-aged man when they die of old age 100 years later.
Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Presently, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. So long as one has the patience to frequently use origin energy to activate one's flesh and skin, the higher one's cultivation is, the better one can slow down aging. During the first lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation stepped into the Emperor Wu stage, and he was already 120 years old.
But at that time, merely based on his outer appearance, he was only a middle-aged man around the age of 50.
Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian found out about the appearance of Samsara Emperor Wu before he underwent samsara. As for the second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu,
before he underwent samsara, He was 113 years old, and his outer appearance was only a young man around the age of 30.
Duan Lingtian's mood surged. 113 years old, yet looked like a young man around the age of 30. What sort of concept was this? Of course, Duan Lingtian knew the reason Samsara Emperor Wu was able to maintain such a young appearance during his second lifetime. During his second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation had already broken through to the void-prying stage at the age of 25. Since that time, Samsara Emperor Wu intentionally used origin energy to slow down his aging. Later on, Samsara Emperor Wu found the treasures he left behind during his first lifetime, and he stepped into the void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and even the void transformation stage at an extremely fast speed. Later on, the rebirth martial emperor even became a martial monarch when he was 50 years old by relying on the experience of his first lifetime. At the age of 60, he successfully became Emperor Wu. The achievements of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, especially the time he spent to become Emperor Wu, could be said to be unprecedented on Cloud Continent. At the very least, in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a young Emperor Wu. Once one becomes a martial emperor, although one can't rejuvenate their youth, they can retain their youth forever.
If the Emperor Wu of the Samsara era had become a martial emperor 10 years earlier, he might have been able to maintain his appearance when he was 26 or 27 years old.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. Martial artists at the void-prying stage and above mostly can't be judged by appearance and age. Even if a martial artist at the void-prying stage and above didn't intentionally use origin energy to slow down their aging, their formidable origin energy is still able to unintentionally slow down their aging, and their aging speed is far slower than ordinary martial artists. Duan Lingtian shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disregarded the surprised gazes from the surroundings as he walked with large strides towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City was boundlessly vast and imposing, and it was like an enormous beast that lay there. Fill that table with various fragrant stir-fried meat. As for my table, just casually serve some of your restaurant's signature dishes and a jug of wine. Duan Lingtian chose a seat by the window and sat down. Then he pointed at the empty table beside him as he spoke to the attendant. Yes, customer. The attendant replied and left with a face full of smiles. He loved to entertain this sort of frank customer the most. As for Duan Lingtian asking for 2 tables and only ordering stir-fried meat for the empty table, he didn't feel it was strange. He only thought that this customer still had companions that hadn't come, and this customer's companions preferred to eat meat. When the dishes were served and he saw the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder fly out to sweep away the stir-fried meat on the single table, the attendant was completely dumbstruck. As an attendant in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, he felt that he'd seen much of the world. But it was truly the first time he'd seen someone so extravagantly ordering a table of stir-fried meat for a pet mouse to eat. The world of the rich is really not something we can understand. Even if it's the young masters and young misses of the great clans in the Imperial City, I've seen many of them, but I've never seen them so extravagant. The attendant couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Meanwhile, the table the little gold mouse sat at attracted attention as expected. Extravagant. Too extravagant. This is the Drifting Fragrance Restaurant. That table of stir-fried meat would at least cost 100 silver. 100 silver for a pet mouse's meal? Squandering, too squandering. I wonder which young master is from, to actually squander like this. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it like this. For a time, the crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion. Haha. Little Gold, looks like they all think you're only a pet mouse? Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard the whispers of these people, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to tease the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out with dissatisfaction, yet couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the people around her, and she buried her head in eating. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Yet he didn't know what expression these people that were sighing about his extravagance and squandering would have if they knew that it was this little gold mouse that had helped him earn over 100 million gold. Almost 1 year ago in Black Wind City, he'd precisely relied on the deterrence of the little gold mouse to forcefully extort a large sum of money from the Ma clan and Huang clan. That huge sum of money added up to more than 100 million taels of gold. 100 silver for a table of dishes? Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to 1 tael of gold. Compared to the over 100 million gold that the little gold mouse had earned for him, it was simply a drop in the ocean and wasn't worth mentioning. Along with the passage of time, the restaurant was bustling with people, and there were no empty seats. Many people entered the restaurant, and because they didn't have a seat, they could only sigh and leave. Most of these people that left glanced at the little gold mouse that occupied a table by itself with envy and jealousy, and they all felt that their entire lives were inferior to a pet mouse. Duan Lingtian was originally still drinking and eating when a few figures approached, causing him to frown.
Duan Lingtian lazily raised his head, and only now did he see a young man in embroidered clothes walking over with 2 middle-aged men. The young man in embroidered clothes' gaze descended onto the little gold mouse, and he was slightly surprised.
Kid, this is your pet?
Behind the young man in embroidered clothes, one of the middle-aged men took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Go accompany your pet. Leave this table empty and give it to my young master. This is your reward."
The middle-aged man spoke with an overbearing aura as he casually tossed out a gold bill. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand to receive the gold bill, and when he glanced at the denomination on it, he was slightly surprised. 100 gold. Truly generous. Fuck off after taking the money. When he saw Duan Lingtian being surprised by a 100 gold bill, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled into disdain, and he grunted coldly as he shouted in a low voice. Slap.
Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly, and with a raise of his hand, a stack of gold bills appeared in his hand.
This is 10,000 gold. Fuck off after taking the money. Remember, it's really fuck off. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and grinned. His smile was filled with wickedness. Want to compete in wealth with me? 10,000 gold? Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it attracted many gazes for a moment.
In next to no time, when these gazes touched the young man in embroidered clothes, they lightly trembled as if they'd seen something terrifying.
Chapter 497. Obviously, the background of this young man in embroidered clothes wasn't simple. However, was Duan Lingtian the type of person that would throw his dignity beneath the feet of another and allow the other party to trample on him because he was afraid of the other party's background? The answer was no. Kid. The middle-aged man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian being so insensible, and he shouted out coldly. Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, my young master isn't someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. If you're sensible, then quickly F***K off. Be careful or it'll be too late for regret. Too late for regret?
Duan Lingtian put away the 10,000 gold in his hand, then glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face.
Then I'm curious how you'll make me too late for regret. Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely displeased from being disturbed while eating. Kid, you're courting death. The middle-aged man's face sank as he shouted out explosively, then his figure leaned forward as his hand descended like a cattail leaf fan, enveloping towards Duan Lingtian with menacing momentum. In the sky above him, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This middle-aged man was obviously a half-step void stage martial artist.
Meanwhile, most of the customers in the restaurant that saw this scene couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, sighing with emotion that Duan Lingtian was too ostentatious and didn't know how to conceal his strength and bide his time, causing him to kick an iron plate in the end.
Half-step void stage?
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc when he saw the middle-aged man attacking him, and it contained slight disdain mixed within.
Bang!
The middle-aged man's palm descended, origin energy coiled and raged, and it carried the might to split mountains and split rocks as it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's chest, desiring to blast Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant with a single strike.
It's not certain who's courting death. Right at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian spoke with a tone that contained slight laziness mixed within. Subsequently, everyone present noticed to their astonishment. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared in the sky above the violet-clothed young man that spoke lazily. In the next moment, they saw something. The purple-clothed young man casually raised his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's hand like an eagle grabbing a chick. Immediately after. Get down. Duan Ling Tian displayed a cultivation that completely suppressed the middle-aged man. After easily grabbing the middle-aged man's hand, he casually threw him out of the window. After the middle-aged man was thrown out, the elemental energy on his body started to wreak havoc. He swayed in the air, as if he was trying to adjust his landing position. Humph! A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out one finger after another. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, strands of pure origin energy condensed into finger force that whistled out and swept towards the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian held back when he attacked. The middle-aged man came to his senses and didn't dare to act rashly. He allowed his body to fall to the ground in its original state. He knew clearly in his heart that the moment he moved, those elemental energy fingers would mercilessly hit him and penetrate his body. Bang! The middle-aged man, whose body had stiffened and was terrified to the point he broke out in cold sweat, fiercely fell on the street outside the restaurant, and he fell flat on his face and was in an extremely sorry state. As expected, this scene drew the attention of the passers-by. Within the restaurant. After he taught the middle-aged man a lesson, Duan Lingtian didn't even spare a glance at the young man in embroidered clothes and the other middle-aged man. At this moment, the pupils of the young man in embroidered clothes, who'd maintained his composure since the beginning, couldn't help but constrict, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. I never imagined that brother is already a void-prying stage martial artist at such a young age. Admirable, admirable. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man in embroidered clothes. The young man in embroidered clothes was slightly embarrassed, and then he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. I'm the Ji clan's Ji Feng. I hope brother can forgive my subordinates for offending you earlier. Can you not disturb my meal? Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced impatiently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's face froze. Then he took a deep breath and didn't get angry. Sorry. I'll leave now, I'll leave now. As he spoke, Ji Feng brought along the other middle-aged man and left the restaurant. The farce ended here. It caused the people in the restaurant to be slightly unsatisfied. I thought that the Ji clan's young master Feng would take revenge for his subordinate. But I never imagined that he would leave with his tail between his legs. Truly disappointing. In my opinion, this Ji clan's young master Feng is an intelligent person. This young man's cultivation has already stepped into the void-prying stage at such a young age. Obviously, he's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. I wonder which power recommended this young genius. This young man looks to be not more than 25 years old. Even if he takes good care of himself, he's probably not more than 30 years old. Such natural talent isn't the slightest bit inferior to the 5 great young masters, yet I've actually never heard of him in the past. The crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. As for Duan Lingtian, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Not more than 30 years old? Duan Lingtian felt a wave of speechlessness in his heart. Outside the restaurant, Ji Feng brought along the 2 middle-aged men and left with a calm expression, as if he'd already completely tossed the matter from before to the back of his mind. Young master, that kid is too arrogant. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? The middle-aged man that was thrown out of the window by Duan Lingtian earlier had an enraged expression as he gnashed his teeth and spoke. Humph. Ji Feng coldly swept the middle-aged man with his gaze and said indifferently, If you want to go back and teach him a lesson, I won't stop you. But I'll tell you in advance, even if you're killed by him, our Ji clan won't stand up for you. The middle-aged man was instantly muddled when he heard this, and he drooped his head and didn't dare speak again. In the future, don't use force to solve problems so easily. Use your brain more. That 7-star sword sect disciple seems to be called Duan Lingtian, and he'd once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Most importantly, his age is far younger than any one of the 5 great young masters. In terms of natural talent,
No one in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is able to surpass him. The group of people in the restaurant discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with admiration towards Duan Tian. But even if his natural talent is great, even if he's already broken through to the void-prying stage now, would he dare make an appearance? The Azure Forest Trisect has exhausted all their efforts to find him, wanting to drag him out and kill him. That Duan Tian has already caused the Azure Forest Trisect to be in a state of chaos at such a young age. I can imagine that if he's able to survive properly and matures, he'll surely become the nightmare of the Azure Forest Trisect. If I was him, I would lie dormant, and before I matured, I would absolutely not appear before the eyes of the Azure Forest Trisect.
I hope he's able to come out.
I'm extremely curious, on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, exactly how far a monstrous genius like him can go. I'm extremely curious as well. Duan Tian naturally didn't know that a group of people were discussing him in the restaurant earlier.
Chapter 498.
Duan Tian stood on the empty ground and was able to see many young geniuses walking over successively from all directions, and the space between their brows had slight excitement and arrogance mixed within.
So many people?
All of them are people recommended by the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?
Duan Tian was shocked when he saw so many people. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding.
These few days are the last few days for the young geniuses of the various powers to register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy.
Many people ought to have only come to register in these few days.
Duan Tian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the empty ground before him.
There was an arched door in front of them.
At the side of the door stood a tall stone tablet, and on the stone tablet were 3 large words that were carved in a flamboyant style. Dragon and Phoenix Academy. These 4 words were carved in one go, and are filled with a peerlessly fierce aura.
I presume it was personally carved by an expert.
Duan Tian thought in his heart. Presently, there were 3 old men sitting behind a stone table before the arched door, and the stone table was neatly placed with brushes and ink. The young geniuses that gushed over from all directions successively arrived before the table of the 3 old men before withdrawing a certificate and passing it to the 3 old men for inspection.
After they inspected it, the 3 old men would complete their registration and give them a command token. The people that obtained the command token excitedly passed through the arched door and walked into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy.
There's really many people. Duan Tian looked at the 3 long lines before him and couldn't help but shake his head. Then his body slightly leaned forward, intending to line up.
Right at this moment.
Roar! An enormous roar sounded out by Duan Tian's ears, and it was like a thunderclap. Not only did it alarm Duan Tian, even the young geniuses that were lining up couldn't help but turn around to look over.
Duan Tian turned around.
With a single glance, he saw an enormous leopard walking over here, and everywhere it passed, the passers-by would move aside in succession. This leopard's entire body was covered in snow-white fur that seemed like white flames that were burning. Every time it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a low roar, it caused coldness to arise from the bottom of one's heart.
Snow leopard?
Duan Tian was a little surprised. He didn't think that there would be someone using this kind of beast as a means of transportation in the Imperial City. Snow leopard, a 7th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast.
2 words immediately popped up in his mind. Acting tough. It's the Yin clan's Xianxia.
Xianxia, the Yin clan's 2nd young master. In terms of natural talent, he's only inferior to the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I've long since heard of him. Since he's able to tame a snow leopard, the strength of this Yin clan's 2nd young master is surely at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This Yin clan's 2nd young master, Xianxia, is 29 years old this year, and his cultivation is supposedly already at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many people were whispering, and Duan Tian knew the identity of the person who had come.
Yin family?
Duan Tian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this family before. But presumably, it should be a clan from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, and it wasn't an ordinary small clan. Duan Tian was able to discern this from the fearful gazes of many young geniuses.
Haha. Xianxia, you've really come early.
Right at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded out. Accompanying this laughter was a shocking roar of a beast.
An enormous wolf that was completely covered in black striped fur appeared.
After the enormous wolf appeared, its scarlet red eyes stared fixedly at the snow leopard, as if it would pounce over and fight it at any moment.
Black striped wolf. Many people exclaimed in surprise.
Black striped wolf, a 7th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, and it was even more ferocious than the snow leopard.
Another powerful dire beast. Many young geniuses looked enviously at the person on the back of the black striped wolf. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. This was a young man around the age of 30 that wore black clothes.
His appearance was ordinary, but an insufferably arrogant expression was emitted from between his brows.
Half-step void stage?
Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected this person's cultivation at the first possible moment.
It's the Sima clan's Sima Yang.
This Sima Yang is a genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well. In terms of natural talent, he's comparable to Xianxia and is only inferior to the 5 great young masters.
Someone recognized the black-clothed young man and exclaimed in a low voice.
Humph.
Sima Yang, what a coincidence. I can even encounter you while registering. Xianxia grunted coldly. Obviously, he didn't get along well with Sima Yang.
As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he didn't pay any further attention to Sima Yang and commanded the snow leopard to continue walking towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance.
Everywhere it passed, all the young geniuses moved aside.
In next to no time, the snow leopard that Xianxia sat on had arrived before Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian just happened to be standing at the empty space before the entrance. At this moment, Xianxia had 2 choices. The first was to go around Duan Lingtian's left side. The second was to go around Duan Lingtian's right side. After all, this empty space was extremely spacious.
But Xianxia didn't choose, and instead glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly.
Where did this kid that's still wet behind his ears come from? F***K off.
Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Xianxia, then paid no further attention to him, as if he utterly didn't hear what Xianxia said.
Xianxia's face sank. Roar!
The snow leopard that Xianxia sat on seemed to have noticed its master's rage, and it roared in a low voice at Duan Lingtian who was blocking the way.
Duan Lingtian frowned, and finally spoke lazily.
The road is so wide, don't you know how to go around it?
Go around it?
Xianxia's already gloomy face couldn't help but reveal a ridiculing smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Kid that's still wet behind his ears. Xianxia, never go around it.
If you know what's good for you, then quickly F***K off. Otherwise, I'll make the snow leopard directly press down on you.
His words were filled with a threatening intent. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally sank.
Make the snow leopard press down on me.
Does this Xianxia really think he's a judge that decides life and death? Then I really want to know how you're going to make this snow leopard press down on me. The gloominess on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a brilliant smile.
Duan Lingtian's words caused Xianxia to be unable to refrain from frowning.
As the Yin clan's second young master and possessing extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, it was naturally impossible for him to be an idiot. Presently, there were only 2 possibilities why the violet-clothed young man before him still dared act like this after knowing his identity. Firstly, this was a rash youth that utterly didn't know what status their Yin clan possessed in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Secondly, this was an existence with a shocking background that wasn't afraid of their Yin clan.
For a time, he instead hesitated.
Roar! Right when Xianxia was hesitating, another beast roar sounded out. A young man in embroidered clothes sat on an enormous tiger that was completely covered in sky-blue fur as he walked over, and everywhere he passed, the passers-by moved aside.
Ji Feng!
The brows of Sima Yang who sat on the black-striped wolf raised as he greeted the young man in embroidered clothes.
It's him!
Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had arrived. It was precisely the young man in embroidered clothes that he'd met once in the restaurant earlier. At that time, he'd thrown an ignorant follower of the young man in embroidered clothes into the restaurant. He'd originally thought that the young man would stand up for his subordinate.
Unexpectedly, the young man had actually left directly.
At that time, he knew that the young man was an extremely scheming person, and it was absolutely impossible for the young man to make things difficult for the young man before he found out about the young man's background.
A person like this was extremely terrifying. It's the Ji clan's Ji Feng. In terms of natural talent, this Ji Feng is a figure on par with Xianxia and Sima Yang. He's only 29 years old, yet his cultivation has already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many young geniuses recognize Ji Feng. Xianxia, you should obediently take a detour. Haha. Ji Feng imperceptibly nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at Xianxia, who rode a snow leopard and stood nearby before Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing loudly. There was no lack of ridicule within his laughter. Obviously, Ji Feng and Xianxia didn't get along well. Sima Yang looked at Xianxia as well, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Xianxia, obediently take a detour. Do you really think that the road before the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance belongs to your Yin clan? Humph. Xianxia was originally still guessing Duan Lingtian's identity and background, but now that he was ridiculed by his two old rivals, his face instantly flushed red and he was enraged to the limit, and he'd completely lost all reason. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Fuck off. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Xianxia's icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted with a grim voice. At this moment, he'd vented all his rage onto Duan Lingtian. Take my life. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, this is a large and empty space, and all the spectating young geniuses can testify that it was I who stood here first. As the saying goes, first come first serve. I came first, and you came later. Logically speaking, it ought to be you that takes a detour. Now, you're actually taking my life for such a small matter? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even though his tone was still calm, his eyes had already flickered with an imperceptible and frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Has this young man gone mad? Does he know who he's talking to? He's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as well? He wondered which faction had recommended him. Was there no one else in that faction? A young man like this is able to be recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He's going to be in trouble. Of course, Xianxia's temper is famous for being bad. Today, this young man being so unappreciative will surely completely infuriate Xianxia. The crowd of spectating young geniuses whispered in discussion. Xianxia, I think this brother is right. Everything has to be done first come first serve. Right at this moment, Ji Feng rode his enormous tiger over slowly, and when he arrived before Duan Lingtian, he went around him before looking at Xianxia, and the ridicule on his face didn't reduce in the slightest. Humph. Ji Feng, you're really getting worse and worse. Xianxia glanced coldly at Ji Feng, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he laughed with ridicule. You actually took a detour for a little kid like this? Today, I'll let you see that I, Xianxia, am able to make this person you took a detour for lie down obediently. As he finished speaking, Xianxia's tone was filled with ruthlessness. Crush him. Chapter 499. Along with Xianxia's low shout, the gazes of the group of young geniuses at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Lingtian. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was about to be struck with misfortune. Roar! The snow leopard raised its head and roared explosively with a might that shook the heavens. Its enormous body moved as it charged towards Duan Lingtian. Then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The snow leopard was about to bite Duan Lingtian. Squeak! The fluffy golden fur on the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder instantly stood on end, and it let out a sharp cry that was filled with extreme rage. Right at this moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Everyone present was dumbstruck when they saw the scene before them. Some people even stretched out their hands to fiercely wipe their eyes, as if they were confirming that they weren't seeing things. Along with the little gold mouse's sharp cry, the snow leopard that charged menacingly towards Duan Lingtian instantly stopped on the spot. In the next moment, the snow leopard's enormous body trembled, and it actually directly lay down on the ground and shivered. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was on the snow leopard's back, was accidentally thrown off by the snow leopard, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state. Roar! The snow leopard lay on the ground with its head tightly stuck to the ground, and it seemed as if it was a subject that was submitting to the emperor.
Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it raised its forelimbs like a human and proudly raised its head, as if it was a high and mighty emperor. As a demon beast, so long as it revealed its aura to a ferocious beast, it was sufficient to make the ferocious beast submit in fear. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. A formidable ferocious beast, snow leopard, actually lay down before a pet mouse? It was simply unbelievable. When did snow leopards become so cowardly?
Isn't that just a cute pet mouse?
It only cried out once, yet the snow leopard was like a mouse that saw a cat, and it directly lay down?
Humph. This snow leopard is really a disgrace to nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts. Many of the spectating young geniuses scoffed at snow leopard's reaction. Only Ji Feng and Sima Yang had heavy expressions, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. They knew that the little gold mouse standing on this young man's shoulder was absolutely not a pet mouse.
What a joke! Could pet rats make the ferocious beasts under them restless? Earlier, when the little gold mouse emitted that cry that was directed towards the snow leopard, they'd all felt the restlessness of the ferocious beasts beneath them. If it wasn't for them placating the little gold mouse, the ferocious beasts beneath them would have probably already gone mad and fled.
Ji Feng, you know him? Sima Yang looked at Ji Feng and asked via voice transmission.
Obviously. He discerned that Ji Feng's actions earlier were entirely to induce Xianxia step by step, to make Xianxia lose his reason and make a move against that mysterious violet-clothed young man.
Not really. I saw him at the restaurant an hour ago.
Ji Feng shook his head and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Ji Feng looked at Xianxia, who had a dumbstruck expression and was staring blankly on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile once more as he added fuel to the fire.
Sure enough, like master, like beast slave.
Xianxia, you should apologize to this young brother. In this way, perhaps he'll be magnanimous and forgive your rashness. Beast slave was the name the people of Cloud Continent gave to enslaved ferocious beasts and demon beasts. After Xianxia, who'd used his origin energy to stop the bleeding with great difficulty and had an extremely pale countenance, clearly noticed his injuries. His face went grim and became exceedingly savage. You crippled my hand. You crippled my hand. The Yin clan won't let you off. The Yin clan won't let you off. Xianxia's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within, because he noticed that his right hand was completely crippled. Duan Lingtian's origin energy point force had easily crippled 2 of his finger bones, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it drilled into his arm bones and completely minced his bone marrow. Now, even if he had a grade 4 great recovery pill, it was impossible for his hand to recover. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Xianxia, who had a savage and warped expression, and he said indifferently, "Before you made a move, I'd already told you. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you offend them, then you have to pay the price." Xianxia's face flushed red, and only now did he recall that Duan Lingtian had indeed said this. But at that time, he was furious to the extreme, so how could he possibly listen to Duan Lingtian? He only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him. You're dead, you're dead. Xianxia glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian, then he leaped onto the back of the snow leopard that lay on the ground, and he looked at the snow leopard and shouted coldly, "Get up! Do you think you haven't lost enough face?" But the snow leopard utterly paid no attention to him, and it lay on the ground by itself as it shivered when facing the aura of a demon beast emitted by the little gold mouse.
Useless trash.
Xianxia's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he saw the snow leopard paying no attention to him, and he raised his left hand to reveal a spirit saber. The spirit saber descended and directly pierced into the snow leopard's head, killing it. Perhaps, even until its death, the snow leopard never imagined that its owner would suddenly kill it. "I won't let you off." "Absolutely not." Xianxia once again used a vicious gaze to glance at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson serpent that chose its target to devour. Subsequently, Xianxia's figure flashed out to leave the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he vanished at the end of the road. Obviously, he'd returned to the Yin clan. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Xianxia's threat. Yin clan? In the past, the 5 great sects reigned supreme in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, And besides the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't a single clan that could compare with any one of the 5 great sections. Presently, 2 of the 5 great sects had been annihilated successively, and the remaining 3 great sects had merged into one to form a formidable power that wasn't inferior to the imperial family. Azure Forest Trisect. The Azure Forest Trisect undoubtedly wished for nothing more than to eliminate Duan Ling Tian, the surviving member of the 7-star sword sect, as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian daring to stand here today represented that he was mentally prepared to face the Azure Forest Trisect. He wasn't even afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect, so would he be afraid of a Yin clan? After Xianxia left, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and intended to line up to register. Presently, everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, all the young geniuses moved aside, and in the end, they moved him to the front and allowed him to register first. No matter where an expert went, they were able to obtain the respect of others and obtain some special privileges. He wouldn't be that Duan Ling Tian that the Azure Forest Trisect wished for nothing more than to get rid of during this past year, right?
It can't be such a coincidence, right? Didn't he come from a small kingdom? Perhaps it's someone with the same name.
Amidst the waves of discussion, the gazes of the young geniuses present descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and they seemed to want to obtain confirmation from Duan Ling Tian. The gazes of the 3 old men that were in charge of registration had descended onto Duan Ling Tian as well.
You?
Duan Ling Tian noticed that the old man before him was slightly hesitant to speak as he looked at him.
Duan Ling Tian guessed the old man's thoughts and lightly nodded. Exactly. I'm Duan Ling Tian.
Besides being a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm also a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple.
Duan Ling Tian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. It's really him. No wonder his natural talent is so terrifying. So it turns out that he's that Duan Ling Tian. I was wondering where so many monstrous geniuses came from in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
So it turns out that he's that peerless genius of the 7-star sword sect, the existence that had once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Instantly, the surrounding young geniuses looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes.
He's that Duan Ling Tian.
Ji Feng and Sima Yang looked at each other with tacit understanding, and when they glanced at each other, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ji Feng, I truly never imagined that we would still be able to see that monstrous genius of the 7-star sword sect of legend. Sima Yang's voice transmission was filled with emotion.
Yeah, I truly never imagined it. Ji Feng had a complicated gaze. He's too rash.
If I was him, I'd lay low and wait until I possessed sufficient strength before appearing before the eyes of the world. For the sake of avoiding future troubles, it's impossible for the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to let him off with such a high-profile appearance in the Imperial City.
Sima Yang sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations.
Since he dared come, it shows that he's already made preparations and isn't afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect.
Looks like there'll be a show to watch in the future.
Ji Feng's voice transmission was filled with anticipation.
This is your command token.
The old man passed the command token in his hand to Duan Ling Tian, and at the same time, he reminded Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, it probably won't be long before the news of your appearance in the Imperial City spreads to the Azure Forest Trisect. I suggest that in the next year, unless the Academy has an assignment for you to complete. Otherwise, it's best that you don't leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. No matter how audacious the members of the Azure Forest Trisect are, they wouldn't dare directly touch you in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The old man's tone was serious, and his words were filled with confidence towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy that was specially set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it received the protection of the imperial family. Even though the Azure Forest Trisect was formidable like the sun in the midday sky. But before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, it was still insufficient. Only because the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, yet the Azure Forest Trisect didn't.
Thank you for your reminder, Senior.
Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm when he heard the old man, and he received the command token before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not long after he passed through the arched door and entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, a middle-aged man came over to greet him right away, and the middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian.
Wait a moment.
This middle-aged man had a wooden expression, and his tone was extremely cold and indifferent. Obviously, he didn't know what had happened outside the academy earlier and didn't know Duan Lingtian's identity.
Otherwise, it would probably be difficult for him to maintain such composure.
Duan Lingtian nodded and waited on the spot. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw two people walking over side by side, and it was precisely Ji Feng and Sima Yang. The three of them gathered together in next to no time.
You three newcomers, follow me.
The middle-aged man called out to Duan Lingtian's group of three before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I truly never imagined that so you're that peerless genius of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed behind the middle-aged man when a voice that was filled with emotion suddenly sounded out by his ears. It was precisely Sima Yang who lightly smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian.
Peerless genius?
Duan Lingtian shook his head.
I can't be considered to be a peerless genius. Cloud Continent is so huge.
Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it's within the Darkhan dynasty, there are numerous people that are able to obtain accomplishments that surpass me at my age. The middle-aged man that led the way ahead revealed slight surprise in his eyes when he heard Sima Yang, and he even glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words that were neither haughty nor humble, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Not arrogant nor rash. He's indeed a good sapling.
Darkhan dynasty?
Sima Yang's face froze when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he laughed bitterly.
I didn't compare you with the geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty.
In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, your natural talent is indeed already considered to be a peerless genius.
Darkhan dynasty?
Sima Yang knew his own limitations. Perhaps, he would have the chance to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire to compete with the young geniuses of the various Imperial Kingdoms. But it was practically impossible for him to become eminent in the Darkstone Empire. Not to mention the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty, he didn't even dare compare himself with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't say anything further.
Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?
He'd never thought of staying in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for his entire lifetime, so it was impossible for him to not compare himself with those geniuses in the martial Dao outside.
Haha.
Sima Yang, Duan Lingtian's gaze is different from ours.
Chapter 501.
Squeak squeak, but the little gold mouse was slightly unhappy, and she said to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission,
Big brother Lingtian, you can't go out. Then wouldn't I have no meat to eat? You little fellow, you only know how to eat.
Don't worry, I'll go out once a month, and at that time, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Duan Lingtian replied angrily via voice transmission. The middle-aged man only turned around to glance at the little gold mouse in surprise when he heard the little gold mouse's cry, and then he turned around and continued walking forward. Whereas Ji Feng and Sima Yang looked at the little gold mouse with gazes that contained slight fear mixed within. Although the little gold mouse hadn't revealed her strength before them, but just the aftershock of her cry caused their slave beast to become restless and uneasy. They could imagine that this was absolutely not an ordinary pet mouse.
It was very likely a demon beast.
All along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were practically no buildings within the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and it was completely empty. In next to no time, under the lead of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's group of three arrived at a place that was filled with potholes. This place was filled with puddles of water, and there were even many places with trash that emitted a pungent stench that was unbearable.
So smelly.
Sima Yang couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch his nose, and his expression was slightly unsightly. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family after all. Even if it was established hastily, the environment within ought to not be too bad. But the facts proved that his way of thinking was wrong, extremely wrong. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were many tattered tents scattered all over this place that were filled with potholes. These tents were covered in desolation and were extremely tattered. If it was raining, they would utterly be unable to shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, there were many people standing outside these tents and looking at them. These people were mostly young men, and there were also a small number of young women. They had something in common. Just by looking at their appearances, they were all below the age of 35. This place wouldn't be where the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy stay, right? A bad premonition arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this time, Ji Feng and Sima Yang also reacted, and their expressions changed. They were all young masters who grew up with golden spoons in their mouths. When had they ever lived in such an environment? Letting them live in such a broken place was simply torture for them. From now on, this will be your living quarters. You can pick any tent you like. The middle-aged man turned around and glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian and the other two. Then, he turned around and left. Only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left looking at each other. You want to live in this lousy place for a year? The corner of Sima Yang's mouth twitched as his brows furrowed. His expression was extremely ugly. Ji Feng's expression didn't look good either. Only Duan Lingtian remained calm. To him, the environment here was not too bad. As a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life, he often faced all kinds of harsh environments. Among them, there were many places that were 100 or 1,000 times worse than this place. Therefore, even if the environment here was very bad, he did not complain. Only through suffering can one rise to the top. Newcomers? Right at this moment, a slightly hoarse voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked towards the source of the voice. These dishes aren't for us to eat? Sima Yang's face went grim, and his figure flashed out to stop a middle-aged man that was carrying fine wine and delicacies. Then he said in a deep voice, "What's the meaning of this? You're giving us rice soup and moldy steamed buns, yet others have fine wine and delicacies?" Humph. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Sima Yang. "If you have the ability, you can replace them as well. So long as you enter the inner hall, you'll naturally be able to enjoy the same treatment." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man paid no further attention to Sima Yang and passed through the large door ahead to enter another area. Inner hall? The middle-aged man's words caused the group of young geniuses that had just entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, including Duan Lingtian, Sima Yang, and Ji Feng, to have bewildered expressions. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but follow. At that time, those without a cultivation at the half-step void stage or above will probably find it difficult to gain a foothold in the inner hall. When they heard this, the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Ji Feng and Sima Yang, had serious expressions, and all of them deeply agreed. In this way, so long as I'm able to defeat any one of them, I'll be able to replace them, live in their courtyards, and enjoy the fine wine and delicacies that they're enjoying now? Sima Yang's eyes shone brightly as his figure flashed out to charge through the door and enter the inner hall area. He intended to directly issue a challenge and replace one of the young geniuses in the inner hall. During mealtime and sleeping time, you're not allowed to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with energy sounded out from behind everyone, and it entered into Sima Yang's ears at the same time, causing Sima Yang to be unable to help but stop moving. It was precisely the voice of the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. Presently, Qi Ming stood outside the exquisite house that was like a watchtower, and his gaze was sharp as he took in everything in the outer hall and inner hall. Looks like this Vice Dean Qi is staying here. To a certain extent, he's monitoring everything in the inner hall and outer hall. If anyone violates the rules,
I'm afraid that person will be dragged out by him in a short moment.
Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and thought in his heart.
Humph. Then we'll wait for them to finish eating. Sima Yang retreated.
Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses in the outer hall heard that someone wanted to challenge a member of the inner hall, and they'd finished eating the rice soup and moldy mantus in their hands before leaving their respective tents and walking over to join in the fun.
Slap.
A clear sound of shattering sounded out, and it was a bowl filled with rice soup that had been smashed onto the ground. Along with it was a moldy mantus that had been smashed onto the ground. For a time, the gazes of the members of the outer hall present descended onto Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd thrown away the rice soup and moldy mantus in his hand.
I originally thought that everyone would receive the same treatment. But now it would seem that it isn't so. Since it's like this, there's no need for me to eat these things.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his sharp gaze descended onto the inner hall.
Slap.
Right at this moment, Sima Yang smashed the bowl that contained the rice soup and moldy mantus in his hand onto the ground before fiercely stomping them flat.
I fucking won't eat these lousy things. I fucking want to eat fine wine and delicacies.
I'll join as well.
Ji Feng shook his head and smiled before smashing the bowl and mantus in his hand. This caused the group of young geniuses in the outer hall to sigh. Supposedly, this Chai Jin had already broken through to the first level of the void prying stage half a year ago. The crowd of outer hall disciples discussed animatedly. These discussions were heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. Black Fiend Sect? This sect was something he'd never forget in his entire lifetime. The Black Fiend Sect, the sect that had once annihilated the Boundless Sect. There wasn't any connection between the Boundless Sect and Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian didn't care when the Boundless Sect was annihilated by the Black Fiend Sect. What Duan Lingtian truly cared about was the scene of his dignity being trampled upon by the Black Fiend Sect's elder in the misty forest outside Aurora City. Everything that happened at that time was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. He still remembered. That Black Fiend Sect's elder was called Sun Rue. Sima, didn't you despise them for taking so long to eat a meal? Now that someone has finished eating, do you want to challenge him? Ji Feng looked at Sima Yang, and his eyes narrowed as he smiled. Sima Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Feng. If you're able, then you go. You clearly know that he's a first-level void prying stage martial artist. Yet I go up. Wouldn't that be looking for abuse? I challenge you. Chapter 503. Along with this cold and low shout resounded out. Everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the person that spoke. This was a white-robed young man with a face like jade, slanted brows, starry eyes, and an elegant bearing. Most striking of all was the sheathed sword he carried on his back. After all, practically all the young geniuses present didn't have a spatial ring, so there were very few people that carried weapons with them. Whereas this white-robed young man didn't seem to be a person that couldn't afford a spatial ring no matter how one looked at it. Sword Young Master. Right when Duan Lingtian was still wondering about this person's identity, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Sword Young Master? The person that was ranked fourth amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? A member of the Origin Convergence sect. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled the other identity of the Sword Young Master, and his face couldn't help but sink. The Origin Convergence sect had merged with the other 2 great sects to form the Azure Forest Trisect now, and although it only existed in name, the sect still existed. Most importantly, when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day, the Origin Convergence sect bore the brunt of the annihilation and was the greatest enemy of the 7-Star Sword sect. I never expected that the Sword Young Master would come as well. The appearance of the Sword Young Master had successfully raised the atmosphere of the scene, and some of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall students even looked at the Sword Young Master with expressions of adoration. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiao Shuai. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Many years ago, he'd become renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, and he was publicly acknowledged as an outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. First level of the Void Prying stage? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and noticed the sword young master's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Although this sword young master's ranking amongst the 5 great young masters was still below the Zither young master, the Zither young master had already stepped into the half-step void stage over a year ago. It wasn't strange that this sword young master's current cultivation had stepped into the void prying stage. Perhaps it was because of the hostile relationship between the 7-star sword sect and the Origin Convergence sect, but Duan Lingtian faintly aroused slight hostility towards this sword young master. Suddenly, sword young master seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostility, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. I saw you at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier. You're the 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian. If you're dissatisfied with me because of the Gue Yuan sect, then you don't have to. An indifferent voice transmission was transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now that the Gue Yuan sect no longer exists, I am also no longer a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect. The Gue Yuan clan no longer exists. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Sword Young Master. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Sword Young Master, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? All those years ago, I was tricked into entering the Gue Yuan sect by an old fellow. I'd once promised him that I would be a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect for my entire lifetime. But now that the Gue Yuan sect no longer exists, my promise from that day is naturally void. This was the treatment of an inner hall student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Looks like Sword Young Master is extremely confident of himself. Chai Jin's face sank when he heard Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. Since it's like this, then let me experience Sword Young Master's ability. As soon as Chai Jin finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Chai Jin's figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Sword Young Master. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Swish! Origin energy raged on the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand, and sword lights tore through the sky to transform into specks of starlight that enveloped down toward Sword Young Master without leaving any opening. Right at this moment, another 760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Obviously, the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand was a grade 6 spirit sword. The might of a single sword strike contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoths. The Black Fiend Sex Starpoint sword technique? Not bad. But unfortunately, you haven't comprehended sword force, so it's unable to show off in the end. When he saw Chai Jin's sword flashing over, Sword Young Master spoke with a calm expression. At the instant he spoke, Sword Young Master stood on the spot, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit sword on his back instantly left its sheath. In the sky, 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. In the next moment, swish! Sword Young Master's sword was swift like a bolt of lightning. When his sword struck out, he didn't even utilize a sword skill, and only used the pure basic sword move, piercing sword style. You're courting death. Chai Jin's expression was unsightly to the extreme from being looked down upon by Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, the speed of the sword in his hand became even swifter. Swish! 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 The specks of starlight descended like an array of stars that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master's gaze was calm, and his origin energy suddenly shook on the sword that swiftly flashed out. In the next moment, a peerlessly fierce aura was born from within the origin energy, and it suffused out as it raged and leaped about. At the same time, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Sword Young Master. Instantly, 3,260 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Half-step advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face squinted as his heart shook, and his eyes contained slight shock mixed within. First level of the void prying stage. Comprehending half-step advanced sword force? This comprehension ability was shocking.
Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian reacted, the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming, exclaimed in shock from outside the exquisite little house that was like a watchtower.
Half-step advanced sword force.
Qi Ming didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and it caused the group of outer hall students to feel as if they were awakening from a dream.
Half-step advanced sword force? Right when the group of outer hall students looked at each other. Swish!
The sword in Sword Young Master's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and at this moment, it seemed to have transformed into a stroke of genius that pointed towards Chai Jin's hand that held the sword.
In the next moment, clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out.
Subsequently, everyone saw the space between Chai Jin's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand flew out to fiercely smash onto the ground.
Thank you for letting me win.
Sword Young Master sheathed his sword and stood there, then nodded indifferently towards Chai Jin. After that, he looked towards the few middle-aged men who stood nearby with sluggish divine abilities. They were the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy.
Help me prepare food.
One of the middle-aged men nodded, then walked out with large strides to hastily prepare. After Sword Young Master nodded to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and entered the courtyard that belonged to Chai Jin. He defeated the inner hall student, Chai Jin, and kicked Chai Jin out of the inner hall, whereas Chai Jin had been reduced to an outer hall student. If he wanted to become an inner hall student once more, he could only issue a challenge once more. But at this moment, Chai Jin obviously didn't have the mood to issue a challenge for now, and he stood on the spot with a dumbstruck expression. Sword Young Master's strength had given him too great of a shock. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced sword force. This comprehension ability was sufficient to cause the other 5 great young masters to pale in comparison. I truly never imagined that Sword Young Master has actually comprehended half-step advanced sword force. Comprehending such a sword force with such a cultivation. Sword Young Master's comprehension ability is probably considered to be at the top amongst the 5 great young masters. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, has only comprehended elementary fire force. The crowd of outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even if it was the other inner hall students, they had shocked expressions now.
All of you have finished eating, right?
Sima Yang quickly recovered from his shock, then walked directly into the inner hall and challenged one of the inner hall students. Sima Yang. That inner hall student knew Sima Yang and knew that he wasn't a match for Sima Yang, so he directly admitted defeat. Go prepare fish and meat for me. Sima Yang smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as he spoke.
Bang! Subsequently, another enormous bang sounded out.
It was Duan Lingtian that swung out his arm as if it possessed the help of the gods, and after it smashed Chai Jin's arm, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it smashed onto Chai Jin's chest, and it blasted Chai Jin flying.
Bang!
Chai Jin's body flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he fiercely collided with the wall at the side of the inner hall. Along with Chai Jin's body trembling, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he rubbed against the wall as hideous cracks that were like spider webs appeared on the wall.
Silence. Deathly silence.
Presently, besides Chai Jin's muffled groans, only the cold and indifferent words of the young man that stood there like a god of war remained.
A genius of the Black Fiend sect?
He's only a... There was no lack of provocation and humiliation in the young man's words.
But at this moment, no one said anything.
This young man had used his formidable strength to prove that the Black Fiend sect's disciple, Chai Jin, was useless.
Duan Lingtian quickly withdrew his gaze from Chai Jin. Defeating Chai Jin was within his expectations. It wasn't the slightest challenge to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed.
At this moment, including Chai Jin, the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him in unison, Besides viciousness, the gaze in Chai Jin's eyes also contained terror and uneasiness.
Chapter 505. Meanwhile, a worker from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy walked out of the inner hall with large strides. He went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for Duan Ling Tian. Using a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force to defeat Chai Jin. The scene from before was practically replicating the scene of Sword Young Master defeating Chai Jin.
As far as the worker of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man wasn't inferior to Sword Young Master. It was even to the extent that because the violet-clothed young man had comprehended the force of nature, in terms of strength, he might even surpass Sword Young Master.
After all, even though Sword Young Master's sword force was at the half-step advanced stage as well, it could only be utilized in attacks. Whereas as the force of nature, the violet-clothed young man's lightning force could be utilized in both attacks and movement techniques, thus affecting one's speed. It could be said to possess both attack and speed.
If they were to really fight, Sword Young Master's chances of winning were extremely small. Because Sword Young Master's speed was bound to be inferior to this violet-clothed young man. So, even though the violet-clothed young man hadn't officially challenged an inner hall student, he still obediently went to prepare fine wine and delicacies for the violet-clothed young man.
Only because
the violet-clothed young man had become an inner hall student without the slightest suspense.
Freak! The corners of Ji Feng's mouth twitched, and he felt the center of his back go slightly cold. When he thought of how he almost offended this maleficent existence in the restaurant today, he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was sufficiently careful and prudent. He concealed his strength when he was outside earlier. Sword Young Master's gaze was extremely complicated. Even though he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Ling Tian would surpass him in the future after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But that was only in the future. What he never imagined was that there was utterly no need to wait for the future, as Duan Ling Tian's current strength had already firmly surpassed him. Half-step advanced lightning force.
When he thought of the strands of light violet-colored energy that leaped about within the raging origin energy when Duan Ling Tian swung out his arm earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He originally thought that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would be difficult for there to be someone that could compare to him since he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force at the first level of the void prying stage. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian execute half-step advanced lightning force, he was shocked. The complacency in his heart had completely vanished. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides him, there was another person that was capable of comprehending half-step advanced force at the first level of the void prying stage. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the half-step advanced stage force of nature. The force of nature was superior to the force of equipment to begin with. It possessed both attack and speed, and it was the force of kings. If the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect knew of the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed today, they would probably be unable to sleep or eat. Sword Young Master thought in his heart and observed a moment of silence for the Azure Forest Trisect.
Monster. Sima Yang held back for a long time, and finally squeezed out these two words.
Besides Ji Feng, Sword Young Master, and Sima Yang, the first to recover from their shock was the crazy young master, Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan looked at the proud and aloof figure of Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. For the first time, an indescribable bitterness rose in his heart.
What 5 great young masters? That's just a joke.
Before this young man, the 5 great young masters including him weren't worth mentioning at all.
Right at this moment, the remaining people recovered from their shock as well. Whoosh! For a time, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Exactly. Too abnormal.
No wonder he was so confident and was the first to throw away the rice soup and steamed buns that belonged to the outer hall students.
So it turns out that he possesses such a terrifying strength. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force.
His strength isn't inferior to Sword Young Master.
How old is he?
Even if he takes good care of himself, he surely wouldn't be older than Sword Young Master, right?
Many outer hall students discussed animatedly. They felt extremely astounded towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age. Humph. Take good care of himself? Let me tell all of you, his true age is no different from what he looks like.
Exactly. He isn't more than 25 this year.
Take good care of himself? To think all of you can think of that.
Those outer hall students that had seen Duan Lingtian make a move at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier, and knew of Duan Lingtian's ability couldn't help but speak out.
What do all of you mean by this? Could it be that all of you know him? Instantly, the group of outer hall students that didn't know asked curiously. Of course. Do all of you know who he is?
Let me tell all of you. He's the 7-star sword sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, that gave rise to much discussion in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier.
Duan Lingtian, all of you have heard of him, right?
In next to no time, the group of outer hall students that knew of Duan Lingtian's ability exposed him one after another.
Instantly, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall was completely stirred. He's that Duan Lingtian?
Oh my god! So it's him. I was wondering why such a little freak would suddenly appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
So it turns out that he's the 7-star sword sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian.
I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, is an unprecedented monstrous genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation.
The burning gazes of the outer hall students descended onto Duan Lingtian one after another, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. He's Duan Lingtian.
Besides Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang, the gazes the other inner hall students shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed.
Duan Lingtian.
Especially the crazy young master, Luo Zhan. He'd heard of Duan Lingtian since long ago, and he even knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master successively.
Moreover, he was publicly acknowledged by the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as a peerless genius that surpassed the 5 great young masters.
Not more than 25 years of age, a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage, and he's comprehended half-step advanced lightning force.
This Duan Lingtian has indeed surpassed the 5 of us.
Crazy young master sighed in his heart.
Of course, he wasn't discouraged because of this.
His gaze became even more burning.
This Duan Lingtian isn't a match for me now. What I have to do now is continue forward and not allow him to catch up.
Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he'd actually caused the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crazy Young Master, to feel pressured. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved when faced with the gazes of admiration of the crowd of outer hall students. All this was unable to cause great waves in his heart.
So he's that Duan Lingtian, neither servile nor overbearing. He's indeed a rare genius.
Outside the exquisite little house that was like a guard tower, the old man nodded with satisfaction, and the eyes he looked at Duan Lingtian with were filled with smiles.
Duan Lingtian's appearance in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was undoubtedly a great pleasant surprise to him.
If His Majesty knows that Duan Lingtian has come to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and even possesses such shocking strength, I'm afraid he'll be interested in him as well.
The old man thought in his heart.
Duan Lingtian.
He's actually Duan Lingtian.
Chai Jin looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that had turned around, and his heart trembled.
He suddenly felt that his defeat wasn't unjust.
After all, this Duan Lingtian had defeated Zither Young Master, who was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters, over a year ago. Defeating him now wasn't surprising. However, when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him earlier, his eyes couldn't help but emit a vicious sheen.
Duan Lingtian, so what if your strength is stronger than mine?
We Black Fiend sect disciples don't only rely on our strength when doing things. Don't let me find a chance, otherwise I'll make you die a graveless death.
Chai Jin's face was covered in icy cold killing intent.
Although Duan Lingtian's back was facing Chai Jin, as a weapon specialist that walked out from a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses in his previous life, he had a special perception towards killing intent.
At the first moment, he felt Chai Jin's killing intent. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold.
Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile as killing intent arose in his heart.
If this Chai Jin continues to be stubborn, he'll die without a doubt.
Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian walked towards the group of inner hall students.
Duan Lingtian is going to challenge an inner hall student?
The group of outer hall students seemed as if they discovered a new continent when they saw this scene. I really hope he'll challenge Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master. Yeah, if he battles Crazy Young Master or Sword Young Master, it would surely be extremely exciting.
Many outer hall students looked at Duan Lingtian with expressions of anticipation.
Unlike the outer hall students, the group of inner hall students whose strength was at the bottom of the inner hall started to feel nervous when they saw Duan Lingtian walking over.
If Duan Lingtian chose them, they would probably have no fate with the inner hall. Although they knew that this moment would arrive since long ago.
After all, the young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would gather in these few days, and there was no lack of people with strengths that surpassed them.
But when the moment really arrived, their hearts were still filled with unwillingness. Leaving the inner hall meant that they would once again be reduced to an outer hall student. Once they were reduced to an outer hall student, they would no longer have spacious courtyards and could only live in those tattered tents. They would no longer be able to enjoy fine wine and delicacies, and could only eat rice soup and moldy mantus. Such a huge drop was something that they were unwilling to face. At this moment, they hoped so much that Duan Lingtian wouldn't choose them.
I'll choose you. Under the disappointed gazes of the crowd of outer hall students, Duan Lingtian casually chose an inner hall student with a cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Although this inner hall student wasn't enraged when he was chosen, he had a bitter smile on his face.
He never imagined that he would be so unlucky.
Do you still want to fight me? Duan Lingtian looked at this inner hall student and squeezed out a trace of an indistinct smile on his face.
The inner hall student hurriedly shook his head.
Then thank you.
Duan Lingtian smiled amicably, causing this inner hall student to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze.
Subsequently, this inner hall student knew his limits and left the inner hall, and he passed through the door between the inner hall and outer hall to once again enter the outer hall.
But no one laughed at him.
Everyone had seen Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and it was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to reach.
Chapter 506.
Duan Lingtian got his wish and entered the courtyard of the inner hall. Very quickly, the 4 staff members of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy brought over fine wine and delicacies for Duan Lingtian, Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang.
The fine wine and delicacies had just been brought in by Duan Lingtian.
Squeak squeak! Before Duan Lingtian even walked into the outer hall, the little gold mouse that had already fallen asleep woke up at the first possible moment upon smelling the fragrance.
Big brother Lingtian, where did the meat come from? Didn't they only give you a bowl of water and a lousy mantu?
The little gold mouse leaped down and bluntly helped Duan Lingtian clean up, and in a short while, she'd cleaned up more than half of it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh as he scolded. You little fellow, you just woke up and you already snatched my food.
This is everything I've obtained with great difficulty.
Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard and looked at the staff member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy that was guarding outside.
Big brother, can you help me prepare 2 more portions of delicacies?
The staff member couldn't help but be startled.
You. So much is still not enough? It can't be helped, I have a foodie by my side.
Duan Lingtian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in the courtyard, and he spread out his hands as he spoke.
At this moment, the staff member noticed as well. I can't make the decision on this.
The staff member was slightly troubled. According to the rules of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, every inner hall student, besides when they've just entered the inner hall, can request for a full meal. At other times, only when it's mealtime can we deliver fine wine and delicacies to you.
There's such a rule.
Duan Lingtian's expression froze. Then he raised his hand and took out a gold bill of 1,000.
Big brother, you.
Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when the staff member's expression changed.
Quickly put it away. If the vice dean sees it.
I've already seen it.
Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out.
Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the old man in front of the house that stood like a sentry tower, and he was slightly embarrassed.
Vice Dean Qi.
Enough! The old man raised his hand to stop Duan Lingtian and said with a sullen face, I forgot to tell you just now. In our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, besides not being allowed to change the food without permission, you are also not allowed to bribe the staff. This time, since this is your first offense, I won't hold it against you. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the first half of the old man's sentence. When the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Vice Dean Qi. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. His heart was filled with helplessness. Sigh, that foodie little gold actually ate my delicacies. It seems that I can only starve for this meal. Then, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Right at this moment. In the future, give him 2 more servings of good wine and food for every meal. When the sudden voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Thank you, Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian hurriedly turned around to express his thanks. The staff member was slightly surprised when he heard Qi Ming, as he never imagined that the Vice Dean would take care of Duan Lingtian like this. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was extraordinary, peerless and unparalleled. 1 year later, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would probably have to rely on him to be in the limelight on the stage of the Darkstone Empire. A person like this had sufficient qualifications to obtain different treatment. This cauldron had been improved to the level of a grade 5 spirit weapon by Duan Lingtian earlier. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the void prying stage, I'm able to condense pill flame and weapon flame with my origin energy to condense into a grade 4 flame. But if I want to refine a grade 4 medicinal pill, I still require a grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the cauldron. Fortunately, the materials required for an auxiliary spirit weapon like the cauldron can't be considered to be rare. There's sufficient materials within my collection to be able to refine it into a grade 4 spirit weapon. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pile of weapon refinement materials. After an hour, Duan Lingtian used a profound technique combined with a grade 4 weapon flame to successfully improve the cauldron to the level of a grade 4 spirit weapon. Big brother Lingtian, you're able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's movements weren't small, and it alarmed the little gold mouse, and the little gold mouse's eyes glowed. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Squeak! The little gold mouse cried out happily when she heard this, and her jade-green eyes were filled with joy as she raised her little claw and withdrew her pocket grade 5 spirit sword from the spatial ring on her neck. Big brother Lingtian, quickly help me improve the grade of my spirit sword. The little gold mouse spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, and she was extremely excited. After she found out about the great disparity between every grade of spirit sword, the little gold mouse was filled with yearning towards high-grade spirit swords. In the past, she'd always yearned for Duan Lingtian to be able to improve her grade 5 spirit sword to a grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little gold, I temporarily don't have any materials in my possession that can improve the grade of an offensive spirit weapon to grade 4. I can only wait for an opportunity and go to the Imperial City's Weapons Craftsman Guild to try my luck. The materials required for a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon were much rarer than the materials required for a grade 4 auxiliary spirit weapon. At the same time, they were extremely precious. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were absolutely not something that could be found anywhere. The little gold mouse instantly drooped her head when she heard this, and she was slightly disappointed. All right. Come, these are the 2 drops of Monkey King wine that I promised you earlier. After you consume them, it ought to be sufficient to break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. At that time, your spiritual force ought to be able to advance along with your breakthrough in cultivation. Duan Lingtian withdrew the 2 drops of Monkey King wine and passed it to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's eyes shone when she heard this, and she swallowed the 2 drops of Monkey King wine into her stomach. At the same time, she said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, I'll surely be able to break through this time. So long as I break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, my spiritual force will surely be pushed to the void initiation stage. At that time, I'll be able to awaken my soul brand and comprehend soul skills. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse lying down and falling into deep sleep. At that time, after the little gold mouse consumed the nether soul fruit, her spiritual force had increased by a few levels. Now, along with the increase of her cultivation, her spiritual force would increase appropriately as well. This was different from Duan Lingtian. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was strong, it wasn't the effect of the spirit fruit. It was even to the extent that he hadn't consumed a spirit fruit that increased the level of his spiritual force. So, along with the increase of his cultivation, his spiritual force slowly merged with his, and in the end, it was at the same level as his cultivation. Just like now. Whereas after the little gold mouse consumed the spirit fruit, she'd truly opened up the potential of her spiritual force. In the future, so long as her cultivation increased, her spiritual force would be able to obtain a corresponding increase. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. What sort of soul skill would the soul brand Little Gold Awaken bestow upon her? Logically speaking, the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and the soul brand inherited from the jade-eyed heavenly mouse ought to not be simple. So long as the level of Little Gold's spiritual force increases to the void initiation stage. In the future, I don't have to be overly fearful when walking in the imperial city. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he saw Little Gold wouldn't wake up for a while, Duan Lingtian left the room and arrived at the courtyard. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, wind force and lightning force appeared at the same time. The force of the Tempest Point tore through the sky and descended onto a stone pillar in the courtyard, directly penetrating it. Duan Lingtian silently cultivated the Tempest Point, trying his best to comprehend a higher level of wind force and lightning force. At this moment, the outside of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was in complete uproar because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Firstly, it was the Yin clan. Xianxia, the #1 genius of the Yin clan's younger generation, the next successor to the Yin clan's patriarch position. He actually had one of his arms crippled. His most important arm. The entire Yin clan instantly seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it shook. Yin clan estate. Within the audience hall, many Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. Chapter 507. In next to no time, the Yin clan higher-ups were gathered together. The Yin clan's patriarch, Yin Zhang, had a gloomy expression. I presume all of you already know the ins and outs of the matter. The reason I've gathered everyone back is mainly because of this matter. I want to seek everyone's opinion and give Zhe justice. The Zhe that Yin Zhang spoke of was precisely Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe was his own son. And his most outstanding son. Patriarch, that Duan Lingtian dared make a move against young Master Zhe, he simply ate the gall of a leopard. I suggest that we immediately head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to ask for Duan Lingtian. A curly-bearded man was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke with a sonorous voice. Exactly. A surviving bastard of the 7-star sword sect actually dares provoke our Yin clan. He's simply courting death. Many people agreed with the curly-bearded man. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yin Zheng's gaze descended onto the old man below, and he asked with slight respect. The old man's eyes had always been closed, and only when he heard Yin Zhang did he slowly open his pair of muddy eyes. It's best for our Yin clan to wait and see in this matter. Wait and see? Many people shook their heads with unwilling expressions. Grand Elder, could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Young Master Zhe is the future hope of our Yin clan. Now that young Master Zhe has been crippled, if our Yin clan doesn't take any action, then outsiders would think that our Yin clan is afraid of that Duan Lingtian. Yeah, Grand Elder, the honor of the Yin clan surpasses everything. For a time, the Yin clan audience hall was in an uproar. Honor surpasses everything? The old man slowly raised his head, and his pair of muddy eyes abruptly flashed with a strand of bright light. Are you sure that the rise and fall of the clan is inferior to that illusory honor? The rise and fall of the clan?
The old man's words caused most of the people present to be puzzled. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Of course, there were many people that understood the meaning behind the old man's words. Grand Elder, you're afraid of that Duan Lingtian's natural talent? Yin took a deep breath as he asked. The old man nodded and said slowly, I just obtained news that Duan Lingtian isn't only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, he's even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. All of you should know what this means. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the expressions of all the Yin clan higher-ups including Yin went grim. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian stepping into the first level of the void-prying stage, so they weren't surprised. But, half-step advanced lightning force? Yin felt his heartbeat quicken. Great Elder, is what you said true? My grandson used the opportunity to leave the Dragon Phoenix Academy once a month to inform me of this matter. The old man had a serious expression on his face. Immediately, the others no longer had any doubts. Although the Grand Elder's grandson wasn't as talented as the Patriarch's son, Xianxia, he wasn't bad either. He was also one of the Yin clan's disciples who had been recommended to enter the Dragon Phoenix Academy. First level of the void-prying stage and half-step advanced lightning force before the age of 25. I originally thought that the survivor of the 7-star sword sect only had monstrous natural talent, but I never imagined that his comprehension ability would be so monstrous as well. The words of many Yin clan higher-ups were filled with fear. Great Elder, do we have no choice but to swallow this insult? There were also Yin family higher-ups who were extremely unwilling. Could it be that you have some wise opinion? The old man asked indifferently, causing the latter to be speechless. The old man continued. That Duan Lingtian is a survivor of the 7-star sword sect, and he's a person that the Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of. Do all of you think that the Azure Forest Trisect would sit idly by after finding out about Duan Lingtian's appearance? The old man's words caused the gazes of the Yin clan higher-ups to light up. The strength of the Azure Forest Trisect far surpasses our Yin clan. If the Azure Forest Trisect is unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian, then do all of you think our Yin clan can do anything to that Duan Lingtian? Instead of taking the risk to offend a great enemy in the future, why don't we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? The old man's words obtained the agreement of everyone. Patriarch, I'm afraid someone has already sent the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance to the Azure Forest Trisect. But, the person that sent the news probably doesn't know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. The old man looked at Yin, and his muddy eyes flashed with a strand of cold light. Patriarch, send someone to notify the Azure Forest Trisect of Duan Lingtian comprehending half-step advanced lightning force. Great Elder is wise. Yin guessed the old man's plan when he heard this, and his gaze lit up. Great Elder is wise. All the Yin clan higher-ups sensed this, and all of their faces revealed evil smiles. If the Azure Forest Trisect knew that not only had this potential threat, Duan Lingtian, broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage and even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force, they would probably risk their lives to eliminate Duan Lingtian. This was something that they didn't doubt in the slightest. In next to no time, an enormous hawk soared into the sky within the Yin clan estate, and it carried along a person to transform into a bolt of lightning that headed out of the imperial city. Based on its speed, this hawk was obviously a demon beast. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the former Origin Convergence sect, Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and Snow Moon sect. Whereas the original Snow Moon sect was the closest to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The original Snow Moon sect was located north of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was a world of ice and snow that was covered in white snow all year round. Today, however, an uninvited guest had arrived. Whoosh! A black figure flashed past the horizon, and it was especially conspicuous in the world of ice and snow. In next to no time, the black figure stopped and revealed its true appearance. A flying demon beast that had the appearance of a hawk. The reason why this flying beast had stopped was because a figure had appeared in front of it, blocking its path. When facing the middle-aged scholar with a graceful bearing before it, the sharp eyes of the flying demon beast revealed slight terror. Who's trespassing into my Azure Forest Trisect's branch sect?
The middle-aged scholar wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had a calm expression, yet slight cold lights flickered in the depths of his eyes.
Sect leader Xue.
Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that sat on the back of the flying demon beast abruptly stood up and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged scholar.
Who are you?
The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Xue Rui, and he was one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect today. As a higher-up of the Yin clan, the middle-aged man had once seen Xue Rui, so he recognized Xue Rui. Sect leader Xue. I'm a member of the Yin clan of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I've come here under the orders of the Patriarch to pass on a message to sect leader Xue. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to Xue Rui. Yin clan? The Yin clan that's capable of comparing with a first-rate sect? Xue Rui's brows raised as he asked indifferently. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded.
Speak, what's the matter? Xue Rui didn't take the Yin clan seriously. As far as he was concerned, a clan that was comparable to a first-rate sect would at most have 1 or 2 void initiation stage martial artists that weren't up to standard, and it was difficult for them to ascend to the top. Not to mention being unable to compare with the current Azure Forest Trisect. Even the former Snow Moon sect wasn't something the Yin clan could compare to. Sect leader Xue, the Patriarch asked me to tell you that the surviving member of the 7-star sword sect that your Azure Forest Trisect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of has already appeared in the Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The middle-aged man said. Surviving member of the 7-star sword sect? At the beginning, Xue Rui didn't react, but after a short moment, his face went grim. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? Obviously, Xue Rui still didn't know about the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Exactly. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian. I never imagined that you really dared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xue Rui's eyes were piercingly cold, and his mood surged exceedingly. That day, when his personal disciple Lu Yu found out about Duan Lingtian, he originally thought that with the 3 guardian elders making a move, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Unexpectedly, their Azure Forest Trisect sent 3 guardian elders, yet only 2 returned in the end. Only at that time did he know that a mysterious expert with an extremely terrifying strength was actually concealed within the tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. That mysterious expert didn't even make an appearance before directly annihilating one of their guardian elders. Even if it was in their Azure Forest Trisect, the strength of that guardian elder was a top existence, and he was a 6th-level void initiation stage expert. Since that time, he knew that it was impossible for their Azure Forest Trisect to kill Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could only wait for Duan Lingtian to come out himself. They'd always been waiting for an opportunity. Whereas now, this opportunity seemed to have already arrived. Sect leader Xue. The Yin clan member continued. That Duan Lingtian has already stepped into the 1st level of the void prying stage now. Not only that, But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. What? You said he's already broken through to the void prying stage? Xue Rui's face went grim, and the imposing aura on his body shot into the sky like a rainbow as it swept out. Instantly, the bodies of the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast that carried him over shivered, and it was even to the extent that they had the risk of losing their strength and falling to their deaths at any moment. Sect leader Xue, I haven't finished speaking. The Yin clan member struggled as he spoke. Finally, Xue Rui's imposing aura was restrained, whereas the Yin clan member and the flying demon beast seemed to have lost their strength. When it caught its breath, the flying demon beast flapped its wings and retreated over 10 meters. Speak. Cold lights flickered within Xue Rui's eyes, and his voice was incomparably chilly. The matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the void prying stage had caused him to be extremely shocked, and it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian seems to not be 25 years old this year, right? Sect leader Xue, not only has that Duan Lingtian's cultivation broken through to the void prying stage, he's even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. As soon as the Yin clan member finished speaking, he urged the flying demon beast to tear through the sky. Sect leader Xue, farewell. Xue Rui didn't pay attention to the Yin clan member, and his body unconsciously started trembling as he stood in the sky. 1st level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force? A trace of coldness arose within Xue Rui's heart. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't die, then my Azure Forest Trisect will surely perish in the future. No matter what price I have to pay, I must eliminate that Duan Lingtian so as to avoid future troubles. Shui Rui's figure flashed to transform into a white waterfall that instantly left the Snow Moon sect. He wanted to tell this matter to the other two sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Chapter 508. Duan Lingtian was naturally completely unaware of what was happening outside. Presently, he was silently cultivating in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time that he improved his cultivation, he didn't forget to cultivate his martial skills and comprehend a higher level of force. First level of the Void Prying stage, comprehending half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara didn't have such accomplishments all those years ago. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, even though the Emperor Wu of Samsara had comprehended two types of force when he stepped into the first level of the Void Prying stage in his second lifetime, he only comprehended one type of force, the advanced force. The other type of force was only the seed of force. Today seems to be the last day of registration for the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the courtyard. Presently, the inner hall was extremely bustling. Occasionally, outer hall students would enter the inner hall to challenge the inner hall students, as they wanted to win better treatment. Ji Feng! Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. Presently, there was a young man around the age of 35 standing outside a courtyard in the inner hall. Duan Lingtian had an impression of that courtyard. It was precisely the courtyard that the Ji clan's Ji Feng stayed in. Ji Feng was the first person Duan Lingtian got to know after arriving at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship, now that someone had challenged him, Duan Lingtian was still interested to watch. Instantly, his spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the young man. At the first possible moment, he noticed this person's cultivation. Half-step void stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Looks like Ji Feng is probably going to be kicked out of the inner hall. Right at this moment. Humph! A cold snort sounded out from the courtyard Ji Feng was in. Subsequently, Ji Feng's figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zigang! Ji Feng walked out of the courtyard and looked at the young man outside the courtyard. You think you're worthy of challenging me? If it was your Z clan zither young master, Zishang, I might be slightly afraid. As for you, I don't take you seriously. Shameless boasting. Zigang sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Instantly, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Half-step void stage. Instantly, many of the surrounding outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Half-step void stage? Ji Feng's indifferent expression tensed up slightly when he saw the cultivation Zigang revealed. I truly never imagined that you've actually broken through to the half-step void stage. But do you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the half-step void stage? As he finished speaking, Ji Feng also took a step forward. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene, as he never imagined that Ji Feng had actually broken through to the half-step void stage in these few days. Zi Gang, who was originally filled with confidence, had a slightly gloomy expression. How about it? Do you still want to challenge me? Ji Feng asked indifferently. Humph. The origin energy on Zi Gang's body raged, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white flames that enveloped his entire body within it. He used his actions to reply to Ji Feng. He'd noticed earlier that this flute fairy, Zi Yen, was in existence at the half-step void stage just like Ji Feng. Since young Miss Zi Yan insists, then Ji Feng can only be impolite. Ji Feng took a deep breath as the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook, and his gaze gradually became cold. Young Miss Zi Yan, make your move. Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy slowly raised her hand and placed the grade 5 spirit flute horizontally above her red lips. Then her hands lightly moved rhythmically on the spirit flute as she exhaled and chi entered the spirit flute. Whereas the spirit flute started to emit strands of origin energy that grew more and more profound. Instantly, the sound of the flute sounded out, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a tune of killing intent. In an instant, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed and took form in the sky. Half-step void stage. This flute fairy, Zi Yan, is actually at the half-step void stage as well. Instantly, the crowd of outer hall students were greatly shocked. In next to no time, when everyone saw another 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes, their faces went grim. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Oh my god! This flute fairy, Zi Yan, is similar to her brother, Zither Young Master, and they both possess grade 5 spirit weapons. Chapter 509. At this moment, besides the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes possessed by a half-step void stage martial artist, there were 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Flute Fairy. Compared to the additional 570 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Ji Feng, it formed an extremely great contrast. This was the difference between a grade 5 spirit weapon and a grade 6 spirit weapon. An ordinary grade 5 spirit weapon was able to provide an amplification of 48%, whereas an ordinary grade 6 spirit weapon was only able to provide an amplification of 38%. An entire 10% difference. To a half-step void stage martial artist, 10% was equivalent to the strength of 150 ancient mammoths. So what if it's a grade 5 spirit weapon? I've comprehended a sword force seed. I'm not much inferior to you. Ji Feng's slightly shocked expression instantly focused as his figure flashed out, and he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. After all, even if the energy contained within his sword force seed fluctuated to the limit, it was still inferior to Flute Fairy by the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths. If he wanted to obtain victory, then he had to take her by surprise. But, would Ji Feng be able to succeed? Suddenly, the tune emitted from the grade 5 spirit flute that Flute Fairy held before her red lips became more and more hurried, and the origin energy within it had even completely condensed into material form. Swish! As Ji Feng's figure flashed out, his sword flashed out like a shooting star that flashed in the night sky, and its target was the grade 5 spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand. As far as he was concerned, so long as he struck down Flute Fairy's grade 5 spirit flute, it would be sufficient for him to firmly grasp victory. In this way, he wouldn't harm Flute Fairy. Right at this moment, the tune that Flute Fairy played that contained killing intent abruptly changed, and it became exceedingly high-spirited. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Swish! 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 Flute Fairy's breath was like orchids as origin energy condensed on the spirit flute in her hand, and along with the rhythm of the tune, numerous blades of light condensed from origin energy whistled out to intercept Ji Feng. The following scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Flute Fairy is actually able to condense her origin energy into blades and execute an attack through the spirit flute? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled at the sight before him. The Flute Fairy stood before his eyes. The purple clothes on her body fluttered without any wind, and the slender fingertips of her hands were constantly pressing on the spirit flute. Numerous light blades condensed from origin energy whistled out and flashed towards Ji Feng, who was attacking. These light blades were like raindrops that would never stop falling, constantly falling on Ji Feng's body. Whoosh! 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 The grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand had been swung countless times, and every time it was swung out, it would disperse a blade of light. However, there were simply too many light blades. When he arrived, his movements became somewhat awkward. On the other hand, Flute Fairy stood there leisurely, and along with an ear-piercing tune of slaughter, the numerous blades of light that flashed out seemed to be peerlessly fierce.
Ah! Suddenly, Ji Feng shouted out explosively as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was withdrawn before starting to revolve around his body, transforming into numerous sword lights that coiled around his body.
Subsequently, Ji Feng's figure flashed out, and he actually relied on the protective barrier formed by these sword lights to charge towards Flute Fairy. Those light blades descended onto the protective barrier around Ji Feng's body bit by bit before transforming into nothingness. It's the Ji clan's Earth-ranked defensive martial skill, Iron Wall Sword Body. Instantly, many people recognized the martial skill Ji Feng executed now. Earth-ranked defensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to his knowledge, Earth-ranked defensive martial skills mostly relied on Earth Force and Earth Concept to be executed. For example, the high-grade Earth-ranked defensive martial skill that came with the 6th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was a set of defensive martial skills executed with Earth Concept. Earth-ranked defensive martial skills and profound-ranked defensive martial skills were two completely different concepts. Profound-ranked defensive martial skills had very little effect after the Origin Core stage. On the other hand, because Earth-ranked defensive martial skills were fused with Force and Concept, if one was able to cultivate it to a certain extent, then even though it was unable to completely block off the opponent's attack, it was able to temporarily block off the opponent's attack and buy time for oneself. This was the charm of an Earth-ranked defensive martial skill. Whereas now, when Ji Feng executed the Earth-ranked defensive martial skill, Iron Wall Sword Body, even though it was difficult to continuously withstand Flute Fairy's light blade attacks, he relied on the Iron Wall Sword Body to buy some time. At the very least, he'd already approached Flute Fairy before the Iron Wall Sword Body was destroyed. Bang! Finally, the sword light defense around Ji Feng that was condensed from the Iron Wall Sword Body was completely shattered by the light blades that covered the sky that descended from Flute Fairy. Meanwhile, Ji Feng had already arrived nearby Flute Fairy. Swish! Ji Feng made a move.
His sword flashed out, and after shattering the numerous light blades, it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced towards Flute Fairy.
This Ji Feng has obviously seen through Flute Fairy's weakness. Flute Fairy uses the Tune of Slaughter to condense origin energy light blades to attack, and she's even more adept in long-range attacks. Allowing him to get close to her, it's only the advantage of the strength of a few tens of ancient mammoths, and it's difficult for her to block a single sword strike of his. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. He originally thought that Ji Feng would lose, but never had he imagined that Ji Feng would give him such a great surprise. Ji Feng's actual combat experience had exceeded his expectations. Just when most of the people were worried about Flute Fairy, a cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Flute Fairy's slender fingers moved faster and faster on the spirit flute. Whereas that Tune of Slaughter became more and more urgent. It was like a lofty mountain and flowing water. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed the change in the origin energy that was coiled around the spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hand at the first possible moment. There seemed to be something extra within the origin energy. Duan Lingtian still hadn't recovered from his shock. Flute Fairy exhaled, and through the spirit flute, numerous light blades were condensed once again. Swish! 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 Numerous light blades were arranged in an orderly line as they moved to intercept Ji Feng's sword that pierced over. Break! Ji Feng's eyes were crimson red as he shouted out explosively, desiring to shatter these light blades and defeat Flute Fairy. But in next to no time, his expression went grim. Because the light blades that were arranged in a straight line were completely different from the light blades from before, and there seemed to be traces of light azure-colored energy that were extremely gorgeous. Whereas now, in the sky above Flute Fairy, another 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added beside the 2,220 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Of course, these 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and they fluctuated to 70 or 80 at times. Clang! The first light blade collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand, causing Ji Feng's body to tremble slightly. Clang! The second light blade continued blasting over, and Ji Feng's face instantly went ghastly pale. Clang! The third light blade caused Ji Feng's face to instantly flush red. Clang! The fourth light blade caused Ji Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Up until the sixth light blade,
The space between Ji Feng's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was blasted flying before dropping to the ground with a clang. Whereas the remaining 3 light blades were about to pierce into Ji Feng's chest and annihilate him. Whoosh! The violet-colored figure was like a violet-colored specter that arrived like a shadow, and with a raise of her hand, she annihilated the 3 light blades. Bang! The crystalline and translucent jade flute descended onto Ji Feng's chest and blasted Ji Feng flying. Bang! Ji Feng fell to the ground in a sorry state with a miserable expression. As for the purple specter-like figure, it finally stopped moving and revealed the true appearance of the flute fairy, Ziyan. What a formidable woman!
Duan Ling Tian gasped. This flute fairy is the younger sister of Zither Young Master? Based on her age, she's much younger than Zither Young Master from over a year ago. In other words, her natural talent obviously surpassed Zither Young Master. Especially comprehension ability. Flute Fairy had already comprehended the wind force seed to the limit. Earlier, when facing Ji Feng's attack that could be said to be perfect, she'd utilized the wind force seed in time to defeat Ji Feng in one go without the slightest hesitation. Wind force seed. No matter if it was the outer hall students or inner hall students, all of them were shocked by Flute Fairy's ability. Your strength isn't bad. A half-step void stage martial artist was able to force me to utilize the wind force seed. If I didn't have a grade 5 spirit flute, I might not be a match for you. Flute Fairy glanced indifferently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng took a deep breath. There are no ifs. Even if I had a grade 5 spirit weapon, I would not use it. A loss is a loss. But I never imagined that as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy would actually possess such formidable natural talent and comprehension ability. In my opinion, even if you're compared to Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy isn't inferior. Ji Feng's words were sincere. But Flute Fairy didn't appreciate his kindness. Humph. My brother is much stronger than me. If you dare speak ill of my brother again, I'll absolutely not forgive you. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, icy cold to the extreme. Her words were extremely protective of Zither Young Master. For a time, those outer hall students that originally wanted to say similar words shut their mouths obediently. That Zither Young Master actually has a younger sister like this? I really wonder how many lifetimes of fortune she's accumulated. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion in his heart as he looked at Flute Fairy, who seemed to have transformed into a lioness in an instant. You're Duan Ling Tian? Right at the instant Duan Ling Tian was dazed, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. Duan Ling Tian raised his head, and only now did he notice that Flute Fairy had suddenly looked at him, and her beautiful eyes contained slight coldness mixed within and were filled with hostility. Exactly. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and wasn't surprised by Flute Fairy's hostility. After all, he'd caused Zither Young Master to lose all face on the 7-star sword sect Dubhe Peak over a year ago. Perhaps this matter wasn't spread out along with the 7-star sword sect being annihilated. But as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy ought to know. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian's guess wasn't wrong. I heard from my brother that you know demonic techniques? Flute Fairy's gaze was cold and fierce as she stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. I want to experience that demonic technique of yours. Demonic technique? As soon as Flute Fairy said this, everyone present looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knows demonic techniques? Many people were dumbstruck. Sorry, I don't know any demonic techniques. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.